This is a miracle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Dragon Head Guard. Thank you for your help. Bai Luo immediately summoned the witches and had them help Lilith engrave the blessing spell. This is what we should do, Your Majesty. The witches had long wanted to help Bai Luo and Atón, and now that they had the opportunity, how could they refuse? They immediately threw themselves into the work with great enthusiasm. Atón now had a total of 20 extraordinary level witches and 4 extraordinary level witches. These 4 were the fairy witch Maya, the beast witch Sheila, the fragrance witch Flora, and the ice witch Elsa. Hurry, everyone, get moving, we must show Your Majesty how powerful we are. Sheila and Flora were slightly older, but Sheila was more skilled in communication and leadership. She took charge of the overall situation, leading everyone to complete the engraving of the fairy blessing. Meanwhile, over the next 2 days, Bai Luo officially opened the world of Avalon to the people of Atón. Every citizen here was Bai Luo's miracle child, and he felt at ease. After all, only absolute loyalty could be recognized and strengthened by Bai Luo's miracle power. Furthermore, as the power of miracles deepened, Bai Luo's image in their hearts would grow ever taller and more sacred. From today on, everyone can travel to the world of Avalon. I intend to establish the entrance to the world at the Lake of Life, home to the Tree Elves. Bai Luo instructed his senior sister to relocate the entrance to Avalon from the original small lake to the ancient Tree of Life, the heart of the Tree Elves' territory. This location was designed to accommodate Atón's limited defenses. Guarding 2 locations was naturally less convenient than defending 1. More crucially, to reach the Tree Elves' territory, one must first traverse a forest transformed by the magic of life. The trees within the forest had been permanently transformed by Lilith's magic. Numerous treemen, forest goblins, mushroom soldiers, carnivorous plants, poisonous vines, psychedelic flowers, and even the fairies who inhabited it were teeming with them. Trespassers would perish on the road before even glimpsing the Tree Elves. Even if one did reach the Lake of Life and see the ancient Tree of Life, there were still nearly 100 Tree Elves there. How could one deal with so many extraordinary, even supernatural, warriors? Furthermore, within the world of Avalon, the soldiers would regularly train. The deployment within was tight and powerful. Should any situation arise outside, the Avalon warriors would immediately mobilize, joining the Tree Elves in the fight. In this way, the Tree Elves would protect Avalon's secrets, while the world of Avalon, in turn, would protect the ancient Tree of Life. It was a win-win situation. Besides, in 10 days, Inya and I will hold our wedding in Avalon Castle. Bai Luo would move his palace from the castle outside to Avalon. It would be safer, more luxurious, and more magnificent. As for the castle in the center of Atón, it would serve as Bai Luo's future venue for communication with the outside world. Upon hearing Bai Luo announce the wedding date, all the people of Atón erupted in excitement. The happiest among them was none other than Grandpa Shan Wang. He had long anticipated Bai Luo and his senior sister's life event, and now that his wish had come true, he burst into tears of joy. Great! I finally waited for this day. Dad, you weren't this happy when I got married, were you? Amitter was speechless. Little boy and his sister, Sophia, stood in the crowd. While the wedding was joyful, what he wanted more than anything else was to immediately head to the world of Avalon and select extraordinary treasures. Boy, Atón poked his head out from the crowd, flanked by Leon, Schuster, Little John, and Billy the Forest Fairy. Billy the Forest Fairy, why did you mention my nickname so specifically, Mother? Boy politely said goodbye to Amitter. Keep going, boy, he was the pride of Amitter and the pride of the Atón people. Sophia, though still young, watched her brother and abandon and the others depart with envy in her eyes. I want to go too, Amitter smiled, picked up Sophia, and pinched her cheek. Sophie's still too young, so wait a few years, okay, the little one pouted in dissatisfaction. Learning magic is like this, becoming a warrior is like this. Sophia, so angry, when will we children finally stand up? Sophia, little Helen called out happily, sucking her finger. We're the same Sophia, Grandpa Sham's children are exceptionally bright, meaning they have high IQs. But compared to her brother Abel, who has both high emotional intelligence and high IQ, Sophia is only half as good. Sophia, angry. Unhappy. How are you practicing the 3 kiss of the holy fighting technique? Abaddon walked in the middle of the road, his hands behind his head, his steps unconcerned with his family. Boy, it's okay, Leon, I'm okay too, John, just barely, Billy, the forest fairy, it's okay, forest fairy, why is my name the longest? And Billy, where's Billy? Why did my name become forest fairy? Shuster was embarrassed. He seemed like a husky among a group of big bad wolves. I can't pretend anymore, what should I do? It's okay, just work hard, come on, Shuster, you can do it, believe in yourself, but the good thing is that this is Atón. The people of Atón love each other, and even if there is competition, it's not about comparison. You're saying that, doesn't it hurt even more? Boy said to Shuster, I discovered a way to use mana last night. It's a very interesting little spell. Shuster should be able to learn it quickly, can I? Of course I can. And it'll be quick. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. With Boy's encouragement and solace, Shuster regained his spirits. If you really do learn it, I'll have my sister make you something to eat. Yawn. In the distance, Maya, along with Zira, Fyra, Sheila, Elsa, and the tree elf girl Flora, were also preparing to depart for the world of Avalon. The Avalon Treasury and the Fighting Saint method were open to both genders, so even witches could continue to learn. Furthermore, the magic system of mana shares similarities with fairy magic, which they found very interesting. Of course, energy is limited, and witches can only choose to focus on one or the other. What's wrong with Maya? I don't know, but I feel like someone's trying to trick me. Is it an illusion? No, my intuition is always accurate. Someone must be plotting against me. Maya was like that, occasionally developing a special sixth sense. Teacher Lilith told them that this was a profound gift of prophecy within fairy magic. Even Lilith hadn't yet unlocked this talent. If Maya ever developed prophetic magic, even Lilith would benefit greatly. These are the extraordinary treasures produced in the treasury. There are 4 sets in total: Bright Light Infantry, White Eagle Swordsman, Lolly Shieldward, and Tide Retinue. These 4 are the extraordinary level troops that the Avalon Treasure Vault can cultivate, and they were specifically named after Bai Luo and his senior sister. There are 25 sets of each. Neither the uncle nor Bai Luo took them, leaving them to the children to improve their strength. There's no threshold to becoming an extraordinary level weapon. Even those who haven't mastered the Avalon Fighting Saint method can wear them. With the arrival of the Tree Elves, 25 trainee Bright Light Infantrymen, trainee White Eagle Swordsmen, trainee Lolly Shieldwards, and trainee Tide Retainers appeared before Norse. Unlike them, Norse, Zira, Gonia, and Diana each wore a set of extraordinary treasures from the extraordinary treasury. Norse wore a full-body armor primarily composed of red and gold. He wielded a 2-handed greatsword, his helmet resembling a dragon's head. His domineering aura was enough to create a sense of oppression and scorching heat just by standing there. This set of equipment was called the Broken Sun. Those who wore it became the extraordinary soldiers of the world of Avalon, the Dragonhead Guard. Next to Norse stood Zira, a heroic young woman clad in pale blue hollow armor. She carried a bow and arrows, and wore knee-high combat boots. The delicate armor, fitting her figure, highlighted her slender figure. The front and back hems of her skirt, like a high-slit cheongsam, fluttered in the wind, revealing a breathtaking display of snow-white legs. But don't forget, this is Zira, the thorny thorn flower of the Atón clan. The 2 sharp blades at her waist gleamed in the sunlight, silently signaling the approaching danger. If you want death, come and try. The treasures in Avalon's vaults are truly unique, transforming their form, color, and overall structure to suit their owners' preferences. Men are imposing and majestic, projecting divine power and strength. In contrast, the attire of women like Zira and Gonia maintains a heroic presence while retaining a feminine charm. At first glance, it's hard to tell if they're valkyries or true goddesses. However, this is merely superficial. Essentially, no matter how extraordinary or transcendental treasures are transformed, they retain the same defensive power. Exposed areas are not a weakness. The defensive power of a miraculous treasure lies in its miraculous power, not its material. On the other side, Diana was clad in silver-white armor, wielding a crescent-shaped spear and a full-body shield depicting the phases of the moon. Unlike the other 3, Gonia wore a clerical robe, alternating black and white, resembling a fusion of starlight, superior soldier, dragon guard of the broken sun, superior soldier, forbidden forest archer of the radiant moon, superior soldier, dawn guard of the silver dawn, superior soldier, Astrologer of the Preaching Sky, Dragon Guard, Forbidden Forest Archer, Dawn Guard, and Astrologer. These are the 4 superior classes of the Principality of Avalon, Atón. Brother Norse, do you still have that set? Abaddon greatly admired the shattered sunset. It exuded the aura of a true man wielding a 2-handed greatsword. There are some, but you can't wear them yet, kid. Unlike the castle, the treasures here don't grant corresponding powers simply by wearing them. The idea that a set of extraordinary equipment will transform you into an extraordinary fighter is ridiculous. Just like Knowles and the others, even with a Dragon Guard suit, they can't even tap into 1% of their strength. For example, suppose the Dragon Guard increases Avalon's power by 200%, capping at heroic level. But your Avalonian fighting skill is only that much? What good would it do if you doubled it? To fully reach the limits of the Dragon Guard suit, Knowles and the others would have to increase their fighting skill by at least dozens of times. This would take considerable time, not overnight. My uncle estimated it would take at least a month for them to barely reach the threshold of the extraordinary realm. Another 6 months would be needed to reach the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm and then attempt to challenge the heroic treasures. Fortunately, they could draw on the miraculous power within the Avalon suit before then. The fairy blessing enhanced the Atonians' physical fitness. While they still couldn't withstand the impact of the Avalonian power within the transcendental set, those at transcendental level could barely withstand 20% to 30%. Actually, we couldn't wear them anyway. Those present were all Norse's brothers and sisters, no outsiders. Norse spoke frankly, because Her Highness Lilith's blessing spell has lowered the requirements for these equipment. The fairy blessing could increase a person's attributes out of thin air. Simply put, the fairy armor grants a substantial bonus of +1 strength and +1 speed. The Avalonian artifacts, on top of this, provide a limited percentage increase. The two weren't in conflict, rather, they could be integrated. First, the fairy blessing boosted Norse's base stats. Once they met the requirements of the Dragon Guard, they were then enhanced by the Avalonian artifacts. After these artifacts are blessed, their effects far surpass those of the original fairy armor. Even without the boost from this set, we possess transcendental power. With the added boost, Norse and the others were now undoubtedly transcendental level. But transcendental wasn't enough for the time being. Also, bringing equipment with you while practicing the Dao Shang method will be even more effective. Currently, Norse's fairy blessing is at the extraordinary level, but his Dao Shang method hasn't yet reached that level. Once both reach the extraordinary level, he'll receive the boost from the extraordinary treasure 1 + 1 is greater than 2, and his combat power will almost rival the best of the extraordinary classes. Her Highness Lilith is still engraving your treasures, Norse said. Fyra complained, we have to work until midnight every night. Everyone present was a skilled person, and they all knew that Fyra's mention of Lilith was actually a way of boasting about her own hard work. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Fyra. Please sit down, please. Would you like some tea? I'll bring it to you right away. Engraving blessing spells, enhancing physical fitness, and indirectly reducing equipment requirements, this is their bread and butter. Can't we wear them? This question came from the fairies. Unfortunately, they truly cannot wield the miraculous power of Avalon. Chapter 127 Fighting Skill Development. Fairies are unable to cultivate the Dao Shang technique, a finding from experiments conducted by Mao Lingling and other fairies. Perhaps due to their different body structures, the power of Avalon is temporarily unable to bestow upon them. Therefore, fairies are limited to using fairy weaponry, maintaining their combat capabilities at ordinary and near exceptional levels. What is a near exceptional level? It's a short burst of power, perhaps reaching the extraordinary level in an instant, but because it can contain a large amount of miraculous power, it has almost no endurance. Fortunately, fairy spells consume little energy, barely making them the lowest tier of all classes. Even within the same exceptional class, the gap between fairies and Avalon warriors is vast. A fully developed Mingguang infantryman is undoubtedly a top-tier extraordinary. To stop him would require at least 3 exceptional fairies, trained to the highest levels. Currently, the strength of the exceptional fairies is truly too weak. Master, please give me a hug, be good, don't cry. Bai Luo gathered Mao Lingling, Mao Yi, and Mao Era together and held them in his arms, comforting them. You will have more power in the future, and you will have the opportunity to become stronger. Don't run. Watch my water escape and water fight technique. Elsewhere, Inya, clad in her extraordinary Tide Squire suit, ran, condensing water balls one after another and throwing them at Bai Luo. Can't hit it, can't hide it. Bai Luo, clad in the bright light infantry armor, ran in a lightning-fast pattern, causing all of Inya's water balls to miss. Archery and water balls are essentially the same, but Inya was new to the latter and found it difficult to control. Later, Inya grew tired. So the two exchanged their treasures. This time Bai Luo chased Inya and threw water balls. These two idiots, Bai Luo watched speechlessly, thinking that the world of fools was truly full of joy. Practice well, the old uncle said to Bai Luo. There are a total of 100 sets of extraordinary, 25 sets of transcendent, heroic, and master level. No one can handle them, therefore, these 6 pieces of equipment are only available to Bai Luo and his senior sister. Uncle, our next step, the time is almost here. The old uncle had originally planned to launch an attack on Sigrian, and now, the emergence of the Avalon world has brought a large number of warrior seeds to Atón. If it's just a battle with Sigrian, Inya and the other 3 together would be enough, the old uncle said, but going to war means being exposed, and these children are far from prepared. We still have time. Over the next month, let's share the treasures and find the one that suits us best. Treasures recognize their owners, but they can also be relinquished. After relinquishing them, others can pick them up and continue using them. So, although there are only 100 extraordinary sets, all members of the Atón clan and the tree elves can rotate among them, greatly improving the average quality of Atón. The extraordinary sets enhance the Dao Shang fight and improve the efficiency of cultivation, with a promising effect. Whoosh whoosh. A few days later, a smaller figure stood in the Avalon sword fighting arena. Abaddon's hands relaxed, his mind lost in thought. A faint golden light swirled and lingered around him. Behind him, Schuster, Leon, John, and the others watched intently, sensing the ratio and flow of Dao Qi and Holy Qi within Abaddon's body. Swish, suddenly, Abaddon moved. The rock beneath his feet shattered, and Abaddon's body shot out at astonishing speed. In an instant, he spanned dozens of meters, like a streak of golden light, slamming fiercely into the 10-meter-high stone wall in front of him. Bang, Galila, the stone wall dented, and countless cracks spread in all directions, eventually leaving a massive crater. Tisk, Abaddon frowned as the intense pain pierced through him like an electric shock. He quickly retreated, avoiding the falling debris. Tick, tick, his right arm dangled at his side in a strange position, blood dripping, as if it were severed. Abaddon, watching from the sidelines, Schuster and Maya rushed over. Maya took out her wand and began to heal Abaddon's injuries. However, since the injuries were caused by Dao Qi, the healing of a miraculous power would take time. Flera, fortunately, there were the tree elf girls. 6 tree elves transformed into tree spirits, and under Flora's guidance, they released a pale green life energy. Soon, Abaddon's severed arm began to heal at a visible speed. Hiss. Abaddon waved his hand and apologized to the crowd. Sorry, failed again. Is this ratio not acceptable? Bo is the calmest of the group. They were letting Abaddon try out the skills inherited from the sword fighting arena. In fact, in addition to the treasury's ability to cultivate troops, the facilities within Avalon Castle also have the ability to cultivate troops, swordsmanship, fighting skills, holy power, and magic. Swordsmanship and fighting skills require Dao Qi, holy power requires holy energy, and magic requires magic energy. But the Atonians, perhaps due to their bloodline, possess a strong understanding of Dao Qi, followed by sacred Qi, and only moderately so of magical Qi. Only highly intelligent Atonians like Gonia, Boya, and Sephani are capable of mastering it. The power of Avalon isn't a combination of Dao Qi, sacred Qi, and magical Qi. Rather, mastering just one of these allows even an Avalonian warrior to inherit the legacy and become a member of the Avalonian army. What's this move called? Fighting technique, unforgiving discipline. Unforgiving discipline is a fighting technique recorded in the Avalon sword arena. It involves allowing Dao Qi and sacred Qi to flow through the body in a certain ratio, then harnessing the explosive power of Dao Qi to deliver a powerful punch. Is the covering method wrong? Boya said, let the Dao Qi spread throughout the body, while the holy Qi concentrates in the fist, minimizing the Dao Qi's backlash and damage to the arm. Since this one failed, Abaddon quickly perked up. That means the remaining one is correct. The sandwich principle, Boya said, a layer of holy Qi outside the body protects it, a layer of Dao Qi inside maintains explosive power, and a final layer of holy Qi beneath the Dao Qi protects the bones and meridians inside, minimizing the impact of the holy Qi. Try it, it's a bit illogical, but try it anyway. Are you okay? What could possibly happen to me? Abaddon was not afraid of pain. He considered pain and bleeding an honor. How could he be timid? It was just that the principle of no forgiveness and no punishment was too strange. With Tao Qi in the middle, it would impact both inside and outside. Would that mean both sides would have to be protected? Would that be a huge waste of Tao Qi and Holy Qi? Whatever, let's try it first. With 6 tree spirits assisting in his healing, Abaddon could draw the miraculous power from his bright light infantry armor with almost no hesitation. When one set was depleted, he'd switch to the second. Abaddon's aptitude for the power of Avalon was exceptionally high. Like a gifted genius, he mastered any technique instantly, progressing rapidly. Boar possessed a keen analytical mind, and he asked Abaddon to demonstrate. Whenever Abaddon mastered a technique, Boar would analyze the underlying principles. Understanding the principles made swordplay and fighting techniques much easier. Abaddon once again condensed the power of Avalon. He stepped back with his right foot, lowered his body slightly, and then placed his left arm horizontally in front of him, his right fist tucked at his waist, poised for a punch. A surge of Tao Qi, enveloped by the 2 streams of Holy Qi, gradually began to compress. Abaddon could clearly feel the Tao Qi growing stronger, churning within him, growing stronger. Suddenly, Abaddon understood. Cracks appeared in the holy energy enveloping his feet. Simultaneously, Abaddon removed the first layer of holy energy from his feet. Boom! A tremendous force exploded beneath Abaddon's feet. Countless golden fragments transformed into tiny blades, shattering the ground beneath him. And that wasn't all, as more cracks began to spread in all directions. Success! At that moment, Abaddon knew he had succeeded. Swish! Taking a step forward, without hesitation, Abaddon punched the repaired 10-meter rock face ahead. Bang! Gala la la! Numerous cracks erupted, seemingly not just on the surface of the rock but penetrating deep into it, beginning to destroy the interior. Abaddon roared. The third layer of holy energy, supposedly meant to protect his body, became a third wave of boosters, pushing out all the compressed Tao Qi at once. Boom! Amidst the roar of a mighty shattering sound, Abaddon quickly retreated. He first glanced at his arm, intact, then looked ahead. Abaddon stared in disbelief. Did I really do this? With a single punch, the stone wall, 10 meters high, 10 meters wide, and at least 2 meters thick, was completely shattered. It worked. It worked again. Abaddon, you're amazing, you truly are worthy of being the most talented of our younger generation. Keep going, another wave. Abaddon's dream was to become a great warrior, to expand territory and achieve great things for Bai Luo and Atón. Now, with the emergence of fighting spirit and holy energy, Abaddon could clearly feel the distance between him and his dream closing in. Bang, bang, boom, Abaddon performed unforgiveness several more times, each one a success. And the preparation time was becoming increasingly shorter, clearly demonstrating his growing mastery of this fighting technique. Boya, that's enough. Abaddon looked at Boya. The 2 boys, both in their early teens, were in perfect sync. Boya said to the group, everyone, follow my instructions to control the flow and ratio of holy energy and fighting spirit. The uncle had a lot to do. If he were the one doing it, he'd probably be able to spot any problems more quickly. But the uncle couldn't do that. Not only was he overwhelmed, but overly helping the children wasn't nurturing, it was spoiling. So, the uncle gave Boya a mission, to replace him and help everyone research the inherited martial arts within Avalon Castle. Joining him was Gonia. She was helping Knowles, Jella, Luania, Anderson, and others research extraordinary level martial arts. It's bustling over there, with little Gonia here, we'll be no slower than we are. Gonia and Boya had similar IQs, but their personalities differed somewhat. Gonia was more aloof, while Boya was a thoroughly warm-hearted man. Despite his intelligence, he was never rebellious, but rather gentle, like a little son. Keep going. Knowles once again drew the 2-handed greatsword that had been planted beside him. Gonia said, that's enough, Knowles. You've been going on too long today. Transcendental skills are far more powerful than extraordinary skills. However, this also means that Knowles needs a stronger physique to withstand the pressure. My brothers and sisters are all improving. How can we stop? Knowles smiled. If they surpass us, we'll be ashamed to face the world. Yes, Jarrett, having rested, also stood up. That's right. Keep going. Gonia didn't try to stop him. She knew Knowles and Jera's personalities. Once they'd made up their minds, they wouldn't change their minds easily. What's the next move? Transcendental, shoot down star, a simple name. But this move was no less powerful, arguably the one with the widest destructive range of all transcendental martial arts. Boom! Outside the knight's training grounds, Bai Luo had just reached the spot when he felt a surge of violent fighting spirit emanate from it. You're really working hard. Bai Luo ignored the blazing battle energy and walked straight in. Senior sister wasn't here, but had gone to the port village to oversee the training of the slave boys and girls in Norse's place. Of course, senior sister wouldn't appear before them. They weren't yet qualified to meet the future Queen Arden. Isifia, now the miracle person, Queen of Avalon, no longer needed to train diligently, because every Avalonian warrior born fed back a point of strength. Just like now, as a Baton and Norse learned martial arts, senior sister would automatically learn them as well. Bai Luo shared all of senior sister's abilities, and since skills were naturally part of her abilities, he would learn them too, making it incredibly convenient. Miracles truly possessed a powerful nature. They didn't need to study, or even work hard. Simply by continuously cultivating miracle soldiers, they naturally grew immensely powerful. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about this type of growth. Because each miracle soldiers had given their all, their initiative was constantly growing. No matter what challenge they faced, they wouldn't give up, only bravely forging ahead. Miracles weren't just one entity. The miracle body, the miracle arms, and the miracle kingdom, all of these together, are the whole of a miracle. Let's not disturb them. Seeing these brothers and sisters training so seriously, Bai Luo smiled knowingly, and then walked straight into the special area of Avalon Castle, the King's Court. The King's Court is not a miracle place, nor does it cultivate the power and inheritance of miracle arms. It is the place where Bai Luo and his senior sister practice the power of miracles. But now that his senior sister is not here, it belongs to Bai Luo alone. Alright. Bai Luo took off his shirt and then warmed up his lower body. Today's goal is to fully master 5% of the power of Avalon. Chapter 128 Unicorn. After that day, Bai Luo's daily routine was to get up during the day to patrol the territory, and then work hard to train his Avalon power in the afternoon. At night, he would read the reports and suggestions submitted by his uncle and others by lamplight. At the same time, they would also discuss and analyze the surrounding situation, including the military, politics, economy, diplomacy, and so on of various countries. In this way, another 5 days passed. Over the past 5 days, Bai Luo's control over power has become more and more precise, and the strength of Knowles and others has also been steadily improving. And on this day, Bai Luo received a call from Shirley. What's wrong, Shirley? Bai Luo rushed over immediately, and when he arrived, Bai Luo found that Shirley's whole body was blooming with white light. Miracle bloom. Another miracle bloom. No, not a miracle bloom. Shirley had experienced the feeling of miracle blooming. That was when the body was full of power and wanted to vent and release. I don't know what's going on, but it's as if some power is responding to me. Response. Bai Luo suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that your miracle people have made a breakthrough? So Shirley, you've also gained new powers? Shirley raised her head just as Bai Luo finished speaking. Simultaneously, a horn as white as jade appeared on Shirley's forehead, and her wings transformed into white energy, rapidly falling. What is this? There was no Pegasus before Bai Luo's eyes. Instead, a unicorn radiating a sacred aura appeared. Shirley, it's me, Master, Shirley said. I seem to have gained a completely new form. Unicorn? The unicorn Master is talking about is a creature similar to mine now. Bai Luo didn't know what a real unicorn looked like, but Shirley looked remarkably like one. Have you gained any powers? Yes, Master, Shirley said, her body suddenly transforming into pure white energy, charging towards Bai Luo. Huh? Bai Luo naturally had no concerns about Shirley harming him, and that's exactly what happened. Shirley's body passed right through him and soared into the air. In her unicorn form, Shirley's speed was no slower than that of a Pegasus. The white energy seemed incredibly light, defying gravity and allowing her to soar through the air. Master, Shirley has gained the power to transcend matter, not just matter, but also a certain degree of miraculous power. Shirley, as long as I maintain my hollow form, I can ignore all attacks. More accurately, as long as the opponent doesn't have a technique targeted for hollow form, no force can harm Shirley. Can I attack while in hollow form? Bai Luo thought of an anime he'd seen in his past life, which featured a similar ability, but the downside was that it exposed her true form when attacking. Sure, Shirley, however, had no such concerns. She maintained her hollow form, then lifted her feet in the air, and white energy instantly erupted. Bang! A massive amount of energy converged into Shirley's front hooves, like two towering pillars, crashing down heavily into the gardens of Avalon. And then there was Shirley. Although he wasn't hurt, Bai Luo was indeed enveloped by one of the beams of light. Bang! The entire garden trembled, and the spot where Bai Luo stood gave way, leaving behind two horseshoe prints dozens of meters wide. Shirley's laughter echoed in Bai Luo's mind. Master, I hit you, so fast. Bai Luo found Shirley's attack speed incredibly fast. Although there was an element of surprise, even with full concentration, Bai Luo still had to be extremely careful to dodge Shirley's energy attack. How much force did you use? Bai Luo knew Shirley wasn't using her full strength. If she had been reckless, the Sea of Flowers would have suffered. But power wasn't the key was that Shirley could maintain her astral form and continue attacking. So what was that? The enemy's attacks were ineffective against me, but you couldn't dodge my attacks? Very rarely, Shirley said. But I am me, and that child is that child. We are different. The child Shirley held in the air was clearly the Pegasus that had awakened into a unicorn. Oh, now she can't be called a Pegasus. Bai Luo felt that Shirley might not be a Pegasus, but rather the origin of a miraculous creature called horse. Any miraculous creature related to horses might have appeared in the kingdom of Atón through Shirley. It can't attack while in void form? No, Shirley shook her head. Surely means it can't maintain void form for very long. While void form is invincible, the amount of miraculous power it consumes to maintain it is truly staggering. Shirley can maintain void form constantly because her miraculous power regenerates as she consumes it. Her miraculous power is infinite. Infinite blue means she can do whatever she wants. What about that child? Shirley sensed it and said, with its miraculous power, it can only maintain it for about 10 seconds, and that's just for maintaining it. Trying to attack? No kidding. Speaking of which, what should I do? Bai Luo asked Shirley to dismount, then climbed back up. He knew Shirley had stepped on him because he had ridden the transformed horse during his earlier battle with his senior sister. Shirley didn't care about anything else, but the matter of the mount was a matter of principle, and Shirley wouldn't back down. Bai Luo's number one mount had to be Shirley. Shirley, master, only I can ride. I'm the most comfortable. Shirley is an excellent mount. How could she abandon her master? Shirley said, her etherealization also encompassing Bai Luo. As long as he rode her, aside from the ability to break etherealization, any attack would be ineffective against Bai Luo. Really? Bai Luo became interested. Come on, try it. Yes, Shirley nodded. It's coming, master. Bai Luo felt the space around him ripple like water, milky white energy enveloping him and Shirley. He raised his hand and found it had transformed into pure white energy. Interesting, despite his dazzling body, Bai Luo found his vision unobstructed, but instead infinitely clearer. Bosom, Shirley sensed the power of Avalon. She tilted her head slightly, and saw a golden holy knight sword condensing in Bai Luo's hand. Will it not affect the powers of other miracles? Perhaps they were all Bai Luo's miracles. The power of Avalon, the power of the fairy, and the power of the Pegasus could all be perfectly integrated, unleashing immense power. If you, master, throw it out of my range of etherealization, then only the power of Avalon will remain. Yes, Bai Luo thought this made sense. If even attacks could be etherealized, it would be a miracle. But which Pegasus awakened as a unicorn? The question returned to the original point. Bai Luo, also, why a unicorn? What changes have occurred here that I'm unaware of? A Pegasus awakened as a unicorn. That would make them two different species, right? Unicorn, name, Shirley contract, Shiro Atón rank, lower type, miracle creature possessed, white horse, Pegasus, silver-winged Pegasus, unicorn, silver-winged unicorn. It really has changed. Shirley discovered that Shirley's miracle name had become a unicorn. Shirley, aren't you a Pegasus? I just found out, Shirley said with a smile. It seems I'm more than just a Pegasus. As expected, the potential of miracles is unknown even to the miracles themselves. Can you sense where that mutated little creature is? It should be over there. Shirley gestured for Shirley to look in the direction of Lake Avalon. Shirley was stunned for a moment. How could it be there? In the world of Avalon, there are your people, but it seems there's only It's Walnut. In the entire world of Avalon, there was only one Pegasus. That was Senior Sister's mount, the pure white Pegasus, Walnut. Fiaya? Fiaya, come here quickly, Bai Luo immediately informed his senior sister. Lately, miraculous powers have been colliding daily within Avalon, and the previous miraculous powers clearly came from Shirley. Therefore, his senior sister hadn't paid much attention. What's wrong? His senior sister could appear anywhere within Avalon, and upon her arrival, she noticed Shirley's transformation. Is this a unicorn? How did Shirley become a unicorn? Because of Walnut. Walnut, his senior sister had a contract with Walnut, but since she became the Queen of Avalon, her power has greatly increased. This has transformed Walnut, once a mere scumbag, into a completely adorable pet. Of course, his senior sister wasn't one to get bored easily. She truly loved Walnut. However, the disparity in power meant he couldn't choose Walnut anymore, so she placed him near the fairy lake in Avalon. Every day, his senior sister would visit him and bring him treats. Walnut, like his senior sister, enjoyed quietness, and the environment around Avalon's fairy lake was indeed a perfect fit for Walnut. The senior sister sensed her own miraculous power and discovered that, in addition to the power of Avalon, there was another power. Is this Shirley's miraculous power? Miraculous entities can also grant blessings and strength to each other. However, they are too powerful, so they look down upon such limited miraculous powers. Let's go and see. The senior sister was intrigued by Hu Tao's transformation. With a gentle wave of her hand, she instantly brought Bai Luo and Shirley to the edge of the fairy lake. Master, sensing the senior sister's arrival, a pure white unicorn ran happily towards her. Unlike its previous petite form, perhaps due to the mutation, Hu Tao had fully grown. So beautiful, with just one glance, the senior sister fell completely in love with Hu Tao. Master Hu Tao was incredibly close to the senior sister. Looking up, Hu Tao noticed Shirley and Bai Luo, and immediately said respectfully, Hu Tao greets His Majesty, and Mother. All Pegasus and unicorns were Shirley's descendants, so calling her mother was not an exaggeration. It feels a little strange, Shirley, but, never mind, mother is mother. Fiaya, try Hu Tao's power. Okay. Hu Tao was overjoyed that her senior sister wanted to ride. She had gained a newfound power and a new attitude, and had been planning to go find her. She hadn't expected her to arrive so soon. Perfect. Let her show off her mount's majesty. A little weak, however, the result was embarrassing. Hu Tao wasn't Shirley. Her most powerful ethereal power lasted only 12 seconds before her miraculous power was exhausted. Such power, in the eyes of a Grand Master, was truly weak. No, it wasn't weak anymore. It was a 12-second invincible tool horse. Wu don't be sad, Hu Tao. The senior sister comforted the sad Hu Tao. At least you still have ethereal. It's very useful to me. The senior sister carefully sensed the ethereal power and found it to be a kind of dimensional power. Dimensions are not simply spaces, but spaces with unique laws. Essentially, the world of Avalon is also an alternate dimension. Therefore, Kurumi and Shirley's hollowing is like transforming their bodies into components of a specific dimension, rendering them immune to attack. Unicorn hollowing isn't insurmountable. Once the laws of this alternate dimension are deciphered, the hollowing will be broken. This is truly an interesting ability, the senior sister said softly, caressing Kurumi's neck. From now on, you will practice the power of Avalon with me. Soon, we'll be fighting side by side. Since Kurumi has received Avalon's blessing, it must mean that she can absorb the power of Avalon. Really? Walnut jumped for joy. Walnut will try her best. She will. Unicorn. Meanwhile, the old man also learned about this and immediately asked, have you brought other Pegasus into the world of Avalon? And any other miracle tokens? We thought the same thing, Bai Luo said. After we discovered that Walnut had acquired the power of Avalon from the fairy lake, we started bringing fairies and other Pegasus in. Bai Luo hadn't expected that Avalon could even affect miracle tokens. If Pegasus could, then there was no reason fairies couldn't too. And more, Bai Luo looked at the old man in confusion. He felt like he had already considered everything. The Pegasus had gone in, the fairies had gone in, and so had the tree elves and the Atón clan, who had been gifted with various treasures and were receiving the inheritance of the Avalonian military forces in the 3 major training grounds. This included Bai Luo, a miracle creature. Aside from the unstable factor of the mysterious dragon, Bai Luo should have taken all his miracles. Bai Luo realized his oversight and clapped his hands. How could I forget about the pocket? Perhaps because the Chumeng holy pouch was so ordinary, Bai Luo had forgotten about it for a moment. If the little Pegasus can absorb some special power of Avalon, said the old uncle, then perhaps the seeds poured out of the pocket also have a chance. You mean, how big is the world of Avalon now? It's impossible to calculate in the star realm, the senior sister said. In terms of land area, it's about 350 square kilometers. That's about 1/8 of Atón Island, a circle with a diameter of 10 kilometers. What about the arable land? Well, senior sister, Avalon has many lakes, mountains, and forests. If all the other arable land were cultivated, there would be over 100 square kilometers, 150,000 mu, of farmland. Yes, the old uncle nodded and said, Avalon already has trees and flowers. We should try not to touch these things if we can. Before Bai Luo obtained Avalon, this world had long been dormant, its miracle power exhausted. Naturally, the flowers, plants, and trees were no longer miracle resources. But this was only temporary. He just needed to give them enough time to fully absorb the power of Avalon. Since they were plants that grew in Avalon, they were undoubtedly the most suitable carriers of Avalon's power. Sooner or later, they too would become miracle resources. How could the uncle not have this foresight? Can you open up a few hundred acres, without damaging the forests and flower gardens? Sure. Senior sister was carefully sensing the entire world of Avalon and quickly came to a conclusion. 2,000 acres, no problem. Then open 2,000 acres, the uncle said. Xiao Luo, later transform your pocket into a seed-covering cloth, and pour out all the accumulated food. Thanks to the mysterious dragon, Atón had no shortage of food and seeds. The seed-covering cloth was now used exclusively for medicinal purposes. Use the seed-covering cloth to pour out the crops we don't have in Atón. For those we do have, the uncle said, take them from our stored grain. A month and a half had passed since the mysterious dragon's gift. Spring was almost over, and the Atón people had sown their seeds again. With a fertilizer specially developed by Lilith, Bai Luo estimated that Atón should be able to harvest again in August or September. Therefore, the pressure on Atón regarding food was not great and it could easily cope. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 3 Pegasus. In fact, even before sowing the seeds on Atón Island, the uncle had been observing the compatibility between the crops in his pocket and the power of miracles. Miracle derivatives could gain miracle powers, and even fuse multiple powers. The holy bag of first momentum itself possessed no power, but the seeds it poured out, like a blank sheet of paper, would become an excellent carrier. In this respect, perhaps even more so than the trees and flowers within the world of Avalon. The next day, Bai Luo and Lilith used fairy magic to clear the land, quickly planting a large number of crops. While the power of Avalon was powerful, it wasn't as convenient as Lilith's fairy magic. Just like my senior sister, she could destroy and protect, but she couldn't use Avalon's magic to cook. That was beyond her reach. Then why can't the fairy power affect these seeds? Standing on the ridge of the field in the world of Avalon, Bai Luo felt an inexplicable sense of amusement. The magnificent Lake Wonderland had now become a farmland. How vulgar. Bai Luo, I just love the way you look at me, unable to stop me. It's probably because Lilith's level isn't high enough, the old uncle told Bai Luo. Perhaps after she evolves a few more times, or if the fairies and witches under her command develop even greater powers, she'll be able to do it. Shirley is the perfect example, isn't she? Indeed, Bai Luo experienced Shirley's transformation firsthand. With the appearance of her first unicorn, Walnut, Shirley was already able to synergize with Bai Luo's power. At the same time, Bai Luo could vaguely sense the shift in power brought about by Shirley. Even when he wasn't riding Shirley, her blessing would constantly transform him. Xiao Luo, you might become something truly formidable in the future, the old uncle said. One miracle can grant a master of miracles unimaginable power. You currently possess 7 miracles, not counting the ones in your pocket. That's 6. Once all 6 miracles reach a certain level and begin feeding back to the master of miracles, Bai Luo will gain at least 6 times the power of others. The strongest in Atón is none other than Bai Luo. So what's stopping me from leading the army in person? Bai Luo was a warrior. He preferred to fight in battle, charging into battle, rather than sitting on the throne. You're our last resort." The old uncle didn't say anything else, nor did he try to stop Bai Luo. His only message was, when one day, Arden faces a crisis that no one combined can withstand, it will be your turn to protect us. So Bai Luo wasn't standing down, he became everyone's last resort and source of strength. It was like a nuclear bomb from a previous life. It wasn't meant to be used, but to frighten people. Over the next few days, Bai Luo, his old uncle, and his senior sister monitored the growth of the seeds and the integration of the Pegasus and elves with the power of Avalon. Unfortunately, the elves still couldn't integrate this world's miraculous power, and the reason was unknown. The Pegasus could, so why couldn't the elves? Speaking of Pegasus, the second Pegasus to transform was Ningning, the young Pegasus of the tree elf girl Inya. It too absorbed Avalon's miraculous power, but instead of becoming a second unicorn, it became a full-fledged Pegasus. The power of Avalon replenished the energy this young Pegasus needed, instantly strengthening it to its adult form. "Ride," Leah exclaimed joyfully, soaring into the sky on her snow-white Pegasus. Of the remaining 6 Pegasus, Luania, Jella, and the uncles were unable to absorb the power of Avalon due to gender mismatch. Of the 5 ponies, 3 were pure white, senior sister, Leah, and Fyra. 1 was black, Knowles, and 1 was auburn, John. Knowles's black Pegasus seemed to dislike the miraculous power of the fairy lake, for unknown reasons. John's little red Jujube remained completely unchanged. It seemed to prefer the grass and leaves of the forest to playing in the fairy lake. Almost as soon as John wasn't paying attention, it would run over to nibble on them. "Don't worry, let it eat," the uncle said. "Its reaction will tell whether it can adapt to the miraculous power. If it can, it will surely run over with joy, just like senior sister, Leah, and Fyra's Pegasus." Hiss, and just then, the last little Pegasus burst into pure white light. "Here it comes." Cheryl was like that before, Bai Luo said. "A unicorn, my second unicorn, Atón." Crash, the white light was shattered by a pair of silver white wings, and what burst forth from the pure white miraculous power was not a unicorn. No, that's not right. Technically, it was indeed a unicorn, for it bore the unicorn's signature horn on its forehead. But beyond the horn, what lay before them was not a unicorn, but a unique Pegasus. "What is this?" Bai Luo, his uncle, and the others all fixed their gazes on the peculiar creature. "It has a unicorn horn, and these silver white wings. It looks like Shirley in her silver-winged Pegasus form. It inherited 2 of my bloodlines," Cheryl said promptly. "Unicorn, and silver-winged Pegasus. It inherited both. Greetings, Great Mother, silver-winged unicorn." That's the name Bai Luo gave its species, differentiating it from unicorns, Pegasus, and silver-winged Pegasus. While it may sound like a mixed bag, the silver-winged unicorn's abilities are truly astonishing. It possesses the unicorn's ability to transform from physical to virtual, and boasts a pair of indestructible silver wings. If imbued with sufficient miraculous power, the silver-winged unicorn's power could potentially surpass even that of a transcendental treasure. 3 adult Pegasus. Bai Luo sensed the strength of the adult Pegasus. Even the weakest had reached peak extraordinary combat power. The miraculous race is truly blessed by nature, possessing immense miraculous power upon awakening. It must be said that the Atón, lacking bloodlines and merely an ordinary race slightly superior to ordinary humans, are indeed inferior to the miraculous race in some respects. Of course, the miraculous race also has its drawbacks. Their power attributes are too singular. While the Atón can adapt to any power attribute, the tree elves have a natural aversion to fire. Over the next few days, the development of Avalon continued unabated. The Atón diligently practiced the Dao Sheng method, while the tree elves tended and protected the ancient tree of life. Only when they had time to rotate shifts would they visit the barracks and the sword-fighting arena for further training. Because over 80 tree elves didn't participate in the competition, the demand for Avalon's treasures was reduced by half. The Atón people numbered no more than 100, and nearly everyone could wear these suits with built-in training-boosting buffs. "How is it going over there, Dun? How about you?" "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Uncle, Grandpa Shanwang, Andrew, and the others were rehearsing for tomorrow's big event. Tomorrow was Bai Luo's wedding to a senior sister. The wedding of the King and Queen of Miracles of Atón was definitely not something to be taken lightly. "You two have to be careful tomorrow," Uncle warned Bai Luo and Inya. "It's okay to fool around on weekdays, but don't make a fool of yourself this time." "Got it, Dad," Inya said nonchalantly. "It's just helping my sister pull up her skirt." It's something so simple, how could I make a mistake? Inya, who am I, Inya? I'm the eldest princess of Atón. And I obey. Different from the tone he used towards Inya, the uncle was very kind to Bai Luo. Hold on to senior sister's skirt, okay? Yeah, Bai Luo's well-behaved appearance made the uncle very pleased. Today is the wedding, and there will be a big dinner in the evening. There will be a lot of things you like to eat, of course. Before Bai Luo could get excited, the uncle changed the subject. You have to do things well, otherwise, you can only eat what everyone else has left. Bai Luo, danger. Greek letter sigma, A. Inya was puzzled. Why we? What does Iobe's mistake have to do with me, Inya? It doesn't matter. The old uncle patted the girl's head and said, but I think this is better. What do you mean by this is better? Dad, is there something wrong with your attitude? Why does it feel like she was picked up? Okay, it seems that Inya really was given to me for free when I adopted my senior sister. Old uncle, if things go wrong, even if you call me Joe Shuren, it will be useless. Today is the last night. The old uncle has been looking forward to it for so many years. Finally, he's going to see his two children get married. Even he is filled with emotion. When they have children, I will be a grandfather. Old uncle, Grandpa Saros, not bad. Although he is already a grandfather, many children also call him grandfather, and grandfather itself also means grandfather. But Isifia and Bai Luo's child is their own. It's not that he is closer than them, but this is the first time. Everyone's first time is special, and the old uncle is no exception. Ding-ling, ding-ling, the three adorable cat musketeers shed their denim and donned aristocratic attire. They were carrying bells larger than their heads when Ling-ling slowed down and Yi bumped into them. Ding-ding-ding, the bell fell, and Yi quickly flew over in a blue mist, scooping it up. Ling-ling, what are you doing? I was wondering if we'll invite those children to the wedding. The children Ling-ling was referring to were, of course, Inya, Helbo, and Shada, among the slave boys and girls. These three, due to their unique circumstances, had already been accepted by the Atón people. Norse, a member of the Atón clan, had a soft spot for Helbo and Shada, while witches like Ilsa and Fyra were particularly fond of Inya, their first student. The fairies became teachers to these three children, teaching them various combat techniques. This was quite interesting. A small number of the fairies served as pets for the Atón people, such as white eagles, pigeons, cats, dogs, hamsters, and so on. Having lived with the Atón people for so long, they naturally took it for granted before their spiritual awakening. However, as their spiritual awakening dawned, memories of their uncle's instruction in training them emerged. Soon, the goblin bloodline magic took effect. These long-forgotten memories became nourishment, allowing them to rapidly grow into exceptional warriors. For example, Mao Yi and the others excelled with rapiers. White Eagle Silver excelled with the hidden blade. Other goblins, like Hampin Saburo, were skilled with axes, others with lances. Especially White Wolf, wielding two 8-slash swords, he slashed through the air with ease. So, the goblins began to teach these children skills. Each had their own strengths, each specialized in a particular martial art, making it easy for them to serve as specialized instructors in that field. Helbo was a genius, a quick learner. Inya was a prodigy with spells, and Lilith praised her prowess more than once. But the big fool was a bit less so. But although he is not smart, he has an amazing physique, and he is hardworking and stubborn. This is a fool who can spend a whole day practicing a move over and over again without feeling bored. The three cute cats are just small characters in Atón and Bai Luo's pet. But there is a saying that eunuchs are not allowed to interfere in politics. If they rely on Bai Luo's favor and blow the wind casually, the three cute cats feel that they may lose their status as pets. Baiyang Yin, that's mine. It's mine. Ho ha ho ha. Hiss, Mao Yi, as long as this cat is alive, your Baiyang family will always be the prince. No, we must not lose the warm knees of our king. Thinking of taking a nap on Bai Luo's thighs, the three cute cats immediately became energetic and vowed to fight to the end with the Baiyang clan, who coveted the throne of power. The three cute cats felt that their future children must remember this glorious moment. Bai Luo's knee pillow is a treasure passed down from generation to generation by cute cats like us. Are you three so good at playing? Fyra approached. She was exceptionally skilled in mind magic, now practically capable of reading minds without even casting a spell. She overheard everything the three adorable cats were thinking. Meow, the three little creatures stood shoulder to shoulder, their big, adorable eyes fixed on Fire. Okay, I won't tell anyone. While Fire's mind-reading skills were impressive, they weren't effective against certain witches with exceptionally high mental powers. Even a special miraculous barrier could block them. Furthermore, she would never reveal the private information she overheard. Bai Luo, knowing of Fire's abilities, envisioned her becoming the leader of a patrol team dedicated to guarding Atón Island and monitoring every outsider to prevent the emergence of spies. His Majesty has instructed you to bring the 3 children here, Fire said. They have been recognized by Atón. Even though they aren't citizens yet, they are eligible to participate in Atón celebrations. Is that okay? Great, I'll go find them now. Mao Yi finished speaking, and a flash of blue mist vanished before Fire. When she reappeared, she was already in Inya's room. Tomorrow was Bai Luo and his senior sister's wedding, and tonight was the final preparations. The next day, all the young men and women would receive a hard-earned holiday. Unlike the people of Atón, civilians did not yet have the benefit of a 5-day weekend. They received a military-style education, subject to constant spot checks. Whenever a whistle sounded, no matter where they were or what they were doing, they were together immediately. Chapter 130. This is not a fairyland. Inya was reading by candlelight, poring over the magic book given by Fire and Ilsa. The Germination Notebook, Enlightenment, compiled by all the witches, contains detailed explanations of various spells, including their theories on the underlying principles. If Lilith is the origin of fairy magic, then they are its successors and pioneers. The Germination Notebook, the Budgering Jade Book, the Twin Magic Book, and the Withering Forbidden Book are the 4 major series of magic books the witches are preparing to compile. The Germination Notebook isn't just one book, but a set. It includes Introduction, Beginners, and the Basics, as well as numerous other books like Common Spells, Basics of Life Spells, and the Dangers of Magic. Fairy magic has endless possibilities. Similarly, cleaning magic can be divided into cleaning dirt, cleaning dust, restoring to newness, and eliminating odors. Odor elimination, on the other hand, is divided into which odors to retain and which to eliminate, with even more detailed procedures. As the first group of witches, and now also a legitimate witch, Elsa, Fire, Maya, Sheila, and other witches of the Atón clan, influenced by Bai Luo's intellectual development and the guidance of their uncle from a young age, moved beyond simply studying magic and instead focused on researching and developing new spells. They were like a group of doctoral students, delving into these obscure and complex subjects. To this end, Bai Luo and his uncle discussed the need to quickly establish the Atón National Research Institute, with a fairy magic department within it, providing the witches with resources for their research and development. Swish, Inya, wah. Who's there? It's me. Mao Yi appeared on the chair that Inya had overturned, and when Inya saw it was Mao Yi, he complained, "Mr. Cat, you scared me to death." Sorry, Mao Yi said, summoning mist, and then took out a big bell from it. "I'll shake the bell for you to apologize." Dingling, dingling, Puchy. Inya laughed. "I thought you were going to give me a bell, but it turns out you just shook it. How stingy, you really can't give this away." Mao Yi has a good relationship with Inya. It flew up and then landed on the table. "I'll need it tomorrow." "Oh, right," Mao Yi said. "I have great news to tell you." "Huh?" Inya didn't know what the news was. He only heard Mao Yi waving his cute little paws. "Tomorrow is the wedding day of His Majesty and the noble queen. You have been recognized by Atón and can go to the celebration. Isifia is a miracle person, so she's not the queen, but the queen." Of course, this was a private address among the people of Atón. To outsiders, Bai Luo was the Duke of Atón, while senior sister was the Grand Duchess of Atón. Furthermore, these titles were merely titles. Even if Bai Luo claimed to be a commoner and made senior sister the king of Atón, he would still be the supreme leader of the country and its people. This was done to prepare for future diplomatic actions. Of the 2 miracle masters that Atón was about to expose, one was renamed senior sister. And a dignified miracle master couldn't afford to live under someone else's roof. So, they called her Grand Duchess of Atón. Although she was Bai Luo's wife, her status was equal to Bai Luo's. This massive smokescreen was enough to conceal senior sister's identity as Bai Luo's miracle master, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm just a slave, can I really go?" Inya was thrilled, yet also terrified, a little afraid it was fake. In Inya's mind, Bai Luo was sacred and inviolable, as noble as a celestial being. Just being glanced at by him filled Inya with happiness. Invited to a celebration, a wedding of such immense importance, Inya burst into tears of joy. He remembered me. My master has remembered me. Don't cry. You can't cry on such a sacred day. Swish. Inya quickly wiped away her tears and snot. Yes. I know I was wrong. Coming to Atón was Inya's greatest blessing. She studied diligently, so that one day she could repay the kindness of Bai Luo and everyone in this country who had been kind to her. She would fight to the death, no matter the cost, to protect this country, its people, and the noble majesty. Let's go. I still have to find Helbo and Tiger. Oh, Inya hurriedly followed Mao Yi out. She waited at the edge of the forest, and soon Mao Yi brought Silly Tiger and Helbo over. How do you feel? I'm so excited. Helbo, like Inya, was filled with anticipation. Silly Tiger, lacking intelligence, only considered a wedding as having something to eat. Hurry, follow me into the forest. Cat Yi took flight, leading the way. The three, already accustomed to training in the forest, quickly caught up. Tiger, slow down. Oh, Silly Tiger ran ahead, and in a moment, they reached the archway in the forest. No outsiders, the two guardian ancient trees sensed the three's presence. After nearly 2 weeks of living together, they were already familiar with everyone. Beep. Beep. A little fungus man leaped from a branch, landing right on Helbo's head. Helbo picked it up and held it in his palm. The little guy waved his hands happily. Helbo smiled. He placed it on his shoulder, then heard a voice from behind the archway. That's a communication mushroom, Miss Sheila's latest elf. You can take one with you. If you need anything, just use it to communicate. Lilith's offspring are pixies and fairies, but these mushrooms aren't fairies, so they can only be called pixies. Pixies, soulless, artificially intelligent puppets. Pixies, talking animals with awakened intelligence. Fairies, common miracle units with the ability to transform into humanoid forms. Advanced fairies, awakened unique bloodline magic, equivalent to extraordinary miracle units. Helbo spotted the newcomer. It was the forest fairy. Billy, my name is Billy, you bastard. Billy finally introduced himself properly, and Helbo quickly saluted. Hello, Master Billy. Billy, this kid, he called me by my name. He actually called me by my name. Mr. Billy is also known as the Forest Fairy, Cat Yi added. That's a nickname bestowed upon him by His Majesty himself. His Majesty himself. Helbo hadn't expected such a distinguished visitor. He bowed again, and Inya and the big guy beside him also bent down. Mr. Forest Fairy, hello, Billy. Billy forced himself to calm down. Follow me, I'll lead the way. By the way, does the word Forest Fairy have any profound meaning? Like, philosophy? Hoo-la-la. With Billy leading the way, they passed through the archway. Normally, everyone practiced in the forest, so this was Helbo's first time at this lake in over 20 days. Wow, Helbo had already mentally prepared himself for Atón to be a legendary fairyland. But preparation was enough. Helbo was only an ordinary man after all, and his imagination was far from enough to sustain such a fantasy world. So beautiful, the lake was emitting a faint light. The green leaves of the mushrooms that could run and jump danced in the air, but they quickly folded and turned into a little paper man, covering his mouth and laughing. Among the flowers blooming by the lake, a small red flower was squeezed by its companions. In anger, it pulled its roots out of the soil, then walked to an open place with heavy steps and sat down. It folded its hands and tilted its head, as if to say, I can live well on my own. Ha ha ha. Helbo couldn't help but laugh. There were also fish in the lake and swaying water plants. They all looked alive. The three of them were very careful, for fear of stepping on these little guys. Don't worry, Billy said. Elves may look lifelike, but they're not truly alive. So even if you tear them to pieces, you can use fairy magic to restore them. As for the fairies, don't worry about that. Billy said the fairies were very clever. Not only would you accidentally step on one, but even if you deliberately tried to catch one, they'd still be fooled. Whoa, as he spoke, a half-eaten fruit was thrown towards Helbo from a distance. Snap, Billy swooped in and caught it. Huh? Helbo and Inya were startled. Billy pointed to a tree in the distance and said, Don't be naughty, little monkeys. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In that large tree lived a group of monkeys, whose king had become a high-ranking fairy. The king was naturally as steady as a human elder, but he had many children, and his monkey nature was hard to change, so he loved to play tricks on passers-by. Once, he didn't notice that it was Bai Luo who was fishing, and he actually threw fruit at him. Although Bai Luo wasn't likely to be hit, the mischievous little one still received a beating from the Monkey King that night. Up ahead is our Dryad village, Billy, but you have to follow the rules wherever you go. Don't wander off, understand? Deep within the Dryad forest lies the ancient tree of life and Lake Avalon. It's the entrance to all Aden, or rather, the true Aden. The three were only quasi-citizens, not yet worthy of knowing about the existence of Avalon and the ancient tree of life. Allowing them to attend the wedding was already a great favor from the emperor. Ding-ling, ding-ling, walking beneath the pure white bell-like yucca, the crisp tinkling of bells echoed in their ears, like beautiful music, soothing and relaxing. On either side, tree houses presented the three with an unprecedented visual impact. A small gate nestled in the trunk of a large tree led to a stone path and a small courtyard surrounding the tree houses, filled with a variety of flowers and unnameable plants. Tree houses typically consist of 2 floors. Besides the first, there are 2 rooms, one in front and one in the back, resembling captain's cabins. They are 2 rectangular blocks, with 2 wooden and glass windows facing the road ahead. A warm orange light reflected off the glass, and the residents inside, seemingly noticing outsiders, crouched behind the windows, watching them. So beautiful. Dryads usually wear masks when they go out, and Billy did too. Inya had seen breathtakingly beautiful Dryad men and women standing around when he first met Shiro, but this was Helbo's first time. They're just like fairies. The word fairy comes from Helbo's mother's stories, and probably means serving divine female heroic spirits. Thank you for the compliment, but they're not fairies, Billy said. We're Dryads, a unique race found only in Aden. Soon, they passed through the Dryad forest. Then, they saw the towering castle Lilith had built for Shiro. They had thought their previous experience had been fantastical enough. But upon actually seeing the castle, they realized it was the residence of the king of the fantasy kingdom. A castle? No, it couldn't really be called a castle. It was only a part of the city, the larger part was the town surrounding it. It had 3 walls. The first was surrounded by a moat, while the inner walls housed the fairies' quarters. The fairy population had exploded, reaching nearly 4,000, but most of them couldn't become fairies, remaining mere elves. There were only a little over 800 true fairies. Excluding the aquatic, feathered, and fluffy tribes, there were still around 500. Together with their brethren, nearly 2,000 elves lived on the castle's first floor. Bai Luo envisioned the castle as a fairy tale kingdom, like the town in the animated series Kung Fu Panda he'd once watched. Within the second wall lived the citizens of Atón and their families. These included the original Atón clan, as well as tree elves and some higher-level fairies. Because of their family ties, almost all of the Atón clan lived here. However, this was only temporary. Soon, once the world of Avalon stabilized, Bai Luo would move everyone to that utopia, far from the mundane world. According to his uncle's plan, Avalon would become Inner Atón, a place beyond the mundane world. And Atón Island would slowly evolve into a place for the common people to live. The residents of Utopia would serve as rulers, managing the common people and selecting the best from among them, bringing them into Avalon to become part of the Atón people. Fairyland? Hell, Billy laughed. This isn't fairyland. The real fairyland, you'll see it in a moment. Billy had been to the world of Avalon and seen its dreamlike scenery. His eyes had been opened, and he had long since become immune to the beauty of the mortal world. The saying, once you've seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles, once you've seen Mount Wu, all other clouds are but wisps probably describes this feeling. Chapter 131, Small Military Parade. The sky brightened. The dawn's rays pierced the sky, spreading from the east across the island of Atón. Swish, swish, led by Elsa, the witches raised their wands and fired spell after spell into the sky. Bang, 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 the spell blossomed, creating a unique barrier within a 10-kilometer radius of the center of Atón. Countless fireworks soared into the sky. They converged into countless scenes, accompanied by a massive explosion of fireworks, signaling the beginning of today's grand celebration. It's begun. In the castle, Bai Luo emerged from his bedroom. He stood on the balcony, holding onto the railing, gazing out across the city. Gala, the forest swayed, and beneath a pale golden glow, tree people slowly emerged from it. Mushrooms, like waves, tumbled down the grassy slope. It's time, hurry up. A cute little bear had a small pouch on its belly. It reached into it, fumbling for a moment, and suddenly pulled out 2 maracas. Shala shala, pa pa pa, pa pa pa. Hamp and Saros family hopped on mushrooms, leaping in the air with joy. He wore 2 small drums strapped to his waist, striking them with joyful sounds. Buzz the white cranes sat gracefully on the city wall, their heads resting on violins, playing beautiful music. A group of groundhogs puffed their beaks and played saxophones. Countless fairies and high-ranking fairies, each holding an instrument, took the best seats. 3 adorable cats, holding enormous bells, flew to Bai Luo's window and shook them vigorously. Your Majesty, we are about to depart. Your Majesty, hurry up. As musicians for the wedding procession, they would depart from the castle with Bai Luo, traveling to the world of Avalon, where they would complete the ceremony. Halebo and Inya were stunned by the sight before them. They'd considered numerous possibilities, but this sight once again made them realize their own ignorance. Yeah, sorry, the sea of mushrooms was already surging, and the 2 hurriedly stepped out of the way, fearing they might step on them. Silly Tiger was completely panicked, at a loss as to what to do. On the rocks, Tiger, jump on the rocks. Ooh. Silly Tiger lightly leaped to the side. Despite his size, he stood on tiptoe like a little girl, clinging to a small rock. Ho-ha, Billy, amused by Silly Tiger's expression, raised his arms, and branches quickly wove a wooden boat beneath everyone's feet. Are you all aboard? Seeing the 3 people jump aboard, Billy stood at the bow and turned to the mushrooms, shouting, help us, take us to the city. Splash! The mushrooms surged forward like a wave, carrying the wooden boat and the 4 people aboard, and sailed away on the straw mat. Hiss! The 4 heard the sharp, long neigh of wild horses. Whoosh! Everyone looked up to see 2 people descending from the sky on silver-white Pegasus. It was Fyra and Leah. Forest Fairy, are you going to pick them up? Fyra had just finished throwing fireworks and was now heading out to lead the way for Bai Luo, guiding the group to Lake Avalon. Teacher Fyra, and Miss Leah. Yes, Fyra nodded. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. I'm leaving too. Leah waved to the others. They would shuttle between the lake and the castle, keeping both sides informed of their progress. The advanced fairies with shuttle skills were kept busy, traveling several kilometers at a time. Swish, suddenly, Mao Yi flew to Fyra's side. Saying, Your Majesty is ready. The wedding was to take place in the morning, and according to the process planned by Grandpa Shen and Old Uncle, all the people of Atón would first gather at the castle, then surround Bai Luo, forming a wedding procession and heading to the world of Avalon. Got it. Fyra sped up the silver-winged unicorn, with Leah following closely behind. Hiss! The silver-winged unicorn let out a long cry, its speed suddenly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had passed the lake and the city wall ahead. What is that? Inya stared at the flying Pegasus in disbelief, and Halebo nodded vigorously. A flying horse, and a knight riding a Pegasus, although they had already known this was a fairyland, seeing it in person was still awe-inspiring. I've already told you, Billy said speechlessly. This isn't fairyland. It'll be later, if even this isn't bearable, then later, Billy said, you might cry. Halebo and Inya couldn't imagine. They thought Arden was beautiful enough. What could be more beautiful than this? Your Majesty, Fyra stopped in front of Shiro. Everything's ready over there. Please go down. The army awaits your inspection. I understand. Shiro nodded, a pale golden light flickering in his eyes. Boom! With a step, Shiro turned, his white pajamas replaced by a resplendent and noble regal garb. This was Shiro's state as king of Avalon. Shiro wore a crown and a robe that was majestic yet comfortable enough for battle. At his waist was a golden cross-sword inlaid with gems. It was called the Blood Sword of the Lionheart King, a master-level artifact from the Avalon treasury. Senior sister has the Four-Direction King's holy sword, so this one will be given to Bai Luo. Go down. When Bai Luo emerged from the castle, a regal chariot and throne were already prepared for him in the square behind the inner wall. Please, Your Majesty, ascend. The Tide retinue, led by Leon and Sheila, numbered 25, almost all of them tree elves. The chariot and throne were several times more magnificent than before, adorned with nearly every precious treasure currently available in the world of Avalon. Although the Atón people felt this was insufficient to reflect Bai Luo's nobility, they had truly tried their best. Go outside the city. Yes. Leon and Sheila rose from their half-kneeling position. They exchanged a glance, then stamped their Tide boots and simultaneously untied the pale blue reins from their waists. Hiss! Blue waves rolled, then quickly coalesced into 25 water horses around the 25-tied retinue. Mount, with a command, the 25-tied retinue leapt onto their horses almost simultaneously. Move, here, elsewhere, Inya, Helber, and the other two watched the silver-white warriors descend from the sky. They wore feather-like capes, a light silver cloth, and long swords at their waists. Swish, 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 with a twirl, the capes transformed into cloaks, then into a pair of wings, and soared into the air. Thump, thump, thump. Behind the inner city, a force of lolly shield guards, armed with life-size shields and one-handed maces, marched in measured steps, positioned themselves among the tied retinue, guarding Bai Luo's troops. Whoosh, hurrah, banners fluttered in the wind. A baton, holding a large banner, marched at the head of the Mingguang infantry. The emblem of Avalon shimmered on the banner. It's so hot, outside the city. Helber suddenly felt a scorching breath hit him. He looked up and saw a group of majestic warriors clad in crimson armor and crowned with dragon-headed armor, led by Nors, standing in front of the outer city, respectfully awaiting Bai Luo's carriage. Gala behind them, the forest trembled as ancient war trees, even larger than the tree men, gathered with earth-shaking strides. Nearly 20 meters tall and clad in stone armor, the ancient war trees were puppet creations of the tree elves. They possessed a single burst of miraculous power, yet their reserve was immense. They could crush their foes with immense strength or cast tree-based magic to strangle them. They were truly the tree elves' ultimate weapons of war. On their shoulders, forbidden forest archers, clad in moonlit armor, were all women, Zira and other tree elves. Chu, a strange, large eagle descended. It was a creature called a griffin, possessing exceptionally ferocious combat power, on par with any other extraordinary eagle. Unfortunately, they lack self-awareness, merely companion spirits that flew from the Dongord's shield. Is everyone here? Diana glanced at Gonia, who was floating beside her. Let's go, let's go. Gonia and the other astrologers used their magic to levitate in the air. Glistening constellations hovered around them, swirling and fluttering, imbuing these older sisters with an air of mystery. The carriage was moving slowly, but at every stop on the way to Avalon, new residents of Atón joined the group. Soon, the group marched through the forest of tree spirits and arrived at the lakeside where the ancient tree of life stood. This, aside from the fairies, they were the only three of the Atón people who hadn't yet embraced the power of Avalon. It was like three newbies in fruity attire among a group of well-equipped veterans. Now you know what a fairyland is, right? Billy didn't treat Hulbo and the others as outsiders. The power of the fairies grew stronger, clearly the result of their strong sense of belonging to Atón. In this life, as long as Bai Luo didn't abandon them, the three of them would never betray Arden. They would never do anything that would harm Arden's interests, if they knew it. This is too. Helbo's breathing was a little rapid. The golden gate before him, and the world reflected behind it. A mysterious starry realm shimmering with rainbow light, a sea of colorful elven flowers, a sacred lake with pale blue ripples, a sacred beast forest with countless sculptures. Especially after he passed through the gates of Avalon and entered this utopia far from the world, Helbo burst into tears of joy. Mother, I found fairyland, it's so beautiful here. Silly Tiger wasn't much shocked. He thought of Arden as the human world, so naturally, he didn't react. Such a powerful force, compared to Helbo, Inya could clearly feel the impact of the world of Avalon, that miraculous power, like a tsunami. The next moment, the three of them saw Avalon Castle. And then, nothing happened. The three of them basically spent the rest of the time in a state of downtime. There was no way around it. The impact of Avalon Castle was simply too immense, completely overturning their conceptions of grandeur and magnificence. It was beyond imagination, unbelievable. Inya, sit here, Helbo, go there, Tiger. Billy suddenly realized Silly Tiger had disappeared and looked around. Tiger, in the blink of an eye. Silly Tiger had found a table and sat down. The table was filled with steamed buns and other filing foods. No wonder Silly Tiger was drawn to it. The uncle and the others had chosen a venue for the wedding in the Great Hall of Avalon Castle. Near the throne, numerous tables were set up, laden with fruit and delicious cold dishes. A fusion of Eastern and Western elements, the wedding was a family affair, no need to dwell on it. Fira-sensei, Elsa-sensei, Inya sat at the witch's table, which was occupied by young girls from the Atón clan, roughly her own age. Hello. Inya looked at Stephanie beside her. She gave her a cold glance and then ignored her. Hello, sister. My name is Little Helen. Inya had just been hurt by Sephine's setback, but Little Helen's voice brought her immense joy. Hello, I'm Inya. Are you from outside, Sister Inya? Yes, yes. Can you tell Little Helen what it's like out there? Okay. Bai Luo had gone to fetch Isifia, and now was the waiting time, so everyone could chat freely. Elsewhere, Bai Luo stood in front of the queen's chambers in the castle. The towering gate blocked his view. Bai Luo could ask it to open, but until the ceremony was complete, he would maintain a safe distance and avoid being overly rude. This wasn't an Eastern wedding, with red envelopes and the like. The Atón people didn't have such strange procedures. Boom. Clearly, the senior sister had sensed Bai Luo's arrival. The door slowly opened, and inside, Lilith, Bai Luo, and Inya were checking on their senior sister's final makeup. Brother, look, it's done. You sound like you did it. Bai Luo was speechless with Inya. This girl, thank goodness she didn't cause any trouble. Inya, I put this headdress on my sister. Bai Luo, you're such a grown-up, and you only wear a headdress? How dare you? Bai Luo, I put this on me. You too. Bai Luo was different from his uncle. He doted on Inya and Bai Luo, treating them equally. Two idiots. Bai Luo raised his hand and gently patted the two girls on the head. Then he looked at Lilith. Thank you, Lilith. Lilith smiled slightly, then twirled her skirt and stepped back, giving Bai Luo and his senior sister some space. At this moment, Isifia had her back to Bai Luo, and upon hearing his call, the senior sister slowly turned. The pure white wedding dress shone with feminine charm while retaining the dignity of a queen. Senior sister was no mere decoration, she was a formidable warrior, the pride of Atón. Therefore, she wore the four-handed king's holy sword at her waist, a testament to Queen Atón's battlefield resolve. Master, it's almost time. You may take Miss Fia out. Yes, let's go, Bai Luo said, and senior sister took Bai Luo's hand. The two emerged from the sacred and majestic quarters and headed towards the Avalon Great Hall. Have the newlyweds arrived? Yes, yes. Old Uncle and Grandpa Shanwang stood high in the hall, before the two thrones. They were dressed in their finest attire, each wearing the noble regalia provided by Avalon Castle. Old Uncle wore a royal garb, Grandpa Shanwang wore a papal garb. Regardless of appropriateness, the key was to look resplendent. Clatter, the two arrived hand in hand, Lilith leading the way, while Shirley followed behind Bai Luo. The two girls followed their senior sister, holding up the hems of their wedding dresses, their faces solemn and meticulous. Because they found that the old uncle was staring at them from the stage, don't make any mistakes. Fortunately, there were no mistakes. At this time, all the people of Atón, including the elves, solemnly watched the newlyweds enter. How to say it, there is not much majesty, but rather some country people entering the city and forcing themselves to pretend to be calm. Among all the people, there are only 3 people with aristocratic temperament. Isifia, a queen by nature, can stun the whole audience by herself. The old uncle, even if he becomes the prime minister of the kingdom, is enough. Grandpa Shanwang, with his long white beard, some people would believe he is the real pope. Oh, and there is Bai Luo. The king of Avalon's posture, apart from other things, is still very much like a king. But Bai Luo knew in his heart that it would be really difficult to make the people of Atón truly develop their bearing without more than 10 or 20 years. Now they have just emerged from the barbaric tribal ecology and entered the feudal society. Chapter 132 The Royal Family of Atón. Is this the Queen of Atón, such dignity and majesty, and others, Helbo said, feeling like a country bumpkin. Is this the great warrior from fairyland, Master? Inya was also captivated by Isifia and Bai Luo. Her eyes were filled with envy, and she wanted to bow her head, fearing to offend her master. But seeing everyone else watching, Inya gathered her courage and continued to enjoy the atmosphere. Well, there were even more rural places here. Then there was the big fool. He had just been eating a steamed bun from the table, but Bai Luo's sudden arrival had made him instinctively stand up and choke. However, his respect for Bai Luo outweighed the suffocation. Even with his face flushed crimson, he refused to move. Bai Luo noticed his condition and, suddenly channeling some holy energy, tapped his back. Gulp, the fool swallowed his bun and smiled foolishly at Bai Luo, who was looking over at him. Bai Luo said nothing, but continued forward with his senior sister, arriving before the old uncle and the mountain elder. Everyone, please take a seat, the old uncle spoke. He was the master of ceremonies, representing the parents of Isifia and Bai Luo, while the mountain elder represented the heroic spirits of the ancestors of Atón. While Atón lacked religion, they still sought to honor their ancestors. 800 years ago, the ancestors of Atón arrived from the old world and found this new continent. 7 kings serve the same man, the old uncle said to Bai Luo. He is my father and your grandfather. As master of ceremonies at this crucial ceremony, the old uncle began his opening remarks. However, what he said surprised everyone present, including Bai Luo and Isifia. And you present here, the old uncle said solemnly, you are the descendants of the 7 kings of Atón. We are the direct descendants of Atón, the only Atón people who have inherited the name, blood, and legacy of Atón. Today, you are married, on behalf of the Atón family, the Atón kings, and the heroic spirits of our ancestors, the old uncle declared. I bless you. Everyone present was excited, especially the Atón clan. It wasn't just because of Bai Luo and his senior sister's union, but more importantly, it was the truth the old uncle had revealed. Why was their country called Atón, and not just a new one? Why did they call themselves Atón people, claiming to be the authentic ones? Because they were the heirs of the ancient Atón. Bai Luo had royal blood, and his senior sister, Knowles, Gonia, Armator, John, and others were descendants of kings. So, how old was Bai Luo's grandfather, old Atón, actually? Grandpa, you never told me this. Bai Luo looked at the old man awkwardly. The latter smiled and said, isn't this a surprise? But Bai Luo also knew the reason why the old man had kept it a secret. Previously, the people of Atón were weak, and knowing this would only fuel their discontent and resentment. But now they were powerful, and to bolster the people of Atón and legitimately reclaim their territory, the old man felt the time was right. Ahem, hey, head of the family. But just then, Grandpa Shanwing interrupted the old man's pretense. His mouth twitched slightly, and he felt like striking. Have you been standing there for too long? Isn't it time to hand the people over to me now? The old man secretly gave the old man the middle finger, but then backed away. Grandpa Shanwing. You're still giving me the middle finger. You're still giving me the middle finger. Didn't we agree that these words were mine? You old scoundrel. Now, please, the two newlyweds, place the rings on each other's fingers. After Grandpa Shanwing finished speaking, Cat Lingling and Cat Yi stepped forward from either side, each holding 2 exquisite boxes in their arms. 4 human-sized canines stood beside them, guarding the boxes. Each of the 8 canines wore black suits and sunglasses. Their straight bodies and commanding gait betrayed the professionalism of the moment. 8 canines, the kind of professionalism that doesn't involve flipping a lid. My king, please place the rings on the queen's fingers. Bai Luo, now face to face with his senior sister, reached for the ring, but found the box too low. Meow, Cat Yi quickly floated up, allowing Bai Luo to reach for the rings. Cat Lingling, beside him, understood and floated up ahead of him. Queen, please place the rings on my king's fingers. Everyone present watched intently at this sacred moment, as if to imprint it forever in their minds. Now, Grandpa Shanwing saw the two complete the ring exchange ceremony and offered his seat. My king, you may kiss the bride. Senior sister blushed slightly, a little shy. But at such a sacred moment, senior sister must not be nervous. Fiia, Bai Luo looked at senior sister, then reached out and put his arm around her waist, then lowered his head. Wow! At that moment, the entire audience cheered and applauded. At the same time, Lilith raised her hand, and outside the castle, endless mushrooms clapped their hands. The tree people, the ancient trees, even every blade of grass and flower rejoiced at this sacred moment for Atón. How? Grandpa Shanwing's eyes welled with tears. He quickly wiped them with his sleeve and said hoarsely, now, please take your seats. Crowns. This time, it was no longer the cats who brought the crowns, but the white eagles. White Eagle Silver was overjoyed. They finally had a chance to show off before Bai Luo. Surrounding White Eagle Silver were no longer the dogs in sunglasses, but cranes holding umbrellas and swords. Although Bai Luo had previously held a founding ceremony, the actual crowning ceremony had never taken place. This was the perfect opportunity to complete his kingly demeanor. Finally, the moment has arrived. Grandpa Shanwing took a deep breath as he watched the crown approach. But just then, his uncle stepped forward and took it. Grandpa Shanwing, holy shit, here, in the name of Saros, I crown your majesty. Seeing the two elders arguing, Bai Luo smiled knowingly. He hadn't really considered this a solemn ceremony. How could a wedding be so serious? Joy and laughter filled the air, This was what a wedding should be. I will live up to your trust, Bai Luo solemnly replied to his uncle, then donned the magnificent crown forged from the combined power of Avalon, the Dryads, and the fairies. Meanwhile, Grandpa Shanwing, while his uncle wasn't paying attention, had already put it on Icefia. Grandpa Shanwing, you bastard, you have no martial ethics. Uncle, trust me? You actually trust me, are they so naive? Ahem, Bai Luo was speechless at the two old naughty boys. He extended his hand to his senior sister beside him, then helped her stand up. Today is the happiest day for me, Arden. Everyone here, without exception, is my family, my people, no need to be shy. Drink heartily and enjoy the food, Bai Luo said. And those who wish to toast me, please step forward. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately eagerly tried to join in. Wait, Bai Luo raised his hand to signal, I haven't finished yet. Let me finish. Let me finish first, ha 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 ha. In front of the Arden people, Bai Luo was very easygoing, even a joke with them was harmless. Just like the little monkey who threw Bai Luo a stone earlier, they had become acquainted after a fight, and now it had become a member of Arden Castle. Looking at Helbo and Inya, they nervously grasped their wine glasses, their minds still lingering on Bai Luo's words, family and people, us too, your majesty, does your majesty consider us family too? Oh, right, Bai Luo remembered something and looked at Inya, Hey Erbo, and Silly Tiger. After more than 2 weeks, nearly 20 days of exploration, we at Arden have welcomed 3 new companions. Inya, Bai Luo beckoned the girl forward. And Hey Erbo, and Silly Tiger. Silly Tiger? Silly Tiger, oh, Tiger, I'm calling you. Bai Luo called out a nickname, and Silly Tiger didn't react for a moment. But now he knew he had a name, Silly Tiger. Your Majesty, you called me. Unlike Inya and Hey Erbo, who immediately knelt on one knee, Silly Tiger not only didn't kneel, but also asked foolishly, isn't my name Tiger? Is it Silly Tiger? It's a nickname, Bai Luo said. Silly Tiger seemed to notice his 2 companions beside him. He was startled, then, like a golden mountain toppling a jade pillar, he knelt on both knees. One knee is enough. Oh, Silly Tiger changed his posture again, causing everyone to laugh. They didn't mean to mock him, instead, they found Silly Tiger's innocence adorable and quite amusing. Inya, you're quite talented in spells. Helber, you're also a very good child, Bai Luo said. And according to Noel's report, you seem to be very interested in naval warfare. You know all that. Helber was flattered. He didn't consider himself a warrior. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. The same was true for Helber. He constantly strived to improve himself, just so that one day, he could impress Bai Luo. I'm paying attention to your efforts. Helber was excited, and so was Inya. Silly Tiger, well, he didn't quite understand, but he was right to be excited. Silly Tiger, excited even when he didn't understand. I'm such a genius. And now, Bai Luo said, I officially declare that I grant you the status of quasi-citizens of Atón. Why quasi-citizens? Because Bai Luo wanted them to participate in the upcoming war with Sigrian. Bai Luo didn't need their achievements, simply their experience on the battlefield was enough for Bai Luo to promote them, making them citizens of Arden and enjoying all the benefits Arden had to offer. I will certainly not disappoint your majesty. None of the 3 feared a battlefield. Silly Tiger knew no fear, and Inya, for Bai Luo's sake, would risk everything. As for Helbo, a believer in the principle of no work, no food, he was eager to fight and achieve great things. Next, Bai Luo looked at the others. Knowles, step out. Yes, in the name of the King of Arden, I appoint you as the vanguard admiral of this naval battle. Bai Luo would definitely lead the troops personally this time, but the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies would not be Bai Luo, but his senior sister. Phyra, you will ride Silver Wing and command the Air Force. Arden's current Air Force was led by 2 extraordinary fighters, Phyra and Leah, 5 near-exceptional level Dawn Guards, and 25 near-exceptional White Eagle swordsmen. Their strength is improving rapidly. If they continue to cultivate during the voyage, maintaining a stable transcendent and extraordinary combat capability by the time the war with Zyge begins should be no problem. Furthermore, the Air Force also boasts a large number of flying feathers. This contingent is quite large, encompassing both ordinary and extraordinary ranks. There are no extraordinary members, and even if you include Cat Lingling and the others, they're still only at the extraordinary level. Fortunately, The combined number of high-level flying feathers and high-level flying fairies exceeds 50, along with over 200 ordinary fairies, making for a formidable small air force. Abaddon strength has grown rapidly recently. In just 2 weeks, he's already reached the transcendental level. He has mastered numerous Dao Sheng techniques, and his extraordinary level bright light infantry armor has been developed to its fullest potential. I appoint you as the infantry vanguard. Regarding the infantry, there are a staggering number of fluffy furries. Collectively, they can reach around 50 extraordinary level members, along with 200 to 300 ordinary fairies. Add to that 25 extraordinary level bright light infantrymen and 25 lolly shield guards, as well as 5 transcendent level dragon head guards. Inya, Anderson, Bai Luo said to the 2 dryads, I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the dryad support forces and the dryad ranged forces. Yes, the number of dryads now stood at 81, a figure that hadn't changed much. However, don't underestimate this power. When a dryad is already extraordinary level, equipped with Avalon treasures, its strength is truly astonishing. However, because the population of Atón is so sparse, a large portion of the dryads are included among the Avalon warriors. Next, Bai Luo then conferred titles on each of them, granting them their positions in this war. Fiya, yes, the senior sister stood up, summoning a silver cup. Here, I will use Avalon's first miracle bloom. Senior sister raised the silver cup high. In the name of the Queen of Avalon, I bless you with eternal youth and invincibility. Clang, the Holy Grail emanated a warm white light, then turned silver, then gold. Boom, endless miracle power surged from the Holy Grail, unleashed under senior sister's control. In an instant, it swept like a storm across the castle, the sea of flowers, the forest, and even the entire astral plane. The power of Avalon, fighting saint technique. Knowles clenched his fists fiercely, and every Atonite present felt the Avalon power surge within them. Miracle Bloom is undoubtedly the best way for miracle people to rapidly grow stronger. This wasn't just Knowles and the others, it was also Helbo, Inya, and Silly Tiger. They hadn't practiced fighting saint technique, so their strength couldn't increase. But their bodies were transformed by the Miracle Bloom, and this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity brought them unimaginable benefits. Putting aside all else, simply being able to adapt to the power of Avalon and become a warrior of Avalon is a tremendous blessing. This power, the senior sister took back the Holy Grail, is already hidden within you. Develop it, and then make it a part of you. Atón needs your strength. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed to Isifia. The senior sister was the senior sister, forever protecting them like the white moonlight. Alright, seeing everything arranged, Bai Luo said, tonight, let's have a good drink before we go to war. The whole place erupted in excitement. Boss, Your Majesty, I'm the first one. Don't push. Don't push. Seeing Helbo and the other 2 join Atón, everyone lost their inhibitions in front of their own people, revealing their true colors. Who stepped on my foot? Stop right there. I must be the first to toast Your Majesty. This, Helbo was stunned, but soon laughed. Helbo genuinely enjoyed the atmosphere of Atón. Meanwhile, Helbo adapted quickly. He immediately grabbed 2 glasses of wine and shouted, Your Majesty, I have to. I have to. Knowles ran the fastest, but upon hearing Helbo's words, he realized Bai Luo had no wine. Little clever fellow, Bai Luo smiled and shook his head. Then, raising his hand, a glass of wine appeared. This, Helbo was disappointed at first, but then realized the glass in his hand had vanished. Haha, Helbo laughed. I have one too. Helbo knew he couldn't be the first to toast, so he shouted it out as a reminder. This is a thoughtful kid. The old uncle paid more attention to Helbo. He seemed to have some ideas. Afterwards, Bai Luo drank heavily with many of the Atonians. Given his current physical condition, Bai Luo couldn't get drunk unless he wanted to. As for the senior sister, she was still wearing her wedding dress, which was very inconvenient. But as a bride, the senior sister cannot change it and put on the handsome swordsman uniform. After drinking with everyone, the senior sister took her leave first. Today is a special day, so the senior sister returned to her own bedroom and waited there for Bai Luo's arrival tonight. How is it? After almost everyone had a turn, she looked at the old uncle, only to hear the old man say, very smart, such a person is suitable for doing that thing. Which one? To be an envoy to another country. Bai Luo was stunned for a moment. He did not agree, but toasted the old uncle. I toast you, you have to make a choice. The old uncle did not say much. He patted Bai Luo on the shoulder. As the uncle of Atón, he had the qualifications. On the other side, Bai Luo and Inya looked at the 300-pound boy in front of them, and then looked at the plate that was almost eaten clean. The two were a little confused. Inya, which one is this? Bai Luo, my steamed buns, and dumplings. Oh, the unspeakable extra chapter with my senior sister and Bai Luo is being written privately, and cannot be posted on Kidian. But I will post it in the group when I finish it, so please don't worry. Chapter 133 Strategic Layout. The next morning, Bai Luo awoke from a deep sleep. He lowered his head, only to find the woman beside him had vanished. Fiya, last night, senior sister had given Bai Luo her first time, and the two had officially become husband and wife. Bai Luo, senior sister's voice came from outside the door, and Bai Luo turned. Senior sister, now dressed in a simple home dress and a lovely pink apron, had shed her flamboyant attire. She held a tray laden with a delicious meal, and upon entering, the massive door quietly closed again. Breakfast, senior sister gracefully sat on the edge of the bed and placed the food on the exquisite bedding. She raised her hand and formed a platform of holy light before them, upon which she placed the food on the tray. Do you need me to feed you, my dear husband? Ahem, Bai Luo was a little unaccustomed to the name. In private, call me Bai Luo, call me your majesty in public, senior sister said. When will you call me husband? Last night, senior sister had been severely bullied by Bai Luo. After all, it was their first time, and coupled with the restraints of the miracle contract, the Lord of Miracles' suppression of the miracle bearer was truly astonishing. Senior sister had always been gentle around Bai Luo, albeit with a colder tone and a more aloof disposition. And with this final breakthrough, senior sister's doting and love for Bai Luo completely erupted. Really, no need. Okay, I'll eat. Bai Luo refused verbally, but inwardly, he was delighted. Your Majesty, the two were eating when Elia's voice reached the door. Bai Luo, time to go. Fiya, Bai Luo couldn't afford to skip his morning court again, so he quickly stood up and summoned Lilith. Lilith, help me change. Yes, master, Lilith casually gestured, and Bai Luo's pajamas were transformed into his usual office attire. And Fiya too. Bai Luo turned around and found that senior sister had already changed. There was no such thing as an apron or home clothes. Even Bai Luo found her gorgeous military uniform incredibly handsome. Fiya, when did you change? I didn't, senior sister said calmly. I always look like this, really? And that apron just now, swish. Bai Luo noticed senior sister's eyes darken slightly, and quickly corrected himself. Maybe I remembered it wrong. I must have remembered it wrong. Bai Luo looked at Lilith, who didn't understand what they were doing. Miss Fiya was like this when I came here, even after all this, how could Bai Luo not understand? Senior sister's gentleness belonged to Bai Luo alone. Outside, she was the queen of Avalon. But come to think of it, senior sister's personality had always been like this. Your Majesty, as they left the room, Elia saluted Bai Luo. Good morning. Oh, good morning, you too. Bai Luo walked in front, followed by Fiya. Elia smiled at her, which made senior sister blush inexplicably. Ahem, Bai Luo, is it time? Yes, great father sent me to you. He said it's time to begin discussing the strategic plan for Sigrian. This is a major event, crucial to the future of Atón. If nothing unexpected happens, once the war with Sigrian is over, Atón will make his first appearance before the miracle nations. Atón will enter the stage of history, competing with the miracle nations for great power. Are you here? The old uncle was waiting for them in the tactics room. Even before Bai Luo and his senior sister arrived, quite a few people were already seated there. Knowles, Gonia, Jella, John, Fiya, Boya, and Abaddon, nearly every member of the Atón clan interested in strategy and tactics had arrived. On the tree elf side, Luana and Anderson were present. The elves were absent for the time being. After all, Atón wasn't yet bold enough to let these youngsters become generals. Is everyone here? Shan Wang and Grandpa Andrew weren't here. They were too old to continue leading troops, preferring to focus on academics. The task of building a successful career should be left to the young. Everyone, look at the sea chart. The only person here with experience leading troops in battle was the old uncle. Back then, he'd joined the army under the Marquis of Qingquan. Though not a member of the Miracle Clan, he'd achieved heights many could never imagine. Bai Luo had heard these things from Grandpa Shan Wang before. But at the time, Bai Luo had considered the Marquis of Qingquan an ordinary lord and hadn't paid much attention to him. After all, Qingquan wasn't as well known as Thorn. Thorn was closer. Before we decide on tactics and strategy, we must first clarify one thing. The old uncle stood on a raised platform, a pale blue platform constructed from the magical energy of Avalon. What are we fighting for? The old uncle's tone was calm, as if he were chatting casually. But his question made everyone present, including Bai Luo and his senior sister, frown and ponder. Thinking about it, the old uncle's question was indeed crucial. Why were they going to fight Sigrian? Were they worried that Sigrian would discover them, so they took a preemptive strike? No, no, no. There's always only one purpose for war. I taught you before, every action must have a purpose. Listening to his uncle's words, Bai Luo recalled the sleepless days spent hunting monsters. For profit, that's right, the uncle knew Bai Luo would understand. We're fighting for profit, so I want to ask everyone, what is the profit in going to war? Is fighting on the battlefield just for petty gains? If soldiers shed their blood and it doesn't benefit the country, what's the point of fighting? Of course, if it's for dignity, then that might be more important than any profit. But this war isn't about revenge, nor is it about humiliating our dignity, the old uncle said. We're fighting for profit, for advantage, for what's essential to our country and our family. What do I, Atón, need most right now? The old uncle asked his second question, and both Bai Luo and his senior sister could answer. Time. Yes, the old uncle nodded, saying solemnly, what we need most is time. We don't need external resources, we don't lack food, and even, to a certain extent, we don't need people. The only thing we lack most is time. To put it bluntly, as long as Knowles and the others could break through to the legendary level, a few more ordinary soldiers wouldn't matter. But achieving legendary status takes at least 100 years. Take Knowles, for example. Even with a gift of a higher level miracle and the blessing of the mysterious dragon, combined with yesterday's miracle blossoming from his senior sister, the assistance of the fairy's blessing, and the strengthening of the Black Pegasus, the combined power of 4 miracles is equivalent to a quadruple acceleration hack. Even so, Knowles is still very, very far from legendary. Your Majesty already possesses 7 miracles, but the most developed of them is only at the 2nd stage. Not enough, absolutely not enough, the old uncle said. In this sea, the 4 great pirate kings of the East, South, West, and North have each reached the 3rd stage of their miracles, and they are all veterans of the 3rd stage. Their forces and accumulation are far beyond the reach of us, Atón. Even if Bai Luo possessed 100 miracles, if they were all at level 1 or 2, they would be worth less than a single well-developed miracle. I'm not trying to boost others' ambitions while undermining my own prestige. I'm trying to tell you, the old uncle said, looking at the young children before him, Atón needs time, 10 years, even 100 years of accumulation before we can confront them head-on. What does a head-on confrontation mean? War? Destroying the enemy with military might? No, not that. A head-on confrontation simply means I'm not afraid of you. Because I'm not afraid of you, you dare not attack me. If you attack me, you'll pay a heavy price, an unbearable price. Therefore, we won't resolve our problems through war. Instead, we'll use diplomacy, politics, economics, and culture to compete. What I, Atón, need is a direct confrontation. It's confidence, self-belief, and a sense of security, but we don't have that, the old uncle said. We have nothing, now, with the protection of the Sacred Covenant and the agreements of the Eastern nations, Atón is safe for the time being, but the safety of being under someone else's protection is no different from being dependent on someone else. Fortunately, the old uncle said, we have Avalon. Avalon is a superior miracle world. Even if we encounter danger, we can hide there and hide there forever. This way, the Atón people will be invincible. But the Atón people have been cowards for 200 years. Do they need to be rats hiding and hiding for another 200 years? Yes. Of course they can. But if we can live in the sun, the old uncle said, why run, why hide, why be afraid? The old uncle really doesn't want Atón to hold such a good hand, only to play it badly in the end. Moreover, the development of miracles ultimately requires people. If they hit in the Avalon world, their population would grow too slowly. Therefore, Avalon was the last resort when there was no way back. Atón needed to move forward, to go out, not to isolate itself. Then, Bai Luo asked, what should we do? Although Bai Luo had many miracles, he knew nothing about the international situation and strategic strategies of the miracle world. His uncle was his think tank, offering him advice. Before Bai Luo could become a true king, his uncle would do his utmost to assist him. We need allies, alliances. This was the first strategic step his uncle proposed for Bai Luo, and it was also the foundation for the Principality of Atón to gain a foothold in the land of miracles. Make friends with those far away and attack those near. Knowles uttered this phrase he had heard Bai Luo say before. Knowles, Bai Luo said, the old man should have meant making friends with those far away and those near? Knowles scratched his head, wondering why this was so different from the military tactics he had learned before. That's right, military tactics are static, but people are dynamic. Little Knowles, you shouldn't be so obsessed with theory. Our strategy this time is to make friends with everyone. The uncle said. In the land of miracles, no country can exist independently of everyone else. Even if it's invincible, it shouldn't resort to brute force and make itself the world's public enemy. The world of Avalon gave the uncle immense confidence, allowing him to change his plan and adopt a more advantageous approach. So, we need allies, more than one. We have the first sprouting sacred bag and countless high-quality crops. With them, the uncle said, we're a favorite among the kings of miracles. Who wouldn't want to ally with us and obtain these delicacies? And once they get used to these things, they won't dare to touch Atón again. Even if Atón doesn't demonstrate any military strength, it will be protected by all the major powers. The uncle even proposed a crop replacement plan, releasing a large amount of high-quality seeds and allowing them to grow around the world. And after decades or even centuries, all the world's food crops will be replaced by the pocket seeds. By then, with a single word from Bai Luo, all the world's seeds would be eaten, not planted. Countries long accustomed to pocket seeds would no longer be able to find those ancient, inferior crops, and their vast populations, thriving on abundant food, would see a 70% to 80% decrease in just a few years. The more the population grows, the more people will die. Of course, this plan was so brutal, tantamount to pressing a nuclear button, that it could only be considered a self-protective measure by Atón to threaten the kings. But we must strike a balance, utilize other nations to strengthen our own. Time is ours, said the uncle. The later the miracle awakening progresses, the longer it will take. They've already reached level 3, or even level 4, the uncle said. To advance further, it could take thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Right now, we're scrambling to catch up. This was what the uncle wanted to tell them, the importance of time, the importance of accumulation. And now, what we need to do is find our first ally. Who? Bai Luo asked. The three lords of Azure. Morgan. Everyone, not just Bai Luo, was stunned. For a moment, the crowd buzzed with discussion, all bewildered. Father, what you're doing here, said the senior sister. I'm a little confused too. That's because you don't understand Morgan, the old uncle smiled. I've dealt with Morgan before. I can't say I know him inside out, but I have a confidence in his behavior and what he'll do when faced with a situation. Morgan's a pirate, so he's naturally not a good person, but how can we distinguish between good and bad nations? In the miracle world, every nation is stained with blood. The very concept of nation was built on a sea of corpses. Then, how should we form an alliance with Morgan? Simple, said the old uncle. Capture Sigrian alive, my original plan, because your majesty has obtained so many miracles and Fia's breakthrough, won't be necessary. The old uncle's original plan wasn't to confront Sigrian directly, but to form an alliance with the Azure Principality first. Then, by constantly marginalizing Morgan, he could force him into an alliance. What was the point? Although the Azure Principality claims to be a permanently neutral nation, said the old uncle, it's actually always seeking an opportunity to break through. That's why I had your majesty reveal the 3 miracles earlier, the old uncle said. Once Azure learns of the existence of the Atón Principality, they will undoubtedly do everything in their power to win it over. So, with 3 miracles from Azure and 3 miracles from Atón, and if Morgan compromises, 7 miracles will be enough to establish a kingdom of miracles. The potential of a kingdom is many times greater than that of a principality. And with such an alliance in power, Azure can officially claim the entire South China Sea. This alliance is stable, the old uncle said. As long as the Holy Empire exists, the Eastern Seven Kingdoms alliance will not split, and the pressure from the Eastern continent's powers will ensure that Azure will be our umbrella of protection. In this way, the Atón Principality will wrap itself around Azure, the established power, like a vine, constantly absorbing its nutrients and thriving. Azure will not know that Bai Luo possesses more than 3 miracles, And by the time they discover it, it will be too late. Putting aside other things, even the three Azure Dukes would be wary of Bai Luo's nuclear-like presence if he managed to survive. So, as long as Atón could survive until that day, he could compete with the three Azure Dukes for power, forcing them to cede leadership of the alliance to Bai Luo. Bai Luo wasn't aiming to eliminate the three Azure Dukes, but rather to ensure he remained the leader of the group. By then, we have the endless South Sea to defend if we retreat, and we can attack the Continental Kings if we advance. Even if we attack the Iron Eagle, the three Azure Dukes will help us withstand some of the pressure from the mountains and the Sacred, allowing Morgan to hold off with Oxel. Once all of your miracles reach tier 3 or 4, your majesty, and the people of Atón are united, a single word from you will unleash a vast army of miracles. We'll be 5, even 10, times stronger against any other miracle lord. Even if 3 or 4 miracle lords unite, they will never be our match. At that point, the choice of war, peace, or forced tribute would all be determined by Bai Luo's whim. The lords of miracles weren't so foolish. Seeing this, they knew what to do. That's it, the old uncle said gravely, carrying the momentum, like a tiger descending the mountain, swallowing mountains and rivers with all its might. Such a strategic plan naturally required many maneuvers. The old uncle naturally had countless backup plans. But now, plans can't keep up with changes, we must take a long-term view. The old uncle had been preparing a new plan and had already finalized his strategy. The first step of the new plan is to capture Sigrian alive and then sign a peace treaty directly with Morgan. Does it have to be captured alive? Abaddon asked. What if we kill him? In the short term, it's a quick fix, the old uncle said. But in a few months, we'll face Morgan's revenge. He'll bring an army 10, even 100 times Sigrians, to attack us. Atón, he will definitely come. The old uncle looked at Bai Luo and asked, if someone kills Abaddon, what will you do, your majesty? Bai Luo didn't need to answer, everyone knew what he would do. Sigrian treats Morgan like Norzangonia treat you, they have no grudges against Sigrian, so there is no need to take a huge risk to kill him. What's more, if Sigrian is really so important to Morgan, then he is worth a lot more. Such an enemy general is much more valuable alive than dead. Is Sigrian very strong? This question is very critical. Bai Luo cannot take the risk to do such a thing. Don't worry, the old uncle said, when I met him, he was only at the hero level. Now, he is at most a master, but more likely a quasi-master, because if he is a master, Sigrian can continue to lead the troops outside, which violates the sacred covenant. What about us? We haven't signed the covenant yet, the old uncle said in a rogue manner. It's none of our business. Ha ha ha, the old man is so bad, so we are in a blank period and can do whatever we want. This news was crucial to Atón. Bai Luo asked, does that mean we can do anything before the treaty is signed? That's right, said the uncle. So this is our chance. Sigrian's strength was absolutely no match for Bai Luo's 3 giants. Surely, Lilith, senior sister, even Bai Luo now, could defeat him. Therefore, capturing Sigrian alive wouldn't be a big deal. But the real difficulty isn't Sigrian, but the army of sea monsters he commands. Sea monsters. Bai Luo had heard from his uncle that Morgan's miracle derivatives were sea beasts from the ocean. These sea monsters, it's hard to tell, the uncle couldn't make a definitive judgment. That's why we need to make a plan. What if Sigrian has 10,000 troops? How will we respond? What about 100,000? What about that? Whether it's 1 million or tens of millions, these scenarios need to be considered in advance, said the uncle. So in the coming days, I'll explain to you all the various strategies for dealing with different situations, and so, from that day on, the uncle meticulously analyzed every situation with everyone. According to the layout on the sea chart, they should know how to prepare, how to launch a surprise attack, and how to capture Sigrian alive. However, war is ever-changing. They can make full preparations, but ultimately it depends on Bai Luo and his senior sister to adapt as needed. And on this basis, the uncle will teach them everything he needs to know, as well as his own experience. Chapter 134 4 Heroes. Are you ready? 7 days later, senior sister brought Knowles, Jilla, Aaliyah, and Luanai to the Avalon Vault. Although they hadn't yet fully developed their extraordinary treasures, thanks to the miracle, the 4 of them had barely gained access to heroic treasures. Luanai, in particular, was the strongest of the 4, and senior sister was eager to see which heroic treasure she would obtain. Come in, senior sister led the way to the 3rd level of the vault, where 4 platforms stood in all 4 directions. The first one held a dragon crown and red flame halberd that senior sister and Bai Luo had previously obtained. However, senior sister had the Avalon Vault, and the treasure here was more like a power of senior sister's, her personal vault, capable of replicating all treasures produced within. This is the heroic level artifact, the dragon crown and crimson flame halberd, the senior sister told the four people. In my heritage, it's forged from the materials of a dead red dragon. Because it embodies the dragon's grudge, it demands a high degree of willpower from its wielder. However, it's also the most destructive of the four heroic level artifacts. Who among you, the senior sister said, wants to try it? Fire doesn't suit my attributes. Luania shook her head. Forget it, I prefer bows and arrows. Jira didn't choose it either. As for Aaliyah, I want that one. Everyone followed Aaliyah's gaze and saw that she was pointing at a cross roughly the height of a person. The cross was so enormous that even with Aaliyah's height, she would probably have to carry it sideways. The Avalon Vault simulates powerful artifacts from ancient times, imitating them with miraculous power, imbuing them with some of their abilities. This is the terrifying thing about the ideal coast, it encompasses everything. If you are a treasure, it can be found here. Dongzhen cross sword, rank, heroic description. Once a weapon of some miraculous soldier, it embodies the sacred power to judge heretics. This, senior sister said, it's called the Dongzhen cross sword. It's a simplified version of the Dongzhen cross sword, so it's only heroic. If it were the Dongzhen cross sword, it would probably have been found in the legendary vault. In theory, by mastering the full power of a treasure, one can achieve a breakthrough to that realm. Just like the heroic treasures here, they may not reach the pinnacle of heroic rank at their peak, but they are still mid-range and upper level. With just a touch of the treasures in the vault, senior sister can grasp their power and gain full knowledge of them. To obtain it, it requires not willpower, but, swish, before senior sister could finish her words, Aaliyah had already unsheathed the Dongzhen cross-sword and casually pulled it out. Is that so? Just pull it out, and it's done. Although Aaliyah was blind and her physical fitness wasn't among the best among the Atón people, this didn't mean that she had truly gained nothing over the past 20 years, wasting her time every day. In truth, Aaliyah had been learning a unique sword technique since childhood. It was created by her uncle specifically for blind people like her. Its striking power wasn't strong, but it was precise and skillful. Combined with her exceptional hearing, smell, mind, and willpower, Aaliyah's perceptions were incredibly sharp, allowing her to slash invisible prey at the slightest sign of movement. If it weren't for years of starvation and the sheer absurdity of a blind person on the battlefield, Aaliyah might have been able to slay a few pirates on her first arrival on the island. As expected, the senior sister couldn't do anything with Aaliyah. This woman left her helpless. The East true cross sword requires devotion, a heart that understands everything, and is unafraid of darkness and despair. With that said, it seemed natural for Aaliyah to wield it. Alright, forget what I said, the senior sister ignored Aaliyah. This woman was so terrifying, she felt she couldn't teach her anything. She decided to let her learn on her own. Here, I want this. Luania found what she wanted and quickly ran to a platform. On it, a delicate emerald ring lay, Muindu flower ring, rank, hero description, a precious flower ring irrigated by dew condensed from abundant moonlight. It doesn't look that difficult to make. Luania simply picked up the ring and slipped it on her finger, trotting over to her senior sister to show it off. Look, isn't it beautiful? The senior sister felt her fate was ill-fated. For some reason, I feel a little embarrassed. Dongzhen cross sword, don't I want to save face? Muindu flower ring, no face at all. Meanwhile, Jella faced a problem. I can't lift it. She chose an extremely long dachi. No, not just a sword, but also a longbow. Avoid a late arrow. Rank, hero description, a legendary bow used by a hero, specially designed to slay giants. This bow is quite strange. It's completely black, its body slightly curved, leaving only a hint of arc. The exposed tip suggests it's also a melee weapon. However, despite being called a bow, there's no bowstring. Though it's called a sword, it lacks a sheath, wrapped in a sheet of white paper, like cloth. Jira examined it closely and found the paper covered in black writing. She didn't recognize the words, nor did she understand the purpose. But her greatest skill was archery, so this bow was her only option. I can't lift it. Unconvinced, Jira once again exerted all her strength to lift it. This time, she employed the Avalonian fighting saint technique, but the result was the same. She couldn't lift it. Isn't this too heavy? Jiro had already exerted all her strength, but was her strength still insufficient? Senior sister suddenly had an idea. She looked at Aaliyah and Luanaya. You two, how about trying this longbow? Aaliyah knew senior sister all too well. She was known for her aloof personality, but only in front of her would she occasionally reveal her sinister side. Okay, I'll give it a try, but Luanaya didn't understand and went forward. Aaliyah habitually kept her eyes closed, but even without seeing, she knew the outcome. Seeing others make a fool of themselves seemed pretty good, wasn't it? Aaliyah chuckled. Luanaya, so cute, huh? Here, like Jira, Luanaya used her miraculous power, even the tree spirit's sprouting power. But she still couldn't lift the avoiding late arrow even a bit. The tree spirit's sprouting power, after all, sprouts green energy like branches from its body, embodying the power of a plant sprouting, enough to push the earth apart. Aaliyah knew her senior sister was watching, and her face flushed. She quickly said, "This isn't how you hold it, this is how you hold it." She stepped forward and ripped away the white paper wrapped in black ink, wrapping the arrow of delay. Swish, the 2-meter-long woven fabric floated away from the longbow. Then, as if sensing something, the arrow of delay automatically floated in midair, then stabbed itself in front of Jira. Swish, black talismans floated from the white cloth and landed on Jira's radiant moon. The white cloth was the seal for the arrow of delay, possessing a powerful sealing force. Jira touched the god's woven cloth that had become her hair, and a flood of information flooded her mind. She knew this was how to use the arrow of delay, and it was the undeniable power of Avalon's heroic-level treasure. So powerful, Jira couldn't imagine the full force of the late arrow, but even 1% of it would be enough to benefit her immensely. Finally, the senior sister was happy that the three had obtained their coveted treasures. She looked at Knowles. Only one person left. The Dragon Crown Red Flame Halberd is the most powerful of the 4 weapons, but also the most dangerous. Generally speaking, such a violent weapon comes with significant side effects, unlike the other 3 weapons that are so easy to deal with. I like it, however, Knowles said he planned to give it a try. Go for it. The senior sister silently cheered Knowles up and prepared to rescue him. If Knowles was engulfed by the Dragon Crown Red Flame Halberd's dragon breath, she would immediately dispel it and then suppress the weapon. Although the senior sister was not good at expressing her feelings, her love for her younger siblings was pure. Don't worry, big sister. In the eyes of Knowles and the others, senior sister was a guardian goddess. He said seriously, I am the eldest brother of the Atón clan. I won't let you down. With that, Knowles decisively reached out and grasped the Dragon Crown Red Flame Halberd. Boom! The next moment, an endless stream of dragon energy surged towards Knowles like a tsunami. Ugh! Knowles felt a sharp pain in his arm. His wrist, the flesh torn apart, was instantly covered in blood-red cracks like charred charcoal. Meanwhile, golden holy energy surged toward the wound, repairing it. However, the constant damage and destruction only inflicted even more horrific pain on Knowles. Knowles, little brother. Aaliyah's face was filled with worry, and senior sister immediately tried to intervene. Wait a little longer. Knowles, enduring the unimaginable pain, stopped his sisters. I haven't failed yet, not yet. He was no longer the boy they had known him to. I'm of the Atón clan, a man of Atón. Knowles gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. How can you not even lift a weapon? Boom! Knowles extended his other hand and thrust upwards. Crack, crack, crack! The Dragon Crown's red flame halberd, previously lodged in the lava, finally began to loosen. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar erupted from Knowles' mouth. Get up! Bang! Ha ha! The lava throne shattered, and Knowles planted the halberd beside him, panting heavily, his entire arm covered in lava. Sizzle! 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 The scalding lava dripped continuously, but it did not harm Knowles anymore. Instead, it transformed into flames, enveloping him. At that moment, Knowles seemed like the incarnation of the god of fire, a red dragon transformed into a human. Such a powerful force. Knowles raised his head and opened his eyes. His human-like pupils were replaced by animal eyes, filled with brutality and frenzy. Is this the heroic realm? Knowles closed his eyes, and then all the dragon breath, lava, and flames were withdrawn into the Dragon Crown red flame halberd. You've controlled it. The senior sister was surprised, yet also overjoyed. She quickly relayed the good news to Bai Luo. Well done. Bai Luo saw Knowles through the senior sister's eyes and clapped his hands vigorously. You're truly worthy of being my little brother. Well done. Nul's dragon crown red flame halberd, Jella's avoiding and late arrival arrow, Aaliyah's East true cross sword, and Luana's drinking dew flower ring, 4 heroic artifacts. Although they were newly acquired, even if they could be borrowed, they were only quasi-heroic, meaning they could only utilize the miraculous power within the artifacts to deliver a heroic level attack. But heroic power is heroic power. Since Old Man Andrew, Atón, have gained 4 more quasi-heroes, Bai Luo quickly told his uncle the good news. The old man nodded repeatedly, his voice filled with emotion. Great, that's great, the war is at least 2 weeks away, tomorrow night will be the final tactical discussion between his uncle and the others. After that night, they will board the ship and sail to Sigrian's location. The journey will take nearly 2 weeks, so they can take advantage of this time to familiarize themselves with these heroes and artifacts. I'll leave the slaves to you, uncle. Bai Luo couldn't bear to see his uncle continue to fight in the war, and Atón needed protection, which was crucial. As Bai Luo's uncle, Saros was the king's uncle in the Principality of Atón. His status was respected, but he didn't have a specific position. Although he didn't have a specific job, his uncle was like a brick, moved wherever he was needed, and he was almost omnipotent. Therefore, with his uncle in charge of the rear, Bai Luo could feel at ease. Don't worry, the old man said. 2 days ago, the guardian elf weapons were distributed to them. Lilith has tested them, and they are all genuinely loyal to Atón. Originally, there were some children like Haxer, ruffians, and hooligans among them. But after a month of ideological education and intellectual training, they have officially broken free from ignorance and abandoned their bad habits. Gonia, Knowles, and the others have trained them into qualified recruits. What's more, Brother Andrew is here too. He's a true hero-level expert. Grandpa Andrew had recently achieved a breakthrough, but his power wasn't well suited for naval warfare, so he stayed on Atón Island to prevent early detection in the event of an external war. Yes, Bai Luo said. I'll also have Lilith stay here. If needed on the front lines, I'll summon her. Bai Luo wasn't worried about these children. They had long been assimilated into Atón. They had tasted Aton's delicacies, lived in Aton's houses, and enjoyed its benefits. They only wanted to become true citizens of Atón. How could they betray it? Were they fools? Not to mention, the fact that the elves' guardian pendants and rings recognized them meant they had become the miracle people of Atón. Bai Luo had always been gentle and kind to his people. When we return, we'll begin arranging the path to advancement. Bai Luo, they consider Atón their home, and I won't treat them unfairly. Helbo, Inya, and Silly Tiger. Bai Luo looked behind him, where 3 children were boarding the ship with Norse and the others. Your Majesty. The 3 immediately saluted. Even Silly Tiger was quick this time, apparently accustomed to the experience. They were wearing the uniforms of the Bright Light Infantry, Tide Retainers, and Lolly Shieldwards, respectively. Because some of the tree elves had been left behind to defend Atón Island, there were 100 sets of extraordinary equipment, many more. Remember my words, Bai Luo warned. Not for the first time, when fighting, try to avoid too many enemies. Stay where your companions are. Remember, these 3 were talented people, and Bai Luo's mission was more of an eye-opener. Your Majesty, this is your 3rd time. Even the Silly Tiger could sense Bai Luo's concern and care. Helbo and Inya were flattered and deeply moved. The former hadn't felt warmth since his mother's passing, and Inya was even worse off, enduring countless people's contempt and disgust. I'm so glad to have met my king in this lifetime. How wonderful. Don't worry, Helbo said. We'll be careful. Despite this, he had no intention of hiding and saving his life. How could he not repay Bai Luo's kindness? Only by fighting bravely could his life be worthwhile. Everyone, Bai Luo stood on the 2nd deck of the flagship. His senior sister and Shirley stood beside him. Below them were Avalon warriors, high elves, and the tree elves. There were 5 ships in total. Bai Luo's was the flagship, and the other 4 were led by Knowles, Aaliyah, Luania, and Jella. Clatter, as Bai Luo's voice rang out, the witches immediately cast a spell, condensing a huge magical sea map above everyone's heads. Target Skull Island. Bai Luo gathered a golden spear in his hand and threw it directly through the sea map, where Skull Island was located. March. Chapter 135. No matter if it works or not, I'm on it anyway. A large sailing vessel, resembling a merchant ship, was heading south. This was one of the 5 ships Bai Luo had brought with him, and the only one unsuitable for combat. Its purpose was to execute the luring the enemy strategy Bai Luo and his uncle had devised. Over the past 2 weeks, his uncle had prepared over 140 plans for the Atón people. Despite his rhetoric about the ever-changing battlefield, his uncle was determined to be as cautious as possible. After all, those going into battle were his children, and neither he nor Bai Luo would want any of them to die. Of course, war is always mortal, and Bai Luo was mentally prepared. In short, do your best and leave the rest to fate. This plan, Bai Luo said, has a low success rate. The crew on board was small, Bai Luo and his senior sister, plus 2 transcendent-level witches, Shirley, Elsa, and Fyra, and several high-ranking fairies from the Flying Feather clan, including White Eagle. They were all experts. Almost all of them possessed the ability to fly, enabling them to escape quickly. Indeed, there were 3 masters on this ship. And there were 3 grandmasters. If Bai Luo chose to summon Lilith, that would make it 4 grandmasters. Why do you say that? Testing them one by one, Bai Luo said. It's like testing a combination lock with an unknown combination. What exactly were they planning to do? It wasn't a complex plan, just a simple matter of luring monsters and attacking them, luring monsters and attacking them, and then, when the boss's aggro was high, attacking the boss. It was a very foolish plan, and in Bai Luo's opinion, the most unlikely. But the old uncle prioritized this plan. You guys, take some Feather tribe and go through the Devil's Sea first. Once you reach the Devil's Sea, pass by Skull Island. Sider's pirates saw us and there's no reason to let our lost merchant ship go, Bai Luo said. The first time, it was just a few pirates, but they never returned. So they've been sent in waves. Maybe after a few more, Sigirian will personally take action. A direct attack on Skull Island was also a tactic, specifically planned by the old uncle. But it was one of the more complex and difficult ones. They didn't know the exact strength of Sig's forces, and a rash attack would only alert the enemy, creating a higher risk factor. But there's an advantage, isn't there? Senior sister said. We have plenty of time, we can test it a few more times. If today's plan fails, if Sig isn't attracted, or if something unexpected happens, we're the only ones left, ready to retreat without leaving a trace. So it was like a no-cost business, fight when you want, retreat when you want. There was no responsibility if you failed, and no side effects, so why not give it a try? Maybe it'll work. These were the uncle's exact words, but Bai Luo still felt optimistic. Well, let's give it a try. There were many plans, some gambled on luck, others with a very high chance of success. In all of these, Senior Sister's legendary artifact, the Holy Grail of Eternal Lake Light, was crucial. Senior Sister possessed a special teleportation ability, the Gate of Avalon. However, it was a fortnight's voyage from Atón Island, far too far. Without having relocated Lake Avalon, Senior Sister couldn't directly open the Gate of Avalon here. She could only rely on the power of the Holy Grail for mass teleportation. And there was only one chance per day. I hope this plan fails, Bai Luo said. Don't forget our goal, besides capturing Sigirian, it's also to give the Atón army a chance to engage in combat. Senior Sister possessed the Holy Grail, and opening the Gate of Avalon would only take 10 minutes. In other words, as long as the Atón army could hold out for 10 minutes, they could safely evacuate. Of course, Bai Luo hadn't told anyone except a handful of adult Atóns that Senior Sister had such a method. This served as a form of pressure. Only through experiencing life and death could an Atón truly grow. We're almost there. Ahead, fog thickened. Wait a moment, and keep quiet, in case there are any surveillance-type miracle-like artifacts here. Yes, Fyra and Elsa nodded quickly, and all the fairies transformed into ordinary animals and hid. This was the infamous Devil's Sea in this area, a place with no way out. Legends said it was home to countless terrifying sea monsters and a ship graveyard. Yet, before Bai Luo and his senior sister, the fog of this place was nothing. Their eyes shone with a faint golden light, the power of Avalon, a grand master, already penetrating everything. Half an hour later, on Skull Island. That girl last time was really pretty. 2 pirates were patrolling. They looked like ordinary people, but those who could live on Skull Island were all Morgan's miracle people. So, don't treat them like ordinary people. Who knows if they'll turn into terrifying live seafood once they take off their hats. Look at you, you're so ignorant. That's nothing, a pirate with a big mouth jokingly said. I tell you, Sea Mist Flower Tower is paradise. Sea Mist Flower Tower? What kind of place is that? That's the territory of the Eastern Pirate King. You just got transferred here from the second young lady, so you don't know. The boss was praised by the old man last time, and he was so happy that he took us there. Tisk, 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 the fat pirate with a big mouth said with nostalgia. That's what we call beauty. Delicate skin, so tender you could squeeze water out of it. It's just that they're too small, too small. After all, they're overseas barbarians, so their figures are particularly poor, but they're delicate, really delicate. The thin pirate and the fat pirate were talking when they suddenly noticed a black spot in the distance. What's that? The thin pirate suddenly looked into the distance, his eyes spinning strangely in opposite directions. What? The fat pirate followed his gaze, his ears pricked up. Someone seems to be talking up there. At that moment, on the ship, Senior Sister suddenly opened her eyes, and Bai Luo looked at her. At that moment, the entire ship fell silent. Senior Sister and Bai Luo understood each other, and Shirley, knowing everything, quickly transformed into an ordinary white horse and crept down. Let's sneak through the sea. Bai Luo began to talk to Senior Sister. At the same time, Elsa and Fyra understood, and the two witches cast a spell simultaneously. Hey, everyone, be careful. This is the Devil Sea. We have to be quiet. If the monsters find us, we're all doomed. Why go here? Why go to such a dangerous place? The crew members on the deck held their breath, fear etched on every face. No one could have guessed that this was a magical illusion. I see a lot of people. Merchant ships, the thin pirate asked. What are they saying? Wait, let me listen more carefully. The fat pirate pricked up his ears. Then repeated their words. We're secretly taking a shortcut through this sea area. We can make a fortune. It's a merchant ship. Almost at the same time, the fat and thin pirates confirmed the other party's identity. You're just courting death. Haha, what's the use of money if you're dead? Okay, just notify any pirate ship and tell them to sink it. If they failed even this way, the fat pirate said with a cruel smile, then there's no need to continue existing. Soon, a pirate ship anchored in the harbor received a notification. Merchant ships taking a shortcut. Haha, fools seeking death. Sigrian was recuperating here, and the pirates had long hoped to plunder passing ships. They hadn't expected to find themselves here today, and in this legendary Devil Sea. Ship immediately. Show them the power of the Black Scorpion pirates. A pirate dressed as a captain said this, but suddenly realized that the pirates around him were staring back as if they had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Why haven't you sailed yet? The pirate captain asked. What are you doing? Boom. Before the captain could ask, heavy footsteps echoed in his ears. Boom. 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 The familiar presence made the pirate captain tremble as he turned around and uttered two words. Siger. He was a burly man, just over 2 meters tall. He wore only a thin shirt, exposing his chest. His explosive muscles gave him a tremendous sense of oppression. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Sigirian raised the bottle high and downed it in gulps. Bang! He casually tossed a bottle aside, burped, and sat down on the deck. Let's go. Sigirian's face flushed slightly, and he looked drunk, obviously from drinking a lot of alcohol and not using his miraculous power to dispel it. Huh? Let's go, Sigirian said, feeling his vision sway. Take me for a ride. It was a bizarre request, but the pirate captain didn't dare disobey. Let's go. Let's go, you idiots, lower the sails. He nodded quickly, then called for everyone to lower the sails and prepare for pursuit. However, the pirate captain was a little confused. They weren't miracle soldiers, just desperate individuals chosen by Sigrian to join his army and arrive here. Even so, these pirates weren't allowed to approach the depths of Skull Island, let alone disobey those powerful elite pirates. As for Sigrian, he was their immediate superior, a figure they couldn't even imagine. There were at least 300 pirate ships like him in this area, if not 500. That bastard wolf, Sigrian was deeply frustrated. And that Christine girl, she's so arrogant. The cross strait is still in the hands of the evil wolf, but he dares not act rashly, fearing that Azure will cause trouble for him. The evil wolf is the same, but he has the cross strait. The strait is in his hands, and Sig can't move. Isn't this a loss? I should have ignored Azure earlier. Start fighting directly. Sigrian regretted it very much. How could I have endured such evil? Boom. The ship moved forward in the waves, up and down. The sudden swaying made Sigrian a little stunned. He showed a puzzled expression in his drunken state. Where am I, boss? Seeing that Sigrian had finished his wine, the pirate captain quickly handed over a bottle of the best. Your wine. Wine. Sigrian hurriedly took it and then gulped it down. Who cares where he is? The wine is enough. Tun 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 tun, good wine, not enough. Not enough, Sigrian shouted. Give me more wine, here they come. Elsewhere, Bai Luo and his senior sister spotted the ship in the distance. They chose not to remain in the Devil's Sea to meet the enemy, but instead sailed out of it. The surveillance sense from before is gone, his senior sister said, and Bai Luo nodded. It could be someone's special miraculous power, like vision and hearing. The two were incredibly perceptive, and they also noticed that the ship chasing them had no surveillance sense. This meant the two entities from before weren't on board. Looks like they were just minor figures. Bai Luo held his sword in front of him, feeling rather helpless. After all, we've lured them out. Let's keep going. Give Uncle some face and fight them off in 4 or 5 waves. After all, it was Uncle's top tactic, and the old man had said it was quite possible. But Bai Luo still wondered, could a great pirate like Sigrian be lured out so easily? Is it possible? No way, no way. There are actually people who believe this. Isn't it going a bit fast over there? The pirate captain looked at Sigrian, who was still guzzling wine beside him, and asked with some awe. Boss, we can't seem to catch up. Keep chasing, you can't even catch up with a ship. Did you all grow up eating shit? Sigrian didn't care about the merchant ship at all. He probably didn't even know where he was or what he was doing. Where's the wine? Bring some wine. As if venting the humiliation he'd suffered at the hands of Christine and the wolf, Sigrian vented, speed up. Haven't you eaten yet? They had eaten, but what did the speed of the ship have to do with whether they'd eaten or not? Even if they ate shit, they couldn't go fast. We've caught up. Elsa kept her eyes on the pirate ship. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone felt a flash of light above their heads. They had left the Devil's Sea. The thick fog dissipated, revealing a clear, bright light. Where's he gone? The pirate captain was stunned. At this moment, Sigrian seemed to sober up a little. Oh, we sailed out. The Devil's Sea wasn't actually that big, but it was surrounded by a strange fog. This fog held a miraculous power that would corrode the hulls of ships and confuse them, but that didn't mean they'd always be lost. Some, with a bit of luck, could stumble their way out. Interesting, Sigrian shook his head. At his feet lay a pile of empty bottles. Boss, huh? Sigrian looked at the person speaking to him. Who are you? Sigrian didn't care who the person was. He stretched himself and used a little miraculous power to dispel some of the drunkenness. Maintaining a half-drunk, half-awake state, Sigrian relished the feeling. Good luck, never mind, Sigrian said calmly. It's been ages since I've chased someone like this. Keep chasing. Sigrian rested his hands on his knees, his chin resting on his hand, watching with interest as the fog receded and the sunlight streamed down. Chirp, Silver Eagle let out a sharp cry. Bai Luo knew it was its code word, meaning I'm going to scout. Be careful. Yes, with Bai Luo's permission, Silver Eagle immediately spread its wings and took off. Quack, quack, countless birds circled in the sky, making it nearly impossible to detect Silver Eagle's presence in such an environment. But to avoid being too conspicuous, Silver Eagle had 2 witches perform a simple transfiguration spell, disguising themselves as seagulls, and surveying the pirate ship from above. Looks like an ordinary pirate. Suddenly, Silver Eagle, scanning the deck, froze. This guy looks familiar. Silver Eagle's gaze fell on Sigrian, and almost instantly, it took off. Holy shit, Silver Eagle's eyes suddenly widened. No. Am I hallucinating? Silver Eagle thought he was mistaken, but for safety's sake, he flew lower again. The Atón people fear no hardship or danger, and as the Atón clan's war pet, Silver Eagle naturally fears no death either. It really is. This time, White Eagle Silver got a clear look at Sigrian's form, and it flew swiftly toward the ship ahead. Quack, quack, quack. Upon returning, White Eagle Silver let out a series of duck calls. Ahem, Captain. Big news, huh? Bai Luo was confused. What's wrong, Sigrian? White Eagle Silver, Sigrian is on that ship. Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, Walter, he had just said impossible, and now he was slapped in the face. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Luo quickly reached the stern. With his current vision, seeing through this short distance was no problem. Is it really Sigrian? To avoid misjudging the other party, Bai Luo only took a quick glance, but that one glance made Bai Luo almost certain of the other party's identity. The old uncle had met Sigrian, and to let everyone know him, he specially asked Lilith to extract his memories of Sigrian and share them with everyone. Therefore, Bai Luo was very familiar with Sigrian's appearance. There was no way he was wrong. Why, what's that? Attracting waves of small monsters and attracting the final boss. Are there any soldiers around? Probably not. Under the ship was Miss Dolphin, a member of the aquatic tribe, blending in among the fish without standing out. And through special ultrasonic detection, Miss Dolphin was certain there were no sea monsters around. In other words, Sigrian had escaped from the base camp without a single soldier and was right there before them. Is this the battlefield? It's changing so fast, but it's completely changed, right? Bai Luo didn't know whether to be happy or worried. After all, the situation was so sudden. His uncle had long ago told Bai Luo and his senior sister that war is complex and unpredictable, and often things will happen that you can't imagine. In such times, seizing opportunities and making the most accurate judgments are crucial. There's no sense of surveillance. Senior sister and Shirley were both miracle bodies, and they were extremely sensitive to the miracle power of monitoring. Hey, are you so good at playing? This is not the first time that Bai Luo has encountered such a situation. Inexplicable things also happened when he was hunting before. Do you want to fight? Fight. Bai Luo immediately answered his senior sister's question. Only a fool would not fight. Even if Sigrian discovered them, Bai Luo was not afraid. Anyway, there are only so many people here. If it doesn't work, just let Shirley tow the whole ship away. Are you kidding? I can fly. However, this place is too close to the Devil Sea. If a miracle battle breaks out here, it will be easily discovered by the sea monsters and pirates in Skull Island. So, we have to lead them away a little further. After defeating Sig, Atón will end his retreat and start to open up to the outside world. Thank you all for your support. In addition, the first naval battle is a bit difficult to fight, so the next update may be a little late. Please bear with me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Bewitching People. Hurrah, hurrah, a merchant ship sped northward on the sea, followed closely by the pirate ship. HAA. This way, no, this way. Ignoring the other's inner thoughts, Sigrian held a bottle before his eyes and gestured drunkenly. Yeah, right, whoa, huh? In the cabin, Bai Luo and his senior sister were the first to sense the sudden impact of the projectile. Bang! The bottle landed on the side of the merchant ship, like a cannonball exploding, perhaps even more terrifying. But it missed, by a hair's breadth. Really, just a hair's breadth? This, Sigrian shook his head, patting his head, his drunken mind suddenly clearing a little. Huh? Sigrian's eyes calmly gazed at the ship ahead. Did I miss just now, over there? Bai Luo and his senior sister had anticipated such a long-range attack. He's drunk, even though it only shifted the ship sideways a bit, he could still spot us. Alright, Bai Luo said. Slow down. Bai Luo felt it was about time. They were far enough away from Skull Island, and Miss Dolphin hadn't noticed any trace of the sea monster. They could easily have taken Sigrian down while he was drunk and without a single soldier. This time, even the uncle probably wouldn't have expected such luck from a casual remark. It truly lived up to the saying, winning or losing isn't just determined by your strength, but also by your opponent's skill. He might not be a weak opponent, but he might be reckless. Sigrian noticed the merchant ship stop, his lips twitching slightly. What does this mean? Why does something feel off? Sigrian was a bit confused, now much more sober. A nearby pirate offered him a glass of wine, but Sigrian didn't take it. Instead, he took a few steps forward and leaned over the railing. When did we set out? Sigrian frowned, glancing at the pirate beside him. The pirate, taken aback, quickly replied, about an hour ago. Everyone else's measurements were converted to tunes. We couldn't catch up in an hour. How could ordinary merchant ships have such courage, daring to sail through the Devil's Sea? It had been rare in years. Oh no, at that moment, Sigrian broke out in a cold sweat. This looks like a trap, boss. Should we continue the pursuit? There was a strong possibility that the ship before them was a merchant ship, but it was also possible that someone was trying to lure the enemy. No, that shouldn't be the case. How could it be possible? How did they know I was drunk and just wanted to go for a spin? Sigrian had come out because he was drunk. How could the other party have predicted that? It didn't make sense. However, no matter how hard Sigrian thought, He would never have guessed that this was simply Bai Luo and his men's good luck. Stop, Siglian was a cautious man. He chose not to continue pursuing, but instead ordered the pirate ship to drop anchor. A direct retreat was not Siglian's style. His previous timidity had led to his defeat at the hands of Wolf and Christine. This time, Siglian refused to retreat. They stopped too. Bai Luo and his senior sister saw the ship behind them slow down, and they realized that Siglian might have noticed something. There was no reason for a pirate to abandon his prey. Like Captain Saud, the pirate boss of Atón Island, Siglian wouldn't let his paranoia scare him. Boss? Now we should. No one can escape from me, Siglian inexplicably thought of the wolf. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with rage. Whoever you are, sink it, but, bang, Siglian slammed his hand against the railing, cracking it. The pirates trembled, thinking Siglian was angry. For a moment, they didn't know whether to bring in the anchor or remain anchored. Unbeknownst to them, an invisible wave was spreading out in all directions, centered around Siglian. Your Majesty, on the merchant ship, the senior sister heard the vibration and looked up. Attack! Siglian was summoning a sea monster. How could Bai Luo do as he wished? He and the senior sister immediately attacked simultaneously. Boom! The golden Dao Shangfei instantly unleashed itself, and two figures streaked across nearly 1,000 meters of sea at astonishing speed. What? Siglian felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, the entire pirate ship was shattered by the surging Dao Qi. Wood chips flew, and countless pirates' bodies were crushed by the Dao Qi. Siglian was blinded by the sudden onslaught. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and Siglian gasped out a mouthful of dark blood. Bai Luo and his senior sister worked in perfect harmony. Almost as soon as the senior sister struck Siglian's abdomen, Bai Luo grabbed her face and, slamming down the torn deck and cabin, thrust it towards the sea. Chew! An ice spear passed Bai Luo and Siglian, piercing the sea. Galala bang! Almost as the sea froze, the back of Siglian's head collided with the ice. The hand on his face finally loosened, but before Siglian could open his eyes, he heard the sound of two ice-breaking sounds as the Holy Sword and the Blood King's sword plunged into the ice, like a pair of scissors, resting against his neck. Two kings. At this moment, Siglian was completely unaware of what was happening. Puff, cough, cough. Siglian spat out blood, but he gritted his teeth and stared at the two men intently. Help me, supernatural power. Unfortunately, Siglian didn't get a chance to struggle. Bang! A massive shield dropped from senior sister's personal vault. Crack, crack, crack. 4 pieces of metal detached from the shield, transforming into shackles that shackled Siglian's wrists and ankles. This was senior sister's second master-level artifact, besides the Blood King of the Lionheart, the Holy Shield of Oberon. It's over. Senior sister gazed down at Siglian from the ice with a domineering expression. With a flick of her finger, the Oberon evil sealing rings controlled Siglian's limbs, causing him to float in midair. The surrounding pirates were dead, their brains and internal organs shattered by the instantaneous Dao Shangfei unleashed by senior sister and Bai Luo, leaving them dead beyond belief. Even if there were any survivors, it didn't matter, they would be gone soon, clearing their tracks. That's incredibly fast, Bai Luo said to senior sister via Miracle Link. The battlefield changes so rapidly. This isn't even everything, it's almost completely confusing me. Yes, senior sister said. It's so simple, I even thought it was a trick. However, Siglian, lying on the ice, was suppressed by senior sister and Bai Luo. Although his injuries were not serious, he was suppressed by a master-level artifact and sealed by senior sister's Avalon. There was no reason it couldn't be fake. This guy said 2 kings versus 1 transcendent power. Bai Luo thought of the miracle power levels his uncle had mentioned earlier. It seemed that Siglian and his group were following that same formula. Above transcendent power was transcendent power, not hero. As for king, it was actually a level between master and legend. Bai Luo and his senior sister were grandmasters, so in Siglian's eyes, they were naturally kings. However, there were so many levels in Miracle Land, so for now, let's stick with my uncle's approach. His strength is unknown, but the miraculous power within him is probably at the quasi-master level, quite powerful. Don't underestimate how Bai Luo and his senior sister crushed Siglian. That was because they attacked suddenly. The power gap between the two was already huge, and Siglian was completely unprepared, which is why they were instantly overwhelmed. Who are you? Which side? Azure? Oxal? Or Radiant? Siglian's miraculous power was sealed, all its strength counteracting the power of Avalon. But his senior sister's Avalon power was infinite, and no matter how much Sigrian expended it, it was useless. This left Sigrian with no way to repair his injuries, and he was in excruciating pain all over. Fortunately, his senior sister and Bai Luo wouldn't actually kill him. With a holy energy healing, he wouldn't die. But 2 kings? What a joke. With such power, is it wrong to come and cause trouble for him? Sigrian truly couldn't fathom who Bai Luo and his senior sister were, where they came from, and what their purpose was in luring him out and then capturing him. If someone had told Sigrian it was a dream, he might have believed it. Should we knock him out, hero level, with built-in resistance to unconsciousness? Bai Luo shook his head. It probably won't work. The previous blow, where the back of his head had hit the ground, Bai Luo had also cast a layer of holy energy underneath. But even so, Sigrian remained awake. He's really stubborn. Still, the two tried. Besides making Sigrian sweat profusely in pain, they couldn't knock him unconscious. Haha. Throughout the entire process, Sigrian remained silent, simply watching and analyzing calmly. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Excuse me, I don't recall you two. Sigrian had never seen such a shimmering golden miracle power. If the nearby miracle lords possessed such a conspicuous ability, there was no reason he wouldn't be aware of it. Besides, don't they realize they violated the sacred iron law? Send 2 king-level warriors to Morgan's waters and attack him. Or, Sigrian asked, you want to declare war on my father? Unfortunately, Bai Luo and his senior sister remained silent, paying him no attention. Captain, Bai Luo quickly returned to the ship with Sigrian. Seeing them return, still restraining a burly man in midair, Elsa and Fira exchanged glances, instantly realizing who he was. Sigrian, Iron Eagle. Almost as soon as the 2 women opened their mouths, Sigrian suddenly blurted out, are you Iron Eagles, Captain? Sigrian. These 2 words carried the unmistakable accent of the Thorn territory, south of the Iron Eagle Kingdom. We're not. Being called an Iron Eagle clearly irritated Fira and Elsa. This guy, Bai Luo saw the corners of Sigrian's mouth curl slightly, realizing his identity might have been exposed. Aiden, Sigrian, suppressing the pain, spoke. You speak with an accent from the Thorn territory, south of the Iron Eagles. I suspected you were from the Iron Eagles, but I instinctively denied it. Are you the remnants of the previous dynasty wanted by the Iron Eagles, Captain? The 2 girls felt a chill run down their spines. They had never imagined that Sigrian had guessed so much based on just 3 sentences. Elsa, especially, with her limited experience, felt a surge of guilt. They were terrified that their words would bring disaster to Aiden and their families. Pa! Just as the 2 girls were about to burst into tears of fear, Bai Luo's hands fell, gently caressing them from left to right. Bai Luo said nothing, but the girls understood his meaning. Their setback at Sigrian's hands had made the 2 girls realize how immature they were when facing a truly powerful opponent. This made them secretly resolve to never act impulsively again. Guess whatever you want, Bai Luo didn't deny it, because there was no need. Morgan would be negotiating with him, and sooner or later, he'd know. Everyone in the world would know, so Bai Luo didn't intend to hide it. But admitting it outright would have fulfilled Sigrian's wishes, but Bai Luo chose not to. Instead, he asked, any advice, great pirate, Mr. Sigrian? I wouldn't dare, Sigrian said, completely oblivious to his capture. Instead, he looked at Bai Luo and said, you 2 kings have teamed up to defeat a transcendental being like me. How dare I call you sir? You? Hearing Sigrian's sarcasm, Elsa, already furious, immediately raised her wand and pointed it at him. This bastard, he'd humiliated them again and again. How could she not be impulsive? With Bai Luo and her senior sister being humiliated like this, how could little Elsa bear it? Fira's hand, gripping her wand, was practically trembling, clearly struggling with restraint. What's the meaning of this? Pointing a piece of wood at me? Just kidding. Sigrian didn't know about the existence of magic wands, but even if he did, he probably wouldn't care too much. Put it down. Bai Luo lightly pressed Elsa's wand down. How could he be angered by such a statement? What nonsense. Stop talking about it and get down to business. The ship was crossing the strait. Bai Luo and his senior sister were keeping a close eye on Sigrian, ensuring he didn't leave any signals to summon sea monsters or pirates. Sit down. Bai Luo wanted to sell Sigrian for money, so mistreating him or humiliating him too much wouldn't be a good idea. So, He lowered him from the air and gave him a chair to sit on. Good treatment. So you want to take me prisoner? After the initial shock, Sigrian carefully analyzed the situation. The two hadn't killed him, but had captured him. Their purpose was simple: they must be taking him prisoner to negotiate a deal with Morgan. How do you know my father will agree? Just to try, Bai Luo. If it succeeds, we'll live in peace from now on. If it fails, I'll chop you up and dump your body in the sea. He won't know where I am anyway. Sigrian frowned slightly. He realized that Bai Luo was different from those two little girls. He was unmoved. Where are you taking me? Bai Luo remained silent. Sigrian continued, what is your miracle? That golden power just now is so powerful. What level is it? Bai Luo glanced at his senior sister, who understood and prepared to seal Sigrian's mouth with a sealing technique. Do you want to know the whereabouts of the Atón people? The senior sister's hand paused slightly. She looked at Bai Luo and suggested, don't worry about them, Captain. It had to be said that Sigrian had touched on what Bai Luo wanted to know most. The Atón people were limited in number, and relying solely on their own reproduction would take who knows how long. The Atón people Sigrian was referring to weren't people from the Principality of Atón, but the Atón people themselves. If he truly knew, Bai Luo had no reason not to inquire. Even if there might be a trap here, the risk isn't proportional to the reward. But, shut his mouth. We'll have plenty of time to ask him after we get back. Bai Luo desperately wanted to know, but he wasn't in a rush. After all, letting Sigrian talk wouldn't bring any good, so he shut him up first. I'm also an Atón. At that moment, the entire deck, Bai Luo, his senior sister, the two girls, and countless goblins transformed into animals, were all stunned. What did you say? Bai Luo looked at Sigrian suspiciously, but his expression caught Sigrian's eye, making him laugh. Well, are you interested? With your abilities, you should be able to tell if what I say is true or false, right? Yes, Bai Luo had that ability. Not to mention the other miracle powers, Bai Luo and his senior sister possessed the power of Avalon, a power that was almost innately resistant to lies and falsehood. Snap! Almost the next moment, Bai Luo had taken the object from his senior sister's hand and placed it on Sigrian's mouth. The world has suddenly become much quieter. Bai Luo knew that Sigrian had some important information. But for some reason, Bai Luo felt that he couldn't let him continue. If Sigrian was just a reckless man, a fool, Bai Luo would be willing to trick him. But was Sigrian really that? This guy could analyze the Iron Eagle people with just 3 sentences, and find out that the people who had grudges against the Iron Eagle people might be the Atón people. Then, with just a few words, he made Elsa and Fira furious. Fortunately, Bai Luo and his senior sister had amazing temperaments. However, Bai Luo didn't dare let him continue. This person's words were quite persuasive. To deal with such a person, the wisest way is to shut him up. Chapter 137 I'm not venting my anger, I respect you. I see. After crossing the strait and sailing north for a while, the group sighted 4 warships anchored in the sea. All the way, Bai Luo didn't give Sigrian a chance to speak, and he remained silent, surprisingly holding back without uttering a single sound. We succeeded, Captain. With a main force just ahead, Elsa and Fira finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two girls, without much effort, stared at Sigrian almost the entire way. Even though he was sealed, they still stared, as if he might suddenly burst forth and devour them. This left Sigrian feeling frustrated. He had always looked down on women and particularly disliked children. But these two girls, aged 12 or 13, made a lasting impression on him. They were even more annoying than Christine. Drive the ship over, Bai Luo said. With a raised hand, a stream of sticky black Daoqi smeared Sigrian's eyes and ears, blocking his sight and hearing even after being silenced. They're back. Did they succeed? Look at that guy. It's Sigrian. It's really Sigrian. Everyone saw the man bound to the chair. Who else could it be but Sigrian? But this was only the first time? The first time. A home run and a hit? Your Majesty is awesome. Boss, Noel sailed closer and leaped onto Bai Luo's merchant ship. Is that Sigrian? Don't talk to him. Don't even make eye contact. He's too good at deceiving people. Bai Luo wasn't worried about himself or his senior sister, but the people of Atón were too naive, easily led by him. Yes, Knowles agreed quickly. So, it worked. On another ship, Inya and Anderson were speechless. Isn't it too simple? Isn't simplicity good? But then, wouldn't we be useless? Nothing is better. Anderson was itching to do something, while Inya was a bit more easygoing. War brings casualties. If you can achieve victory without them, that's the true path to victory. Gurgle. Suddenly, Luenya's ears twitched, a puzzled expression on her face. Is that a sound? What sound? Underwater. Let me listen. The siblings approached the railing and listened carefully. No more fighting. A little disappointing. Abaddon, Maya, Schuster, Helber, Silly Tiger, and Inya were on the same boat, all following Aliyah. However, Aliyah, who had been smiling at them, had a slight change in expression. Bang! Suddenly, a dark figure leaped from the railing onto the surface. It moved with great speed, carrying the stench of the deep sea, as it charged towards Helber, who was closest to it. Helber, be careful. After 2 weeks of traveling together, Abaddon and the others had already recognized this young man. Helber was the weakest, even inferior to Schuster. Swish. Fortunately, Aliyah was faster. In a flash of white light, without Aliyah drawing her sword, a massive human head, no, a fish head, tumbled onto the deck. Ugh, what a stinker. The smell was like stale, leftover rice. Disgusting. What the hell is this? Maya quickly covered her nose with her sleeve. Inya was fine. She looked at the fish monster lying on the ground, bleeding all over the deck. Is it a fish, or a human? It had a fish head, its body covered in barbs, and its arms were slightly swollen. Inya had never seen anything like it. All along their voyage, protected by the power of Avalon, they hadn't encountered any sea beasts. But who would have thought they would encounter a sea monster here for the first time? And this one, with its stench and hideous appearance. Was this one? No miraculous powers, just a sea beast, huh? Bai Luo, on the other side, also noticed the situation. What's going on? A sea beast attack? It's not a storm now, is it? Something's wrong. The senior sister and Bai Luo shared a common sensibility, both of them feeling a sense of foreboding. Holy Grail. To prevent further complications, the senior sister summoned the Holy Grail. The surge of miraculous power was so intense that even the sealed Sigrian could sense it. Legendary aura, though 2 levels apart, this was definitely not something a king could achieve. This was legendary aura. Bang! The senior sister threw the Holy Grail toward the center ship, where Aliyah was aboard. Aliyah, help guard it. Aliyah knew about the Avalon Gate project. In fact, with the exception of a few children, most of the adult Adoons knew about it. They had experienced countless life and death trials and tribulations, and no longer needed such a small battlefield tester. Alright, Aliyah caught the flying Holy Grail of Eternity and swiftly brought it to the center of the deck. Maya waved her wand, and a platform instantly erected to house the Holy Grail. Puff, puff, puff. On the surface, fish-headed monsters leaped from the water. They leaped swiftly, their speed astonishing. But compared to the miraculous troops, they were still far behind. Any more? I'll do it. Swish, Cat Lingling vanished into the blue mist, reappearing behind a fish-headed monster. With a swift swing of her fairy rapier, she effortlessly severed its spine. Swish, disappearing again, Cat Lingling reappeared on the inner deck, slaying a fish-headed monster before it even touched the ground. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Cat Lingling's figure flashed along the railing 7 times, slaying all 7 remaining fish-headed monsters. Cat Lingling landed on the deck, then leaped up, spinning lightly in the air. Then, she stood with her hands on her hips and chest puffed out, a proud expression on her face. How's my swordsmanship? Meow. Something's wrong. Jella, Knowles, Luania, and Anderson all noticed something was wrong. Puff, puff. Underwater, Miss Dolphin was leading the aquatic fairies to protect Bai Luo's merchant ship. What's going on? What's going on? Miss Dolphin and the shark guards had already slain dozens of fish monsters. But these monsters appeared out of nowhere, and they kept growing in number. Wu the dolphin's voice transformed into ultrasound, conveying the surroundings as a visual image to Miss Dolphin's mind. How on earth did these monsters get so close? She lowered her head in surprise, but in the darkness, she could see nothing. No, what is this? From the depths of the ocean, deep water, a terrifyingly vast black tide surged at an alarming speed. Your Majesty, Miss Dolphin's eyes widened, and she immediately swam desperately towards the shore. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Bang! A gigantic whale-like sea monster leaped from the seabed, roaring and pressing down on Cat Lingling, who was standing at the railing. Seawater poured down like a waterfall. Hey! Cat Lingling appeared immediately. Before the whale could descend, a pale blue mist appeared behind it, and Cat Lingling flashed out. What's the point of being big? I'll just pierce you. It aimed its rapier at the whale monster, then spun rapidly, piercing its skull from top to bottom. Ugh, what a stink. Cat Lingling realized she'd made a mistake, sticking out her tongue and nearly fainting. So disgusting, cats love fishy smells, not stinky ones. Big sister, you idiot, that big thing's falling down. Cat Yi and Cat Arrow lamented that Cat Lingling hadn't solved the problem at all. She'd just killed the monster, but the carcass still fell. Fortunately, the next moment, sword energy pierced the sky, slicing the whale monster into several sections. Bang! Aaliyah held the Dongzhan cross sword horizontally in front of her, slowly sheathed it, and casually held it to her side. Abaddon, Boya, and John leaped from the deck, shrouded in golden holy energy, and effortlessly kicked the large pieces of flesh into the sea. Helbo watched the three men's movements. Even though he had been training with them in the holy fighting method for a long time, witnessing their seniors in action still left him utterly stunned. So strong, compared to them, Helbo realized he was nothing. He was so weak. Cleanse, a stinking rain of blood showered down upon the ship. Maya immediately raised her wand, sweeping it away, refreshing the air with it. Cleanse, Maya cast another spell on the three teenagers. Thank you, Maya. Why are these monsters attacking us? Maya's movements were so swift that Inya, who was about to cast a cleansing spell, quietly lowered her wand. Too fast, Miss Maya's casting speed. Sister Inya has only just begun learning magic. Maya noticed Inya's frustration and smiled. You'll definitely be as proficient as me in the future, thank you. I'll work hard. Years of accompanying Aaliyah had taught Maya to read expressions and consider the feelings of each of her companions, including Inya. Tisk. Bai Luo noticed something unusual about these seemingly ordinary fish monsters. Unseal, Bai Luo said, and his senior sister understood, removing the restraints from Sigrian's mouth and eyes. Oh, what was that just now? A life game? Do you like this kind of tune? Sigrian's words were a joke. But Bai Luo could also tell that this sudden attack must have been his doing. Aside from the initial shock of being captured, this man had been almost fearless. Bai Luo thought he was relying on knowing he was a hostage, so he was sure Bai Luo wouldn't dare touch him. But who would have thought he was actually summoning an army? How did you do that? With his eyes and mouth blocked, how could he give orders? More importantly, Bai Luo, Shirley, and his senior sister didn't sense any fluctuations of miraculous power from him. How did you do that? Sigrian didn't even answer Bai Luo's question directly. Suddenly, Bai Luo thought of a possibility. Ventriloquism? Is this the language of the aquatic tribes? Something only you can hear? Bai Luo stared at Sigrian, noticing his smile growing wider. It's too late, it's already, Captain. The voice of a senior sister came from behind Bai Luo, and Bai Luo quickly looked up. In the distant sea, a dark mass surged in like a tide, like ink pouring over the brim of a wash basin. What is that? Sea monsters. Elsa and Fira were stunned. How many sea monsters could there be? Tens of thousands? Not just in one direction, but in all directions. From the center of the 5 ships, outward for about 5 or 6 kilometers, the sea was azure blue, but beyond that, it was a black that stretched almost to the horizon. So many, it was a terrifying sight. Miss Dolphin burst from the water, shouting, Your Majesty, the enemy is attacking. There are fish-headed monsters on the seafloor, are there too? Bai Luo and his senior sister had been using their perception abilities to search for miracle units imbued with the miracle powers. But they hadn't noticed when the enemy had surrounded them. Wait, that's not right. Bai Luo sensed the distance and the seafloor again, but all he saw was schools of fish, ordinary aquatic creatures. Still no miracle powers. These aren't miracle units. They're pure sea beasts, miracle derivatives like Lilith's goblins. Oh my goodness, is this so cunning? Bai Luo was almost on guard. But Sigrian still pulled a trick they hadn't expected. With one move, he even hinted at a resurgence. Swish, senior sister unsheathed the 4-direction King Holy Sword and placed it across Sigrian's neck. Stop them, or I'll kill you. By the way, did that dolphin just speak? How did it do that? Is it a human? Or is it a special ability of your miracle? What an interesting miracle. So, what exactly is your miracle? Sigrian was even more curious about the dolphin's ability to speak than about his own safety. Bai Luo was even somewhat impressed by him. Are you so confident that I won't kill you? Swish, the holy sword slashed Sigrian's neck, using black blood. The power of the Holy Key's evolution was a natural nemesis for Sigrian. The intense pain, even a single wound, felt like being washed with sulfuric acid. A divine miracle. Sigrian looked at senior sister. Your eyes are different from his. I can tell you really want to kill me. Bai Luo had told her this before they arrived. If he hesitated, unable to make a decision, senior sister would make the judgment. Bai Luo trusted his senior sister's wisdom and decisiveness. Regardless of the outcome, right or wrong, good or bad, they would face it together. Alright, I'll give them the order. If such a large number of them were to surge forward, the Atón army would be under immense pressure. Speak. The senior sister stepped behind Sigrian, pressed her sword against his neck, and pushed him to the bow. With two kings present, even Sigrian at his peak would be a formidable opponent. He couldn't fail to understand his current predicament. He couldn't escape, absolutely not. Even with the combined might of his entire army of miracles, they wouldn't be able to stop the two kings attempting to flee with their men. Given this reality, a temporary compromise was the best option. However, Sigrian was furious, his anger surging with nowhere to vent. Even after a month of drinking, he still couldn't quell his rage. Isn't this perfect? What did you say? Nothing, Sigrian said. I'll give the order now. At the same time, Bai Luo stood behind Sigrian, placing his hand on the Lionheart's blood sword. This position placed immense, invisible pressure on Sigrian. He sensed the two men behind him, their subtext, both explicit and implicit: behave obediently, or I'll chop you down. Have you informed Morgan before you start the fight? Isn't the cross-strait still in my hands? Sigrian. At that moment, Sigrian felt no fear, but instead a surge of passion. It had been years since he'd seen such a life-or-death battle. My army, I command you, FK me, Sigrian roared. Kill them all. Bai Luo, senior sister, boom ha ha ha. The sword didn't fall, he was still alive. Sigrian laughed wildly. You didn't kill me. You don't dare kill me, you are a man. However, in the face of Sigrian's laughter, Bai Luo calmly retracted his sword. Bai Luo truly didn't dare kill him, because Atón wasn't prepared for a battle with Morgan. But Sigrian didn't know this. So he was truly gambling his life, betting that Bai Luo wouldn't dare strike. You're a character too, Sigrian said suddenly. You managed not to kill me. Stop the trash talk, it's boring. Not fussy or angry, Bai Luo was calm, remarkably calm. Put your life on the line, and then you'll survive. The senior sister thought of what his uncle had said about the generals on the battlefield, and Bai Luo smiled. A good move, indeed, an eye-opening one. Bai Luo didn't resent or blame Sigrian, he simply felt that he had taught him a lesson, broadened his horizons and gained experience. On the battlefield, all kinds of situations arise. I make a move, you break it. Bai Luo and his team had already made their move, and Sigrian had broken it. Now, it was their turn to defeat the enemy and win. My inexplicable good luck has run its course. Now we have to face off head-on. Bai Luo instructed his senior sister to continue controlling Sigrian, then raised the Lionheart's blood sword high. Men, prepare for battle. Clatter, the Lolly Shield Guard's banner unfurled. Its silver-white shield, painted with a white elk, gleamed in the sunlight. Elsa, Fira flew out on her broom, and Elsa followed closely behind, leaping from the deck. Snap, Elsa unleashed a torrent of cold air, using her own magic, no longer needing a wand. The sea froze. Elsa cast spells rapidly, freezing all the ships. They were surrounded, and it didn't matter where they went. Bai Luo's mission, delivered through code words, was to hold out here. As long as they held out for 9 minutes, the battle would be over. 9 minutes left, Elsa muttered to herself as she created the Aiden battlefield. We must show His Majesty our growth. You're truly remarkable. Bai Luo felt he needed to treat such an opponent with due respect. Swish, he swung his sword, severing Sigrian's legs. Fuck you. Sigrian's legs hit the ground, instantly engulfed in blood-red flames. The flames clung to his severed limbs, causing him unimaginable pain. Fortunately, the holy shield shackles quickly slid onto the limbs, suppressing Sigrian once again but also extinguishing the blood-red flames. Well, am I respecting you enough? Respecting an enemy naturally involves being extremely vigilant, keeping a close watch, and never giving him a chance to peek. Venting out anger? How could that be called venting anger? How could Bai Luo, so calm as he was, do such a thing? On the contrary, if Bai Luo didn't do so, he would be underestimating his opponent, giving Sigrian a pass, which would bring shame to Atón. These were the principles his uncle had taught Bai Luo and his senior sister since they were young. If you can kill him, don't let him live. If you can injure him, don't let him stand. I admit that this is a good move, Bai Luo, but it seems that I am still not cautious enough, and I don't respect your strength enough. Puff. Bai Luo felt that it was not enough, so he chopped off both of Sigrian's arms. Anyway, as long as the power of miracles is removed, Sigrian will recover. In the eyes of the people of miracles, such a minor injury is nothing. Therefore, Sigrian was more frustrated than his injury. But Bai Luo's cautious attitude. Is this even necessary? Sigrian, 2 kings are targeting me, and they're even going to break my limbs. Can you be any more shameless? Okay, excellent. Sigrian suppressed the pain and grinned. But I want to see how you break out. Even if you can escape, your army will suffer heavy losses. Half of them will die, swish. But as soon as he finished speaking, 2 streams of fighting spirit shot out from the senior sister's fingers, directly blasting Sigrian's eyes through the air. Although the upcoming war has been exposed, it is better to leak less. We've done what we should do. Senior sister looked at the white eagle silver soaring in the sky, bearing orders. I'll trade him first and be right back. You take command, leave it to you. Bai Luo's eyes flashed with a golden light as he slowly floated up from the deck. Seeing this, Knowles hurriedly asked, Boss, what about me? Knowles, you stay here too, protecting the queen. Yes, although they couldn't fight in the battle, the guarding role was just as important. Furthermore, Bai Luo instructed, watch the battlefield carefully, memorize, and learn. The others were soldiers, the vanguard. But Knowles, Bai Luo wanted to train him to be a general capable of leading troops, a great general. How could a great general fight on the front lines? Knowles's strength was already strong enough, as recognized by senior sister and Bai Luo. Therefore, rather than relying on combat experience, he should learn how to command. Please be careful. Knowles watched Bai Luo leave. At his side, senior sister held the holy sword in front of her, her hands resting on the base of the hilt. At the same time, an endless stream of miraculous power was pouring out of her body, and then swept towards the location of the Atón Legion. Although the number of this group of sea beasts was outrageous, their strength was just so-so. To be honest, with the current strength of Bai Luo and senior sister, they really didn't take it seriously. It was just right to give the Atón people some training. Captain, wait for me, Shirley followed Bai Luo, with a face full of resentment, because Bai Luo didn't even ride her. Going to the battlefield without riding a horse is the same as taking off all the clothes but not going? Shirley, master, hurry up and ride me, really. Chapter 138. Look at my Gatling gun. Boss, Bai Luo descended from the sky. The Atón army had already arranged its formation for this situation. The witches used levitation magic to arrange the 4 ships like petals, their sterns touching, their bows facing east, west, and north. In the center of the ships, the Holy Grail shone with a golden light, bathing everyone in its radiance. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Bai Luo began to deploy. Lolly shield guards, in front, set up the shields. The equipment of the extraordinary and super extraordinary treasures would be changed according to the most appropriate situation. Atón trained his troops for this moment. Bang, boom, boom, with a resounding sound of massive shields landing, 25 Lolly shield guards surrounded the 4 ships on the ice. The Lolly shield guards were now composed entirely of male elves. They possessed extraordinary powers themselves, and with this Lolly suit, their strength approached the extraordinary, or at least reached the peak of the extraordinary. While their numbers were small and the distances between them were relatively large, their shields could connect to form a barrier-like power. Their individual defenses might be modest, but as their numbers increase, even the more powerful transcendents might struggle to break through. Bright light infantry, lower your spears and aim at the enemy. Yes, surrounding the 25 Lolly shield guards, over 20 female tree elf bright light infantrymen clutched their weapons tightly. They stood behind the Lolly shield guards, ready to thrust their silver spears if the enemy approached. Cavalry, do not act rashly. Remain on deck. Inya and Anderson's voices echoed from the air. Follow our lord's orders. The Tide retinue was divided into male and female groups. 13 men and 12 women, led by the tree elf leader Inya and Anderson, respectively. Both siblings rode enormous griffins, slung over their backs to shoulder immensely long, cold-blazing spears. Equipped with tree elf longbows, they not only harnessed the power of transcendental weaponry but also sniped enemies from high vantage points, inflicting devastating damage. Additionally, there were approximately 20 White Eagle swordsmen. There were 10 male tree elves, and 10 females, including the older sisters and women of the Atón clan. The Atón women were no less powerful than the men, and in fact, due to their age, they were the core fighting force at a time when only Knowles and John had grown up. "We are in position, Captain," said the 4 astrologers, led by Gonya, the 4 Forbidden Forest archers, led by Jella, and the 3 Donguards, accompanied by Luana and Anderson. Avalon's extraordinary troops all took their positions. "Captain, the witches are ready," 4 tall and valiant women, clad in dragonhead guard suits, their imposing red dragon helmets obscuring their features. Swish, the witches, mounted on broomsticks, hovered high in the sky, awaiting Bai Luo's orders. Atón possessed 20 witches above the regular level. 10 of them were from the Atón clan, and 10 from the Tree Elves. Led by Flora and Leah, the witches of the Wood Elf clan began casting a spell over the area. The witches of the Atón clan, under the direction of Elsa and Fyra, set traps one after another. The Fluffy clan consisted of 100 common fairies and 50 extraordinary high-level fairies. There were also the Aquatic clan and the Feathered clan. The Fluffy clan disembarked. Each assigned a high-level fairy and about 2 common fairies. Enya, yes, Enya raised the dew flower ring in her hand. The frozen sea suddenly surged into the sky. With a wave of her hand, she instantly froze it. In just 10 seconds, the 4 ships and the Holy Grail were over 20 meters in the air. "We'll hold this position," the senior sister brought Norse to the top of the iceberg, along with Sigrian. "The Aquatic tribe, do your best to protect the lower levels, Bai Luo. If you can't hold out, the witches will break the ice for you. Retreat to the surface immediately." As ordered, the Aquatic tribe's mission was to contain the fish monsters rising from the seabed. These monsters weren't particularly strong, but their numbers were immense, making this a massive undertaking. Bai Luo didn't need them to hold out forever. If they could hold out for less than 9 minutes, the Atón army would be back in the city. Boom boom boom, in the distance, a swarm of black sea monsters rushed towards them at an alarming speed. "Hold your composure," Bai Luo, at the center, surveyed the surroundings, mentally timing himself. About 8 minutes left, the pitch-black sea monster army finally approached. Within range, Bai Luo commanded, and all the Tree Elves, regardless of any Avalonian treasures they wore, retracted their weapons. They raised their arms, and 2 emerald branches sprouted from their wrists, forming a beautiful green bow. Ready, following Bai Luo's voice, the Tree Elves gracefully condensed arrows made of life energy, then in perfect unison, knocked and drew their bows. Not only them, but also the Forbidden Forest archers. This group of exceptional ranged soldiers was already itching to strike. Among them, Jera stood atop the ship, overlooking the horizon. Ting, the avoiding and late-lasting arrow unfurled, taking the form of a longbow. Explode, Jera uttered, and simultaneously, the black runes originally inscribed on the avoiding and late-lasting arrow transformed into words. They slowly floated up and quickly coalesced into an arrow. This was the avoiding and late-lasting arrow's first ability, Word Arrow. Speak, and your words become arrows for you to use. Release, chirp, chirp. Nearly 100 arrows simultaneously launched in all directions, their speed incredibly fast, and the most conspicuous among them were those of the 4 Forbidden Forest archers. Their arrows soared high, piercing the heavens. Then, beneath the blazing daylight, they transformed into a brilliant moon disk. Boom, a massive, circular sphere of energy, like a setting moon, slammed into the swarm of sea monsters below. Bang, 4 silver spheres, each 1 meter in diameter, plunged into the sea beasts. The immense force transformed into shock waves, and endless silver wind blades formed a sphere with a 10-meter radius that ripped through space. Without exception, every sea monster within this space was reduced to ash. However, the sea monsters were simply too numerous, and some were too massive. These 4 arrows couldn't even destroy a 10,000th of them. Swish, swish, following the silver light of the setting moon were the Tree Elves' green shadow arrows. Pa, pa, pa. These arrows pelted the sea beasts, first slaying each one. As the creatures fell, they were immediately covered by the ones behind them. The whole process took less than a second. But this was only the beginning. The arrow, piercing the sea beast's body, rapidly gushed forth green life force. A tiny seed nestled at its tip, absorbing the beast's flesh and blood, thriving. Puff, sharp wood pierced the dead beast, and a multitude of vines tore it apart. Like venomous snakes, These vines bound the surrounding sea beasts, forcibly creating 80 patches of green bushes on the sea. Keep going, the sea beasts provided the perfect foothold for the green shade. Even on the sea, they could still carve out a patch of land from these endless corpses. Shoot. The tree elves continue their arrows, relying on their bloodline instincts and life force, resulting in virtually no cooldown. By comparison, while the forbidden forest archers possessed formidable attack power, the pressure of the extraordinary treasures was too great. These sisters had only been exposed to the power of Avalon for a little over a month, and their Dao Shangfa had barely condensed to the extraordinary level, barely crossing the threshold. With such limited Dao Shangfa, attempting to activate the radiant moon glowing technique was presumptuous. Therefore, they could only draw upon the power of Avalon stored within the radiant moon. But this way. The one under the most pressure right now was clearly Zira. The girl lifted her sleeve, revealing a series of black characters branded onto her palm like a tattoo. The late arrow of avoidance was a heroic level artifact. Using it was not only stressful but also had significant side effects. Without sufficient physical strength, the more frequently Zira used its power, the more black characters would appear on her skin. They would spread towards Zira's heart, and if they reached it, she would die. Fortunately, it was worth it. Boom, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky. It was a bolt of fire that soared into the sky, devouring nearly 100 sea beasts at once. A heroic level strike, if it weren't a giant sea beast, but a mortal without miraculous powers, would likely have wiped out over 2,000 or 3,000. What's that sound? Christine, along with Coral, 20 or so cavalry captains, and eagle strikers, were patrolling the nearby waters. She had been assigned a new mission by the Fairy Eagle Duchy's higher-ups, to guard Sigrian and prevent him from seeking revenge against the wolf and retaking the Cross Sea. For the Fairy Eagle Duchy, the pirates' killing of civilians was a matter of course. As long as a miraculous war didn't break out, anything could be negotiated. Such a powerful miraculous power, Coral, sensing the faint sound, quickly blew the Vulcan horn and summoned everyone. Follow me to see. Crack. A crack appeared on the frozen sea surface, like the mark left by a hammer. Beneath the ice, countless humanoid fish monsters charged frantically, charging head first, even with bruised heads. Galala, bang, the ice shattered, and an endless stream of fish monsters slithered out from the deep sea. Like termites released from their cages, the fish monsters let out an unpleasant, piercing cry. Using their hands and feet, they tumbled and scrambled towards the Atón army. Have they crossed over? Bai Luo noticed that the distant tide of sea beasts was still a long way off, and these fish monsters had clearly been hiding beneath the sea. So many are hidden in just one place, Bai Luo asked. How many troops does Morgan have, Your Majesty? Miss Dolphin and General Shark ignored the ice and leaped onto it. They slid across it, shouting, "We can't hold on. There are too many, get ashore." Bai Luo closed his eyes, then opened them again. Everyone, get ashore. Simultaneously, a golden light emanated from all the aquatic creatures. This was the sign of redemption within the holy aura of Avalon. Which opened the door. With a wave of their wands, a vast array of circular holes appeared in the ice. Dolphins, sharks, goldfish, manta rays, whales, and even some fish that the Atonians would hardly consider aquatic appeared. These aquatic creatures were not ordinary fish, but rather elves capable of transforming into humanoid forms, and advanced elves possessing unique elf magic. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. A pure white dolphin, clad in ancient armor, used its tail fin as a foot, standing on the ice. It even knelt on one knee toward Bai Luo in a self-reproachful salute. Its body was drenched in blood, a testament to the fierceness of the battle beneath the sea. Don't blame yourself, Miss Dolphin. Fiia, heal them, Holy Grail. As Senior Sister finished her words, a torrent of golden water gushed from the Holy Grail, swiftly passing around the aquatic elves. Scars vanished at a visible speed, and lost body parts were instantly repaired, regenerating broken limbs. Miss Dolphin stood up, angrily shouting, "Those damned fish-headed monsters dared to attack us, men, follow me down, revenge." And so, a large group of aquatic creatures charged down again, determined not to give up until they had annihilated an enemy 10 or 100 times their number. Here they come. On the other side, 8 holes collapsed with a crashing sound. Before the first wave of fish monsters even approached, the second and third followed. Fight! The Mingguang infantrymen stepped forward. Behind them, the Luli shield guards lodged their shields in the ice, and a silver-white barrier soared into the sky. The time to kill has finally arrived. Abaddon, now clad in Mingguang infantry armor, burst forth and unleashed a punch at the swarm of fish monsters ahead. Extraordinary fighting technique, unforgivable discipline, golden holy energy, accompanied by explosive force, surged towards the fish monsters in front. Boom! Dozens of fish monsters were sent flying by Abaddon's punch, and the nearest one transformed into a cannonball, slamming into the tide of monsters behind. Wu, the 10-year-old boy, with his incredibly petite frame, wielded a Mingguang spear taller than him, sweeping in a vast circle, severing limbs and debris wherever it passed. Who else? Abaddon had longed to fight in battle since childhood. Now that he had the chance, he was chopping and slicing like a slicing machine, feeling incredibly refreshed. Boom! A figure descended from the sky, crushing the swarm of fish monsters in front of Abaddon into pulp. Sister Gonia, yes, a nod addressed Abaddon. Blue magical energy rapidly gathered around Gonia. She raised her hand and plucked a constellation resembling the Big Dipper from it, the power of the stars. Ding! With a flick of her finger, the bright point on the Big Dipper popped out. The next moment, 7 blue orbs hovered before her. Swish, 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 the orbs danced out, landing among the swarm of fish monsters. The powerful star power transformed into a torrent of countless starlight, gushing forth wildly. The fish monsters had never seen such power before, and were instantly blasted into sieves. Ding, ding, Dingonia created 6 or 7 constellations. For a moment, it was like 7 Gatling guns, barging in all directions. Awesome! Abaddon was stunned, then instinctively leaped up and, with a single kick, crushed a fish monster that had attempted a sneak attack into pulp. Roar! A massive sea monster crashed through the ice, and in front of it, Gonia didn't dodge or evade. The woman raised her hand, and a magical barrier formed from countless starlights blocked the giant sea monster. Whoosh! The bright spear spun in Abaddon's hand. The young man stood firm and hurled the spear, piercing the sea monster above Gonia's head. Thank you, little Abaddon. Abaddon smiled and opened his palm. The bright spear, which had been flying high in the sky, immediately turned around and flew back into his hand. You're welcome. Abaddon danced a few handsome gun dances. But can you remove the small print? Okay, little Abaddon, Gonia said. I'll remember that next time, little Abaddon. In the distant sky, Christine looked down at the black tide of the sea. Sea monsters, all of them. They were surging in the same direction, and the number was increasing, seemingly endless. Islands, fishing boats, and merchant ships on the sea were all decimated. Sigirian, Christine said, completely bewildered. What the hell is he doing? Is he crazy, boss? Are we going over? You're not strong enough. Remember to stay here. Christine's face was serious. She thought of the master level and heroic sea monsters under Sigirian's command. They were definitely not a match for her men. This automatically converts to Dun's level. Even she, facing a few heroic sea monsters, would be her limit. Master level. She had no other options but to turn around and run. Damn it, Christine dared to challenge Sigirian. It was because she had the Duke of Fairy Eagle's protection. If Sigirian dared to attack her, Morgan would have him locked up. Just like now, the sea beasts were ignoring Christine, because Sigirian had ordered them not to attack the Duke of Fairy Eagle's miraculous subjects. In other words, as long as Christine didn't take action, these sea beasts and sea monsters would never attack her. What the hell, those warmongers, Christine complained, crossing the tide of sea beasts. In the distance, she spotted a miraculous light blooming, a power she wasn't familiar with. What's that aura? I've never seen it before. Whose miraculous power in these waters was so golden? Such a miracle existed? The 4 Lords of Brilliance, the 3 Dukes of Azure, the 4 Pirate Kings of the 4 Directions, even if you counted the Earl of Thorns and the Lord of the Birch, didn't seem to possess such power. Go check it out. Christine had only been with Azure for over a decade, her experience was minimal, and the only miracles she'd known of were from the Celebration of Kings. Back then, she was still just a marginally exceptional Eagle Strikers. Whoever it is, this must be reported to the Grand Duke, Christine said. In peacetime, a war of miracles erupted so recklessly. It's abhorrent. Chapter 139. You are too arrogant. All forces, attack. The Tide retinue were brimming with excitement. Almost at Bai Luo's command, they galloped out on their blue water elemental horses. It was finally their turn, finally. Blue armor gleamed in the sunlight. In the distant sky, a dark mass gathered towards them. A storm. 25 knights' lances, with a powerful impact, tore through the surging tide of fish monsters, then circled around the 4 ships, creating a vast circle. Diana descended from the sky on her griffins. They transformed into pure white light, like a giant meteor, strangling countless fish monsters and sea beasts. Swish, 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 3 adorable cats darted across the battlefield, closely following the tide retinue, slashing left and right. Whenever a fish monster approached, the cats would launch themselves into blue mist, giving the enemy no chance to attack. Their mobility was simply unimaginable. Most sea beasts were inferior, not even ordinary soldiers, and would be defeated by ordinary goblins. But among these sea beasts, there were also some extremely terrifying giants. A gamble, a golden monkey brandished an iron rod. Get out of the way. The rod swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a club over 30 meters long, one end extremely thin and the other massive. Bang! The massive iron rod smashed into the giant sea beast's abdomen, severing its spine. It won't withstand a single blow. The Monkey King yanked the iron rod, and the rod, once as large as a building, instantly shrank to less than 1.5 meters. He was the patriarch of the mischievous monkeys on Atón Island, the Monkey King among the high-ranking goblins. As a high-ranking goblin, the Monkey King possessed 2 goblin magics, one that could instantly enlarge or shrink objects, and the other. Follow me. As the Monkey King strode forward, shadows trailed in his wake. They grew increasingly solid, and in the blink of an eye, they reappeared as their true forms. They swung their iron rods at the fish monsters and small sea beasts on either side of the path cleared by the Tide Servant, charging at them. Monkey, wait for me. Hampensaburo, his short legs struggling to run, pulled out a bunch of colorful mushrooms from the bag on his back and tossed them around. Are you still human, bullying me for my short legs and slow runners? Huh? Hampensaburo said, you look like a monkey. The mushrooms landed and took root immediately. When a fish monster approached, a loud bang blasted away many of them and poisoned the larger creatures, sending them crashing to the ground. A gigantic sea beast, seemingly stunned by Hampensaburo's bewilderment, cast a massive shadow over an adorable little bear. The little bear's name was Duato, the cutest and only bear of the Atón tribe. Originally Shara's pet, it had now, blessed by Lilith, become a fluffy fairy. Is it really that excessive? Shang Duato pulled a hammer 1,000 times larger from his pocket and struck the unconscious giant sea monster with it. Bang! The monster was knocked backward by the incredible force, instantly crushing a large group of fish monsters beneath it. Aim and hit. Shang Duato, despite his adorable appearance, had a rather bad temper. You idiotic stuffed animals, chew. As Shang Duato raged, the melodious, crisp calls of cranes echoed from afar. Swish, swish, swish. These were 5 extremely graceful, tall white cranes, wearing conical hats and pure white robes. In their hands, they held umbrella swords stained with blood. The master said that a swordsman whose blade remains unstained by blood is a first-rate swordsman. Then why is Zuman blowing blood? Isn't that snow? Really? Their previous elegance was instantly eclipsed by this witty exchange. Roar, huh? As they chatted, several more colossal sea beasts swooped down. Unfortunately, they encountered the 5 cranes of the Atón family, Crane Chuksu, Crane Fixin, Crane Bai, Crane Kinking, and Crane Udian. Sashimi, let's go. 5 figures transformed into almost black and white light. In a split second, they had chopped the colossal sea beasts into plates of sashimi, leaving only their skeletons. They got there first again, those damned human-headed birds. 2 eagles stood atop the pile of fish monster carcasses. Dio Dongdong and Dio Bibai, brother and sister, watched in silence as the 5 cranes slaughtered everyone. They wore pitch-black cloth and shouldered terrifying 3-meter-long black iron swords. Their wielding power was invincible. However, despite their immense strength, their speed was far inferior to that of the 5 cranes, a frustrating development. My Fiyu clan is truly a thriving force. Yin, 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 and Yingying of the White Eagle family also joined the fray. Among them, Silver Eagle was the most powerful, almost reaching the quasi-transcendent realm. He was the most powerful of all the high-level fairies blessed by Lilith. He could manipulate size, clone himself, extend space, leap into silver mist, and dash through light and shadow. I don't think it's very impressive. Maya waved her wand, instantly freezing a group of fish monsters. Then, as if turning back time, she flung them all out. This was the flowing light barrier spell, invented by Maya with her own innate talent. When an enemy collided with it, all force was stopped and forcibly rebounded, affecting the enemy. Enemies with strong miraculous powers could break this spell. But these fish monsters and sea beasts without miraculous powers, aside from being more numerous, offered no real threat. At least until Maya exhausted her transcendental magic, they had no chance of harming her. Galila, Elsa manipulated ice and snow, unleashing a devastating blow. Among the many witches, Elsa's power far surpassed the others. Her ice magic even reached the level of a sorcerer. If it weren't for her lack of magical proficiency in other areas, Lilith would have probably given her the title of magician. What kind of miracle power is this? Sometimes warm, sometimes cold, sometimes rough, sometimes delicate. Although Sigrian couldn't see, he could sense it and roughly judge the strength and level of this miracle power. If a miracle subject withheld their power and didn't release it, even a powerful miracle master would have difficulty detecting their strength. But once released, even if the level couldn't be determined, the strength could still be judged. In the darkness, Sigrian sensed a familiar wave. Finally, over there, something's coming. The senior sister had brought Sigrian to Bai Luo's location. Suddenly, the senior sister noticed an extremely sinister aura emerging from the distant sea. What's the miracle power like? Bai Luo also noticed it, and the senior sister said, I can't tell, but it's probably quite strong, especially given the large number of them. Clearly, the newcomers were holding back their miracle power. As long as they didn't use their power, even they couldn't obtain accurate information. Boss, the two were discussing when suddenly, from afar, a burst of extremely unpleasant and piercing shouts erupted. Quack, quack, quack. The Atonian felt as if 10,000 frogs were croaking, becoming extremely irritated. He then summoned his miraculous power to silence the strange noise. So noisy. Are the frogs spirits? Jira frowned slightly. She raised her right arm, covered in writing, and aimed her arrow at the black sailboat that had appeared in the distance. Hold on, Jira. Bai Luo, unsure of the situation, stopped Jira from making any rash moves. The black-sailed ship slowly approached. Those guys. By then, Christine had also arrived in the air above the sea. She rode atop a colorful fairy eagle, her gaze fixed on the pitch-black pirate ship. They're coming too. Is Sigrian on board? That madman, is he really going to destroy the sea area? Ha 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 ha, what the hell is this? It's hilarious. The thin pirate's eyes bulged, projecting the image they were seeing. The fat pirate nearly died of laughter. Human stick. Boss has been turned into a human stick. Ho ha ho ha, boss, don't cry. We're coming to save you, don't laugh. No one's allowed to laugh. I'll beat anyone who laughs. A giant, fish-headed man, so fat he looked unrecognizable, said sternly, Boss, don't worry. We won't laugh at you, unless we can't help it. Ho ha ho ha. But Sigrian's appearance was so hilarious that even his fellow deep-sea creatures nearly burst out laughing. How could they be so stupid? Sigrian was speechless. It wasn't because he was being laughed at, but because they hadn't noticed anything was wrong. Perhaps they noticed, but they simply found it amusing. Sigrian, so noisy, senior sister stepped forward, summoning the Eastern True Cross sword. But before she could strike, Bai Luo stopped her. Huh? This time, even senior sister didn't understand what he meant. No fight, no. Bai Luo stared into the distance with a sullen expression, then took the Eastern True Cross sword from senior sister's hand. I'll do it. These guys' disregard for the Adonis was so arrogant that it irritated Bai Luo. How the power of Avalon within Bai Luo's body surged into the Eastern True Cross sword. Sigrian, standing beside him, was nearly killed by the immense force. What the hell is this thing? This monstrous miracle power. Are you kidding me, boss? We're coming. Those idiots. Secret. Let the Holy Cross fill every corner of the world. Boom. The world was suddenly quiet at this moment, and the only remaining light suddenly illuminated the sea that was gradually shrouded in dark clouds and had become slightly dim. This is. Christine looked at the scene in front of her, her mouth open, unable to close for a long time. And in her sight, on the sea, a pure white sword energy about 100 meters thick, spanning 5 kilometers of the sea. Wherever it passed, no matter whether it was a fish monster, a sea beast, or a supergiant sea beast, they were all pierced by endless crosses and turned into ashes. Bang! The black-sailed pirate ship was enveloped by this sudden holy sword energy, and the pirates on it were swallowed up by Bai Luo's sword energy. Chapter 140, Foolish Old Banquet, Abyssal Goo Flute. These idiots, if Sigrian still had his hands and feet, he would definitely cover his face, Unable to bear the sight, could they be any more foolish? Bang! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Bai Luo sheathed the Dongzhen cross-sword and returned it to his senior sister. Very arrogant indeed, said the senior sister, you don't even take us seriously. Are they dead? Not yet. Bai Luo could sense that the Dongzhen cross-sword hadn't responded by slashing the enemy. Clearly, the pirates were still alive. Looks like a miracle unit above hero level. The senior sister knew that Bai Luo wasn't venting his anger, he was using this attack to test the opponent's strength. Master-level secrets are ultimately too scattered. Against hero-level units, without extremely concentrated power, they can't be killed. Specifically, unless one is in a defenseless state like Sigrian, instantly killing a hero-level unit is nearly impossible. Even a legendary couldn't kill them with a single blow. So you wanted to try and take them out in one fell swoop before the miraculous power within them was released. You failed, Bai Luo said. These guys are very strange. They seem to have a concept similar to the second life in the game. Dongzhenjian did kill them once, Bai Luo said, but I didn't really kill them. As he spoke, Bai Luo cast his gaze on Sigrian. If they have it, then Sigrian must also have such ability. It seems the restraint is not strong enough, and more money is needed. Knowles, blow the bugle and gather the troops. The training is over, and the next battle is not something the current Atón people can fight one-on-one. Boss, it's our turn. Bai Luo, children, just watch and gain experience. There are about 5 minutes left. If they can hold out for another 5 minutes, the battle will be over. Avalon Holy Light Great Barrier, golden barriers rose from all sides, protecting the Atón army within. Senior sister took action, her first true ultimate move of the war. Defense established. Consume 20% of my Avalonian power. This 20% of Avalonian power was like senior sister separating 20% of her own energy. It would constantly replenish. As long as you couldn't break it all at once, the Avalonian Holy Light Barrier would be replenished from senior sister's body, rapidly regenerating. As for the defensive strength of the Avalonian Holy Light Barrier, senior sister could only guarantee heroic level combat power, making it difficult to break. But since she hadn't tried, she wasn't sure how many people would need to accumulate to break through. Of course, that didn't matter. If the amount wasn't enough, senior sister could continue to invest, perhaps by allocating 80% of her energy to maintain the barrier. Retreat. Seeing the golden barrier take shape, the Atonians immediately moved backwards. The elves quickly retreated, no longer advancing. As for the surging fish monsters and sea beasts, they all crashed into the barrier without exception. However, they possessed no miraculous power at all. Their brute force alone wouldn't significantly deplete the barrier. A single master-level physical attack negates command was enough to render them helpless. 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, 5 minutes. The Atón clan's plan was quickly passed down to the White Eagles. As long as they could hold on for the next 5 minutes, their battle plan would be successfully completed. Also, Bai Luo suddenly raised his head, gazing into the empty distance. His gaze, spanning dozens of miles, settled on a large bird and the woman it carried. Oh, Christine shuddered, feeling as if she were being stared at by a sinister dragon. What's that? From Sigrian, Bai Luo pointed at her, and the senior sister immediately summoned the arrow of delayed arrival. It doesn't seem so. Her miraculous power is different from Sigrian's. Shoot her down. Yes, Bai Luo said, but be careful not to kill her. Okay. The senior sister flicked her hand, and a black energy formed into a bowstring on the arrow of delayed arrival, which had once resembled a giant sword. She placed her finger on it, and a surge of Avalon's power poured into it. Break through the air, hit with certainty, split, shoot down, blockade. What's going on? Who? Is someone targeting me? A stream of spiritual words formed into a special arrow. From a distance, Christine felt a chill run down her spine, unsure where the danger came from. Beep! The arrow released, but not far from the bow. It instantly disappeared into thin air. Swish! When it reappeared, it had already reached a blind spot behind Christine, breaking air, ignoring distance. Once you've pinpointed your target, you'll reach it in an instant. Oh no! Christine instinctively launched her fairy eagle into the air, but the word spirit arrow followed closely behind. No matter how Christine sped or dived, it remained glued to her. Guaranteed hit. Once the target is pinpointed, the arrow is guaranteed to hit. Guaranteed hit? A small causal arrow. Christine had encountered such abilities before. She drew the fairy feather reins from her waist and lashed them at the word spirit arrow like a whip. Snap, 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 what? The arrow suddenly split, transforming into 6 word spirit arrows that surrounded Christine. Bang! The first arrow struck Christine's fairy eagle mount. A resounding explosion, accompanied by a terrifying display of fighting sage magic, knocked Christine from the air. A pale blue light enveloped Christine's body, shielding her from the word spirit arrow's attack. In the distance, the senior sister watched Christine plummet toward the island, still trying her best to block and dodge. They're quite powerful, probably at the hero level. Increase your miraculous power output. Yes, a golden light flashed in the senior sister's eyes, and the 5 word spirit arrows in the air instantly doubled in speed. Getting faster, the second and third arrows followed, far surpassing the previous ones in both speed and power. This left Christine with no time to concentrate her miraculous power. The pressure was too great. Boom! Finally, the protective light barrier shattered, and the heroic Sky Knight and Fairy Eagle crashed onto the island beach. Ahem, Christine was bewildered. Who are they, and why are they attacking me? Swish! Still coming, Christine was a little angry. This wave of long-range attacks was too sudden. Before Christine could even stand up, 3 word spirit arrows were pinned to the beach with her at the center, forming a triangular ceiling formation. A steady stream of fighting magic surged out, pinning Christine to the ground. Oh no, Christine was about to release the miraculous power within her body when a chain composed of black symbols trapped her wrists and forcibly pulled them apart. Next, her left hand and legs. What kind of miracle is this? The miraculous power within Christine was instantly suppressed, and her body was unable to move. Swish! Christine struggled, but the surrounding environment changed. Christine found herself on the beach and on a deck. She now wore a black collar around her neck, from which 4 chains composed of black spells branched out, connecting to the 4 sides of the deck. These chains were not connected to the deck, but rather to the black magic circle that appeared on the deck. In addition, there were chains on her wrists and legs, forcing Christine to kneel on the deck, unable to move. Which side are you from? Christine was surprised when she heard Bai Luo's voice. She turned around and saw a man and a woman. You, Sigillian? Christine was about to ask, but found Sigillian sitting in a chair, his limbs missing. What's going on? What's going on? Who are you? Do you know what you're doing? Christine said in rapid-fire torrents. You're provoking Morgan. This will trigger a war. The entire ocean will become a battlefield for sea monsters. Many will die. Woo woo woo, it seems you're not on Morgan's side. Bai Luo analyzed it and saw a beautiful bird flying in the sky. The 3 Dukes of Azure, Yangbo, Shenyang, and Xiniang. Are you with the Duke of Xiniang? Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Unlike Sigillian, this guy seemed to be a fool. You, Christine felt wronged, like a police officer from a peaceful country who was captured by terrorists. You were obviously wrong. Why did you hit me? Fool, yes, idiot, confirmed. Bai Luo and his senior sister did not seal Christine's mouth. Because such a person is simply the best intelligence acquisition machine. Even if you don't ask anything, she will talk non-stop. Damn it. On the other side, Sigrian sensed Christine's breath. He knew how embarrassing he looked now. But more than that, he was still worried that Christine would expose his secret. I am so unlucky today. A bunch of pig teammates, and now here comes an even stupider idiot. Come to think of it, what's with those guys? I should have killed them before, Bai Luo said casually. Christine quickly said, don't you even know that? They're deep-sea creatures, infected and transformed by a large amount of sea devil blood. You can't kill them by just destroying their humanoid forms without destroying their true forms. Sigrian, fuck you. I want to kill someone. I want to kill this idiot. Deep-sea creatures, sea devil blood, Bai Luo. Morgan's miracle is a miracle creature, a sea devil. Of course not, Christine. Sea devils are just derivatives of Morgan's miracle. His true miracle is a lower-level miracle called the Abyss Goo Flute, a lower-level miracle creature, the Abyss Goo Flute. Sea devils, deep-sea creatures, sea monsters, sea beasts, and fish monsters are all derivatives of it. No, Christine looked at Bai Luo in shock. Are you trying to trick me, Bai Luo? That's a good use of shock. What will happen to the deep-sea creatures after that humanoid body is killed? Will they recover? Bang! This time, without Christine's response, Bai Luo saw the answer. In the distant sea, 10 enormous snakes swam towards them. They were nearly 30 meters long and 2 or 3 meters thick, covered in black scales resembling volcanic rock. From their jaws, long, Kelp-like whiskers churned the sea like tentacles. As they swirled, small whirlpools surged towards them. That's an elite, transcendent, sea monster. The cruising python? Yi, fourth tone, Sigrian, ah. Sigrian, big sister, I'm calling you big sister, can you please let me go? Sigrian had noticed long ago that Bai Luo and his senior sister were unfamiliar with his military unit. They also knew very little about the power of the Morgan lineage. This had originally been his advantage, but Sigrian hadn't anticipated that Christine would be captured by Bai Luo. And then, here, revealing crucial miraculous intelligence. Transcendent level, Bai Luo noticed a miraculous level of these swimming pythons, the third-class transcendent level. They're quite large, but their aura seems about the same as Gonia and the others. They're capable of fighting. Bai Luo raised his hand. Simultaneously, the astrologers, forbidden forest archers, and tree elves quickly loaded their bows and magic stars. Shoot, however, the result this time wasn't what Bai Luo had expected. 10 swimming pythons plunged headfirst into the water. Boom, they weren't mindless sea beasts. Facing such a long-range attack, only fools would fall prey to concentrated fire on the surface. Quick, get them out of the way, Christine yelled. The swimming python's attack is to manipulate the sea, using miraculous power to create vortexes. They're throwing them right here, fuck you, Sigrian was bewildered. Fortunately, he was a well-mannered man, and even after being tricked, he didn't get too angry. Isn't it time to be angry? I'm so pissed right now, I'm pissed off. Fools in front, stabbed in the back, Sigrian said. How could I have ended up with such a bunch of idiots? It must be said that capturing prisoners on the battlefield and forcing them to reveal information about the enemy can truly give one side a huge advantage. That slap just now shouldn't have been given. Even senior sister, through the miracle connection, secretly joked with Bai Luo. Yet, this little darling is so adorable. Bai Luo felt like laughing, but he had to guard against the 10 whirlpools. Captain, Elsa flew overhead. Let me do it, and us, Diana, accompanied by 4 dawn guards, rode griffins through the air, wielding gleaming silver-white weapons. What is that? Christine looked at Elsa and other witches in shock. They are riding brooms. Why are they riding brooms? Can't they fly? Why can brooms fly? Sigrian finally said something decent. Fia, strengthen the seal. Bai Luo noticed Sigrian's reaction. He seemed to be able to hear Christine's voice. At the heroic level, the seal is only effective temporarily. If you want to keep the seal, you have to apply miracle power regularly. Therefore, for non-miraculous entities, such consumption is very stressful. But for the senior sister, it's just a sprinkle of water. It was you who shot me down just now. Christine looked at the senior sister. She couldn't sense the senior sister's miracle power. But just based on the previous attack, Christine knew that she was no match for the woman in front of her. Why are you hitting me? Did I say anything wrong? Christine said. If I did, I apologize, but please stop. If you keep fighting like this, once Sigrian's supernatural powers and deep-sea lords join the fray, this sea will be devastated. The other party had revealed a lot of crucial information, such as the fact that after supernatural powers, heroes, they were called deep-sea lords, masters, and that they were a force capable of destroying this ocean. Shut up and watch, the senior sister said coldly, or I'll hit you. Christine immediately shut up, sensing the senior sister's seriousness. Who are these two? What's going on? What are we going to do with her? Take her back and lock her up, Bai Luo said. These are the miracles we intended to expose. It doesn't matter if she sees them. We can use her as a way to intimidate the 3 lords of Azure. Swish, swish, swish. In the air, Elsa had already arrived at the front line. She commanded several witches, who waved their wands, freezing the vortex. Throw. The dawn guards threw the ice-blue spears behind them. The spears fell into the sea, like automatically guided torpedoes, and began to track the cruising pythons. Captain, at this moment, Bai Luo received news from the north. They faced south, the direction of the cruising pythons and the pirate ships, with the left hand being east and the right hand being west. There are a lot of strange fish in the south, and they are different types of soldiers. Isn't there a barrier? Bai Luo hurriedly looked behind him and found that there was a large group of people on the sea, approaching as fast as a sailboat. They were on the left and right, with 50 people each, riding on large fish with wings, like knights in the sea. Extraordinary troops, winged fish cavalry. Through Christine, Bai Luo got the information about these pirate knights riding flying fish. How did they get in? Bai Luo frowned, pondering carefully. Ventriloquism? Not ventriloquism. These extraordinary deep-sea creatures had been lurking here long before, simply hiding and not making a move. Fia, Bai Luo's words had barely escaped his lips when his senior sister suddenly punched Sigrian in the stomach. Wow, there's something in his stomach, the senior sister said. It's not ventriloquism. He's directing them through some miraculous power we can't perceive. Sigrian was also quite shocked. He hadn't dared to give orders casually before, fearing discovery. But he never expected that Bai Luo would sense something was amiss after only a few detailed commands. The senior sister was even more decisive, slicing open Sigrian's abdomen with a single sword and forcibly extracting the contents. Zzz. On the deck, accompanied by a shower of dark blood, a strangely shaped conch appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this a miraculous treasure, Christine? I've always heard that each of the 6 Morgan brothers holds a treasure that can command all creatures in the sea. Is this it? But putting it in your stomach, what a weird idea. Isn't it disgusting? So disgusting? Christine's words made Sigrian want to kill someone. He'd kept it in his stomach, so people wouldn't expect it. Isn't that right, huh? Such a cautious, insidious plan was actually being called disgusting. Swish, Bai Luo unsheathed the Lionheart blood sword and, with a single blow, cleaved the conch in two. But as expected, the winged fish cavalry and the cruising python, who were advancing in an orderly, circuitous manner in the distance, dodging ranged attacks, were instantly reduced to headless flies. Thank goodness we discovered it early, Bai Luo said, looking at Sigrian, who had been healed by the holy light. Grandson, you really are a master at playing tricks. You've got so many tricks. Unfortunately, the power gap between the two was too great. Furthermore, Bai Luo and his senior sister were incredibly alert, always sensing his intentions at the first moment. This put Sigrian under his control before he could even make a move. Meanwhile, Nors, standing by, was stunned. This man was full of cunning schemes. If it weren't for Bai Luo and his senior sister, he would have been completely outmaneuvered by them. If nothing else, just a few more words from Sigrian could have Nors fallen into his trap. You're formidable. Sigrian's mouth was sealed, but his voice emanated from his abdomen. But in a miracle war, it's ultimately a battle between soldiers and generals. If it were a normal confrontation, you could simply use decapitation tactics, and I'd be dead. But you can't kill me. Sigrian's hearing was still sealed, but that didn't stop him from speaking ventriloquistically. So next, I want to see how you can withstand it. Bai Luo and his senior sister thought of what their uncle had said about the master-level sea monsters under Sigrian's command. Whoosh, a white mist, so dark it couldn't be seen, drifted in from the far end of the sea. Its speed was so fast that before the Atón people even noticed, they were engulfed. What's going on? Thick fog. What's the enemy's strength? Everyone gather immediately, stay close together, and don't leave the group. The Atón people stood in the fog and began to tighten their defenses. Seeing this, the senior sister immediately changed the holy light barrier's judgment method. Isolate the fog. With the senior sister's command, the dense fog within the circular barrier, with a radius of approximately 500 meters, dissipated, and the Atón people once again saw their companions. At this moment, a golden ball of light shielded the Atón people from the vast ocean. The interior of the ball of light was bright, but outside, it was a pale white. Gurgle. The fear of the unknown brought considerable psychological pressure to the Atón people. Such thick fog, and still at sea. Their feet were not land, but ice, but beneath the ice, the deep black sea was still bottomless. I feel like a monster will burst out from under my feet any second. As Shuster said this, his body trembled slightly. Abaddon quickly said, I'm standing right next to you. If it wants to eat, it'll eat us both. Haha. Shuster laughed. I'm not afraid anymore now that you say that. This wasn't gloating, of course. Shuster believed that if Abaddon had been there when it was eaten, then with Abaddon's abilities, it would be the sea monster that would have perished, not them. He would have surely ripped open its belly and rescued himself. Such conversations occurred in many places. The Atonians had gained strength, but their mental state hadn't improved in tandem. In other words, they lacked practical combat experience. Fighting with favorable winds was fine, but against unfavorable winds, escape and surrender were out of the question, and morale wouldn't have dropped. But in terms of judgment, most Atonians had no choice but to fight the enemy to the death. When power is limited, wisdom truly matters. Besides, Abaddon said, Big Sister's barrier is a sphere, not a hemisphere. We're at least 500 meters below the holy light, although the energy consumption would be greater. For the children's safety, Senior Sister chose the most perfect barrier form. Aren't you coming yet, those 10 giant snakes, and the suddenly vanishing winged fish cavalry? These vanishing enemies are the most terrifying. They have some miraculous power that hides their presence. Neither Bai Luo nor Senior Sister could sense where the deep-sea creatures had gone, and the sea monsters had vanished as well. As for the remaining sea beasts and fish monsters, they were fine for the children to practice on, but completely unsuitable for them. In short, only those who could break through Avalon's holy light barrier were worthy of being their enemies. If they couldn't even make it through, then the mortals of the miracle world were no more than cannon fodder in the face of the miraculous power. Sigirian, what orders will you give? Sigirian had few opportunities to give orders. He might only have a few words before Bai Luo and Senior Sister discovered him. This also meant that the information he could share with his companions and subordinates was very limited. The enemy is very strong, don't approach rashly. There's a man and a woman who are king-level warriors. If you encounter them, don't engage them. Avoid them if possible. The enemy's underwater forces are insufficient, and they're attacking from the bottom of the water. Don't think about defeating them. Instead, Bai Luo uttered the 4 words Sigirian might have said last: lure them away. If Sigirian could hear the conversation between Bai Luo and his Senior Sister, he would surely break out in a cold sweat. Because their analysis was almost identical to the orders he had given earlier. Morgan's miracle, Bai Luo proactively asked Christine for the first time, which faction is it from? Oh, Christine felt she shouldn't have said it, but on reflection, it didn't seem to violate the rules, and it wouldn't expose the miracle of the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle. Foolish old feast. After stepping onto the battlefield, Bai Luo's expression became serious for the first time. He looked at his Senior Sister and transmitted a message. How much longer? Less than 5 minutes. Foolish old feast. This was definitely not good news. Bai Luo had not forgotten the tone and attitude his uncle had used when he mentioned this camp. 28 camps, the most terrifying miracle. Chapter 141, Weird, embarrassing in front of the fool. Gurgle, mist, an endless white mist, obscured everyone's view of the outer world. It's so quiet, for some reason, despite the silence. Abaddon's hand, gripping the radiant light spear, was dripping with sweat. Even Shuster's scalp tingled with the silence. Over 3 minutes, for 3 whole minutes, not a single sound moved outside, everything veiled by the mist. No more roaring sea monsters, even the fish monsters and sea beasts, unaware of death, seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace. Are they really planning to attack? Don't let your guard down. Maya, Sheila, and Elsa rode their brooms. Ahead of them, Fyra, atop her silver-winged unicorn, stared intently at the eastern barrier and the swirling white mist. The witches were high in the sky, and about 20 meters above them lay the top of the barrier. It's also all white up there, Maya said, looking up, her gaze settling on the center of the barrier's topmost point. There seems to be something over there. Sheila pointed somewhere, and Maya quickly looked in that direction. Is it there? There's only white mist. No, just now, it felt like something was moving. Maya focused her attention, focusing on the direction Sheila pointed. She leaned forward slightly, and even her magic broom moved slightly forward. Wu-Wei woman sobs emanated from the mist. Maya said, it seems like a woman is crying, no, singing, and it's very sad. Where? There. Maya pointed forward, and then, through the hazy white mist, the witches could actually see a woman. She was small, naked, and about the same size as an ordinary person, but she was floating hundreds of meters in the air, emerging from the mist without support. What is that? The witches immediately drew their wands and pointed them at her. As if sensing the witch's threat, the woman immediately put on a pleading expression. This, Maya and Shara exchanged a look of bewilderment. Before they could react, the woman let out a piercing scream, her body rapidly submerged as if being dragged by something in the white mist. She struggled frantically, trying to grasp at something, but only carried away some of the mist before disappearing. The piercing screams echoed in all directions, rising and falling. The witches didn't know what this was, but a sudden, inexplicable chill rose in their hearts. They weren't the only ones witnessing this bizarre scene. The woman appeared in every direction, in every corner, from literally hundreds of angles. Foolish old Dian, are you just playing tricks? The white mist surrounding them was identical to the one Senior Sister and Bai Luo had encountered previously, only the level was vastly different. If the white mist before had been a gas, then now it was practically solid. Even the two of them couldn't see clearly for a moment. Master level eye-blinding magic, I can't see clearly either, the senior sister said. It'll take at least a minute to analyze and decipher this ability. Shirley can see clearly, however, Shirley claimed she wasn't affected. There are a lot of huge, ugly creatures out there, approaching. Suddenly, Christine screamed, pointing at her. Ma, the horse is talking. Christine's mount was a fairy eagle, but fairy eagles couldn't talk. To be more precise, Christine had never seen a talking animal in her life. This was unbelievable. Shirley glanced at Christine as if she was looking at a bumpkin. And then continued, the one in the east looks like a big lobster, colorful. The one in the south is very large, like a hermit crab, but it's too far away. Shirley can't see it clearly. And the west and north. The one in the west is a big squid. Shirley, the one in the north looks like a slug, green all over, with two upright eyes. So disgusting. Hey, little fool, can you explain it? Are you calling me? Yeah, besides you, who else here is a little fool? I'm not a little fool, but except you, no one here is called little fool. My name is Christine, not little fool. Christine, and are you scolding me? It seems like you have been trying to trick me since just now. Christine, what's wrong with this guy? Does he really think I'm an intelligence extraction machine? Christine, you were cunning enough to trick me before, but this time, don't even think about getting any information from me. Christine, I won't be a traitor again. Sigirian praises Christine. However, Bai Luo soon extracted the identities of these sea monsters from Christine. The squids must be King Neon Touch? He's Sigirian's second in command, and he's quite powerful. Christine looked at the holy sword at Fairy Eagle's neck, then at Fairy Eagle's tearful face, as if he were about to burst into tears. Though helpless, reality was stronger than people. Fairy Eagle, Master, save me. Christine, Master, can we put down the sword first? There must be 8-headed sandworms under the sea, and the 3-footed centipede is probably here too, and the latter is very likely flying in the sky. The silver threadworm is the most insidious, be careful not to be parasitized by it, and the slow rotbone cattail, that woman likes to control others. The algae-branched sea leaf dragon is also very strong, with extraordinary strength. One-on-one, I'm evenly matched with her, the green-eyed slug and the terrifying giant frog. One has clairvoyance and the other has super hearing. The former's ability is very disgusting, and the latter is terribly noisy. The sea monk is the colorful lobster you mentioned. In addition, the fishy evil shark and the white horse of Sweetheart Eyes Izzy were not mentioned, but I think they must be lurking around, ready to attack you. Oh, that hermit crab is called the sea mirage crab. It is not a sea monster, but a sea demon. It is very, very strong. Sigrian, oh my god, please take this stupid woman away. How can we fight this? How the hell can we fight this? I just laid out my plan, and you give me righteous backstab, and a combo, 8 hits at that. Sigrian wanted to die, so badly. Also, what kind of troops are those naked women? You didn't seem to mention it. Bai Luo and his senior sister sensed it and found that while it possessed miraculous power, it was very weak. This time, even Christine didn't know. She didn't seem to have seen such troops under Sigrian's command. I don't know, I really don't know, but, Christine said, I should know. If it was a type Sigrian often uses, I would definitely know. After all, after so many years of dealing with him, how could Christine not be familiar with Sigrian's fighting style and troop deployment? But these strange naked women, Christine really had never seen them before. It's just, if even I don't know, Christine thought of a possibility. Deep Sea Lord, it could very well be a Deep Sea Lord level miracle soldier, Deep Sea Lord, or Master. Logically, Sigrian, under the Sacred Covenant, was forbidden from deploying troops above the Master level in his army. However, every policy has its own countermeasures. If only one miracle soldier had been deployed, and it had just reached Master level, then that wouldn't be a big deal. Just like Sigrian's Sea Mirage Red Crab, it was brought to life that way. However, the situation was different now. Bai Luo and senior sister, 2 kings, were openly appearing on the battlefield. According to the rules of the Sacred Covenant, as the invaded party, Sigrian could retaliate with all its might. Bang! Bai Luo wanted to ask more questions, but the distant vibrations were bearing down on the barrier with overwhelming force. The air was compressed, producing an extreme sonic boom. The boom was so rapid that in just a few breaths, it had already covered thousands of meters, and continued to hurtle towards the holy light barrier with undiminished force. Boom! An indescribable force struck the eastern holy light barrier. In an instant, ripples like water spread outward from the impact point, radiating outward in all directions. Dong dong, 2 more blasts followed, and this time, they even caused the holy light barrier to dent slightly. Though the blast rebounded quickly, the eagle-eyed Atonian still noticed it. The Mihai monk, with astonishing force, struck the air, unleashing a massive sonic boom punch capable of spanning 1,000 meters and shattering a city wall. What terrifying power! Jira's face was grim. To be able to unleash such an attack, could it be, hero? Unaware of the situation on the other side, Jira clenched her evasive and delayed arrows, eager to test her prowess against her hero-level foe. However, the extraordinary and extraordinary were barely a match for her. As for the fish monsters and sea beasts she had slain earlier, such cannon fodder was meaningless. Only the strong could stir Jira's blood. She's not lying. Senior Sister's expression remained calm. These attacks require at least a heroic level attack. Unfortunately, even with its full strength, a single heroic level attack wouldn't be enough to destabilize the barrier. It would only continue to drain Isifia's miraculous power. But competing with a champion level attack on miraculous power was sheer suicidal intent. Senior Sister would regenerate infinitely, while the opponent would simply exhaust her miraculous power, becoming less than transcendent, or even less than extraordinary. Boom! The sea trembled, the ice rapidly cracking. Bang! 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 And within the white mist, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 tentacles covered in suction cups, rose into the sky in 8 directions before clinging tightly to the barrier. These are the tentacles of the Neon Touch King. He's about to attack. Zzz, zzz. As Christine finished her words, endless thunder erupted from the tentacles, a torrent of destructive lightning once again putting pressure on the holy light barrier. Galila, not good. Floating in the air, Gonia noticed the water level surrounding the barrier suddenly drop a fraction. It's trying to drag us to the bottom. Cut it. Senior Sister summoned the 4-directional King Holy Sword. Elsewhere, Aliyah wielded the Eastern True Sword, aiming at the nearest tentacle. Whoosh! The sword energy pierced hundreds of meters, slicing through a tentacle. The tentacle severed, falling into the sea with a thunderbolt, stirring up a massive wave. Well done, Aliyah. Senior Sister swung her sword repeatedly, severing 7 more lightning tentacles. Her movements were far more effortless than Aliyah's. Crack, crack, crack. Is it attacking below the barrier this time? Senior Sister sensed something deep beneath the sea, directly beneath the holy light barrier, constantly attacking that area. This is the 8-headed sandworm, Senior Sister, but what kind of creature is this? What a strange shape and distribution, long and thin, with a surprising number of them, like tentacles, and covered with sharp centipede-like legs. It was very fast, so fast that it had already accumulated enough power in almost 0.1 seconds, and then it quickly aimed at an area, carrying out almost non-stop rapid attacks. Unfortunately, it underestimated Senior Sister's power of Avalon. Holy energy itself is the most suitable force for defense, and it is released by Senior Sister herself. It is not an exaggeration to say that these 2 kinds of defense barriers are unbreakable by masters. Let me make the first move. Now that we know the situation on the other side, what else can we say? We should take the initiative to attack and kill all the threats first. By now, Senior Sister is a little itchy. Among the combat forces present, Senior Sister is the strongest. If we compare external output, 2 or 3 Bai Luos cannot beat her alone. Leave it all to me. Are you so arrogant? Just a group of heroes. Senior Sister slowly drew out the 4-directional King Holy Sword. 1 person is enough. Tomorrow is the end of the naval battle. Please give me some recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Chapter 142. I am calling your real name here. Liberate you. Is that you, the one who just punched? A cold female voice echoed through the hazy white mist. It was a massive lobster, roughly 20 meters tall, a dazzling display of color. Its body resembled a truck, its front bulging and its back connected. 4 enormous claws, like 4 towering walls, stood before it. Mihai Monk, a heroic deep-sea creature under Sigrian's command. Mihai Monk, having had his human form destroyed by his Senior Sister, automatically entered sea monster form. Bang! Facing his Senior Sister, Mihai Monk felt immense pressure. Without hesitation, he struck out with a single punch. The massive claws collided with the air, A faint sound of space shattering emanating from it, followed by a massive shockwave roughly 10 meters wide. In less than a second, a transparent sonic boom stretched 1,000 meters across. Bang! The senior sister raised her holy sword and, with a flick of her hand, hurled the powerful sonic boom aside. Boom! The ice shattered, and waves surged to the sky, but nothing could stop senior sister. How arrogant! Boom boom boom, 3 more sonic boom punches. Who gave you the courage to attack me? Senior sister casually swung her holy sword, unsheathed, and the golden slash spanned 1,000 meters. Boom 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 boom, as if sensing danger, Monk Mihai swung his fists frantically, unleashing sonic booms in an attempt to block the golden slash. Puff! However, all the sonic booms shattered. Purple blood splattered as Monk Mihai's body was cut in two by the holy sword slash. Chi-chi-chi, the giant mantis shrimp collapsed to the ground, but senior sister frowned slightly. Is this woman a monster? The overwhelming disparity left Christine, who had only vaguely seen a glimpse, stunned. One strike. One strike to defeat a sea monster that has reached the realm of extraordinary divine power. Escape again? Trouble. However, senior sister sensed that the moment the Mihai monk fell into the sea, hundreds of small mantis shrimps fell from his body. Clearly, this was its escape plan. The hero-level survival skills were astonishing. Perhaps they couldn't defeat or resist senior sister. But if the hero level turned and ran, unless senior sister focused on one, there would be no way to stop them all. But strength is strength. The hero level was no match for senior sister, not even a single round. So strong, under the sea, Sigrian's lieutenant, King Neon Touch, sensed senior sister's presence. Peking? No, more than that, the Avalon Barrier, a 500-meter radius. Such a vast protective barrier, and its defense so high that even the 8-headed sandworm remained motionless despite continuous attacks for half a minute. Even more terrifying was that, maintaining such an astonishing spellcasting state, senior sister could even stroll effortlessly towards the Mihai monk and instantly dispatch him with a single strike. It's like she has boundless miraculous power. Could this woman be the miraculous body? King Neon Touch felt his newly reborn tentacles tremble in fear. If she truly was the miraculous body, then even if the Deep Sea Clan joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Apart from anything else, the miraculous body's immense resistance made it virtually impossible to harm anyone other than a fellow miraculous body. Infinite mana, infinite regeneration, ineffective form shifting, immune to causality, ignoring curses, guaranteed annihilation, instant death. And death, and unaffected by seals and imprisonments. This is a stunt. Hero-level units were powerless against a first-stage miraculous body. Their only recourse was to counter or defend against the attacks of a first awakening miraculous with their own attacks. Similarly, master-level units wouldn't be able to inflict a single drop of damage against a second awakening miraculous. Unless a legendary appears, there's a chance of damaging the second awakening's true form. However, once a miracle reaches its third awakening, even legendary units. No way. Could this woman really be the true miracle? King Neon Touch felt his worldview flipped upside down. The dignified true miracle, the supreme combat power and ultimate trump card that always accompanies the Lord of Miracles, had inexplicably appeared here. Wait, King Neon Touch thought of the man beside senior sister. That guy is the Lord of Miracles. Boom. King Neon Touch was secretly shocked. From the sea, a gigantic centipede, approximately 120 meters long, soared into the sky. Its immense size and ferocious appearance were formidable, its 16 eyes fixed intently on senior sister below. Whoosh, vast wings, resembling dragonfly feathers, spread densely, numbering over 20 pairs. Beneath its gray-black, metallic carapace, 203 and 4 meter long zerg, like razor-sharp black iron swords, detached themselves from their bodies, swirling and dancing in the air, then soaring towards senior sister. Mikami I am a centipede, one of Sigrian's hero-level deep-sea creatures. It possesses the most astonishing defense of all the hero-level creatures. Gee, the terrifying cries of the insectoid monsters echoed through the sky. The hazy fog made it impossible to see in front, behind, left, and right, but to senior sister, these cries were meaningless. Ding 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 ding. Golden holy energy automatically shielded senior sister, ignoring the insect blade's attacks. Mikami I am a centipede was filled with immense rage. It opened its bloody maw and unleashed a waterfall of dark green venom. Filthy, senior sister raised her hand, powerful Dao Ki instantly condensing into her palm. Get out of my way, huh? Before senior sister could attack, Imma centipede ceased its venom spray and sword, flying beyond the reach of senior sister's Dao Ki. Flying so high, you think I can't hit you? She summoned a delayed arrow and fired it at Imma centipede. Bang, boom, the massive body plunged into the sea, its dodge and delay arrows, imbued with a peak heroic level attack, inflicting immense damage to the centipede Imma. But unlike the Mickey monk, the centipede Imma lacked the ability to escape, making its defense even more formidable. Apparently upset that senior sister hadn't killed it instantly, the centipede Imma roared at her with immense arrogance. Shut up, boom boom boom, 3 more arrows pierced through the centipede Imma's steely bones. While the dodge and delay arrows were powerful, they were ultimately only heroic level, their attack power limited, unable to unleash senior sister's full potential. Boom, at that moment, the sea churned again, and behind senior sister, a massive white mass suddenly erupted. This pattern of appearance clearly indicated someone was directing it. The white mass had come to rescue the centipede Imma. What's this time? Senior sister perceived a large, fat fish wriggling. Take one down first, the senior sister decided, preparing to fire 3 or 4 more arrows, aiming to finish the giant centipede off. Pop, but before she could strike, the giant fish suddenly burst like a balloon filled with water, spilling out a swarm of tiny, silvery white nematodes. Chi-chi-chi-chi-chi, they swirl like waves, sometimes forming large nematodes, sometimes dispersing. This is a sea monster that doesn't distinguish between individuals or groups, the silver-threaded silkworm fish. They parasitize their prey, burrowing into blood vessels before continuously splitting into smaller units, moving from capillaries to nerves, ultimately devouring the individual completely. The senior sister frowned, frustrated by the constant escapes. Kachakaka, the late-coming arrows rapidly transformed, and the senior sister placed them horizontally in front of her. The next moment, the hero's treasure burst into a brilliant light. I call out your true name here, free me. Senior sister's eyes gleamed with the golden light. Great Spirit Dragon King, roar above the sea, 100-meter long, pure white python leaped from the water. A massive red and white shimonori rope adorned its neck, and 2 large bumps bulged from its forehead, resembling both dragon horns and small hills. The white snake was enormous, its body brimming with the terrifying power of Avalon. Though a monster, compared to Morgan's sea monster, the Great Spirit Dragon King was far more sacred, a true god, not a demon. Kill that reptile, Great Spirit Dragon King, as you command. The memory hidden within the late arriving arrows prompted the Great Spirit Dragon King to speak. He soared into the air, propelled by invisible energy, and swiftly pounced upon the sentient centipede. As for you, senior sister summoned the dragon crown red flame halberd, holding it upside down behind her, unleashing an endless stream of flames. Elsewhere, the Great Spirit Dragon King collided with the sentient centipede. The former, blessed with the power of Avalon, possessed almost limitless energy, while the latter, ravaged by her relentless assaults, was already utterly broken. The clash was almost certain, with the Great Spirit Dragon King crushing the Imma centipede, tearing its body apart. However, the heroic vitality of the creature was truly astonishing. Even after its body was split in 2, the Imma centipede remained utterly slain. Imma is dying. Who's going to rescue him? King Nechu sent out a distinct signal, truly anxious. A dignified, heroic-level deep-sea creature had been beaten to such a state. How long had it been? In just 10 seconds, the Mihai warrior monk was wounded, and the Imma centipede was on the verge of death. Squeak, 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 amidst the raging flames, the terrifying howls of the silver-threaded silkworm fish echoed through the sky, but it wasn't completely dead yet. 4 more silver-threaded silkworms were gathering, reorganizing the vast ocean. Not enough, senior sister noticed that the sea monster was afraid of fire. Her lips curled slightly. Not enough? Then give me some more. I call out your true name here, liberate. The dragon crown and red flame halberd in senior sister's hand transformed into a roiling lava, descendant of Thessagon, Mantle King, roar. Beneath the sea, a crimson volcano erupted violently with astonishing heat, nearly boiling the small expanse of ocean. This scorching heat affected the ice created by the witches, causing it to melt rapidly. Even the mist in the sky gradually dissipated at its arrival. Boom, with enormous wings, blotting out the sun, a majestic and domineering figure rose from the molten lava, descending once again into this familiar world with a new presence. Who's calling me? You, woman. Is it another woman who has inherited the treasure trove this time? Damn it, don't you know I hate women the most? This is a dragon, crimson in color, with magma flowing all over its body. It's at least 100 meters long, with a wingspan of over 150 meters. It's a terrifying real dragon that looks like the incarnation of a volcano and the Earth's core. The Mantle King, an ancient red dragon from ancient times. It is the great-grandson of the most ancient dragon, Thesagon, and once ruled the Mantle world, hence the name Mantle King. However, what's here is only a wisp of its soul. The true form of the Mantle King has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Senior sister frowned slightly, and she raised her head in dissatisfaction. Woman, are you talking about me, huh? Then, the Mantle King saw senior sister's appearance. The next moment, the previously arrogant and domineering Mantle King's dignity vanished. With a look of shock on its face, it let out a duck-like quack, quack. Hello, Queen, may I have any orders? The humble Noseden Ortala Pendragon reports to you. The Mantle King's demeanor shifted instantly, his adorable expression blinking his large, mountain-like eyes. But now wasn't the time to get serious. Senior sister pointed at the now larger silver threadworm fish ahead and said, burn it to ashes, leave it to me, Queen. Roar. The Mantle King, wanting nothing more than to get away from senior sister, sprang at the silver threadworm fish at top speed, then unleashed a breath of magma dragon breath that obscured the heavens and sun. Another one. King Neon Touch was panicking, utterly panicked. He didn't know how senior sister had summoned the Great Spirit Dragon King and the Mantle King, but their strength practically surpassed that of ordinary heroes, calling them quasi-masters. Even if Samshangshan Centipede and Silver Silkworm hadn't been injured by senior sister, even at their peak strength, they probably wouldn't have lasted more than 20 or 30 rounds. Someone go get some help. King Neon Touch panicked, truly panicked, because he wasn't sure if senior sister had any ability with the deep sea. Fortunately, senior sister didn't. It had to be said that King Neon Touch had good luck. Quack, quack, quack. Amidst the unpleasant noise of the giant frog, the algae-branched sea leaf dragon and the fishy evil shark appeared simultaneously. The former swooped down on senior sister, while the latter began devouring the sea beasts. Cannibalism. A dragon. Senior sister sensed that the sea leaf dragon was quite powerful. Her entire body was made of seaweed, yet these were incredibly sharp, like swords capable of severing anything. Swish, the sea leaf dragon flew past a Mantle King's avatar, which was spewing dragon breath. With its body, it forcibly split the silver threadworm fish engulfed in lava, rescuing it. Bang! However, she had underestimated the Mantle King. Fly, who allowed you to fly around in front of me? With a slap, the Mantle King pinned the sea leaf dragon down, then bit her wing, causing the sea leaf dragon to wail in pain. Bang! At the same time, the bloody vicious shark raised its massive head. It had devoured numerous sea beasts, but its abdomen, where flesh should be, was completely transparent. Despite the dim light, senior sister could still see its internal organs and the melting flesh of sea beasts within. They were rapidly digested, forming into a series of small sharks. Puff! The bloody vicious shark slit open its belly, and a large number of sharks, both of average size and terrifying in appearance, flowed into the sea through its stomach fluids. Their faces were hideous, like half-digested food being vomited from its stomach. Bang! However disgusting, these tiny sharks were like torpedoes. They blasted a channel through the magma island created by the Mantle King, then swarmed over, clinging to the Mantle King's body. Boom boom boom, the massive bombardment forced the Mantle King to release the sea leaf dragon. The latter didn't flee. A high-speed stream of water erupted from its branches, instantly tearing the magma island apart. Roar! The Mantle King's wings were pierced by the high-speed water. It roared and glared at the sea leaf dragon, its body expanding once more. Bang! The Mantle King once again crushed the sea leaf dragon under its feet, crushing the silver threadworm fish as well. Not enough, not enough, my queen, give me some more strength. You know me, you know my strength. I'm stronger than them all. Give me more, give me more. The Mantle King's body had expanded to over 200 meters in height, and a crown of molten lava was forming on the top of its head. But that was the end. Well, is that the end? That's it. The Mantle King was about to continue his pretense when he noticed that senior sister had fixed the power of Avalon and wouldn't give it any more. My queen, are you there? I can even double at 500 meters. A 500-meter dragon, so cool. However, Senior sister ignored the silly red dragon and turned her attention to the gigantic toad that was constantly making noise. In the distance, the giant frog swelled its belly, its piercing croaking irritating even senior sister. Too noisy, senior sister summoned the Dongzhen cross sword, intending to unleash its ultimate power to destroy the enemy. However, she realized that the Dongzhen sword's limit was only a master-level strike. That wouldn't kill the giant frog instantly. Only by liberating a heroic artifact, like the Great Spirit Dragon King and the Silly Mantle King, and summoning the remaining soul within, could one pursue the enemy to death. I call upon your true name, liberate, heretical arbitrator Asalam. The Dongzhen cross-sword in senior sister's hand remained unchanged. Simultaneously, an endless stream of pure white light descended from the sky, enveloping her. Clatter, milky white feathers rained down amidst the sound of hymns. This was an angel of unparalleled holiness. Its form was indistinct, shrouded in elegant, sacred priestly robes. It wielded a divine sword, constructed of pure holy light, resembling senior sister's Dongzhen sword, yet vastly more magnificent. Greetings, Her Majesty. Asalam's voice was clear, its eyes obscured by its snow-white hood, making it difficult to distinguish between male and female. Give your orders, shut it up, swish. Asalam, without even a glance at the giant frog, raised his hand and struck with his sword, severing it in half. All right. Asalam continued respectfully, please give the next order, it's not dead yet. Senior sister knew the heroic sea monster couldn't be destroyed so easily. Blast it to smithereens. Your will, your majesty. Bang. Asalam raised the crusader of the eastern expedition, gazing at the giant frog in the distance, which had transformed into a pile of small frogs. She shouted, accept your judgment, heretic. Boom. Above the sky, a pure white storm descended at astonishing speed, killing over 90% of the small frog monsters in a single blow. Not good. Hurry. We can't wait any longer. They're dying. King Yanchu was almost certain the enemy had no anti-sea capabilities, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed him to issue orders for so long. Take them back to the seabed. They can't come ashore again. Gilulu. Puff, puff. Sweetheart Exizzy and the green-eyed slug appeared on the surface of the sea, swimming swiftly towards senior sister, hoping to use this opportunity to stop the Great Spirit Dragon King, the Mantle King, and the heretic arbitrator. The pink sea hare looked cute, but it was venomous. As for the other giant slug, its pair of green cylindrical eyes were simply disgusting. So disgusting, these two sea monsters. I call upon your true name, liberate. The senior sister took out a Muai Inlu flower ring. Goals, son of the nature king Mudred. As senior sister finished speaking, a green light of life condensed before her. This was a sturdy man whose lower body was that of a horse and whose upper body was that of a human. He had an extremely long beard, deer antlers on his forehead, and a white totem tattooed on his bare chest. I am the son of nature, Goals. I have been expelled from my homeland for 100,000 years. Mortal, are you summoning me? Like the Mantle King, Goals was extremely arrogant and even a little aloof when he appeared. But when he turned around, he saw senior sister Isifia. Goals was stunned. He stared at senior sister intently, and his original aloofness disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Go, Goals. Excuse me. The son of nature instinctively bent his limbs and knelt before the senior sister. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke sorrowfully. It's an honor to fight alongside you again, Goals. May I ask who is against you? Goals' abilities are limited, and I'm afraid I can't help you much. At this, Goals hurriedly said in a deep, hurried voice, but rest assured, Goals will fight to the death. Even if it means sacrificing this last wisp of soul, I will defend your honor. This is serious. The senior sister didn't know if Goals had mistaken her for someone else, but she could sense his strength. He was powerful. Even this wisp of soul, if fully developed, could rival a master-level warrior. The senior sister pointed at the green snails and pink sea hares in the distance. They're disgusting to me. Disgusting? Goals turned back, puzzled, and the next moment, he saw two mollusks charging towards him. How dare you be so rude? Goals stood up in anger. He stared at Sweetheart Isizzy and the green-eyed slug, his voice icy cold and even trembling. Unforgivable, unforgivable, as if the faith in his heart had been blasphemed. Goals was furious to the extreme. Bang, bang. The sea began to roar, the sky trembled, a huge tornado began to rage, and under the seabed began to shake. Nature was angry. Boom. The storm turned into a giant hand and forcibly grabbed the two huge sea monsters into the sky. The seabed cracked, and the giant hand rose into the sky. It grabbed the King of Neon Touch and then crushed its head fiercely. Damn you bugs! How dare you blaspheme our great creator! Unlike the humbleness he displayed before his senior sister, Goals now truly unleash the fury of nature. I'll crush you to death. The fog remained, so the Atón people couldn't see what was happening over there. They could only hear the monster's wails and the earth-shaking roar. This, however, Christine saw it. She didn't know how her senior sister had summoned these four terrifying monsters, but she was completely terrified by them. Quasi-masters, at least four quasi-masters, looking at the hero-level deep-sea creatures being beaten and even destroyed, Christine looked at her senior sister in horror. Her miraculous power, is that so much? Maintaining such a large barrier, summoning four monstrous guardians, and then launching a battle on all sides. She can't be the miracle's true self, right? Christine thought of a very scary possibility. Are you fighting a national war, huh? Bai Luo turned around and said, yes. Christine's body began to tremble, because she found that she seemed to know something very incredible. The miracle's true self. The miracle's true self was seen by me. Am I going to die? Bai Luo, you know too much, Christine. P.S. I moved these 2 days, so I can only send 6,500 today. I'm really sorry. Enthusiastic little popular science, free, G, pronounced G, with 2 tones. Friends who read books may often see the laughter of GGGA novels, and then be confused. In fact, this laughter is a bit like the homophony of Stephen Chow's classic laughter Hiya, that is, a hoarse and suppressed laughter of sucking breath. If there is only one word, it is the continuous extension of Jia, like the terrible cry of an insect monster. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Abyssal Demon. Oh no, King Nechu's head had been crushed, and though he survived, he had practically lost all ability to think. What are those guys doing? Why aren't they attacking? Damn it, if they don't come soon, we're all doomed. Woo, an eerie, chilling sound, accompanied by a shadow that seemed to engulf the world, enveloped senior sister. Your Majesty, amidst Golz's worried calls, a blade over 10 meters long slashed forth from the shadow dimension. Boom, a strange creature lurked beneath the darkness. It had no face or body, only an endless expanse of purple smoke. Upon closer inspection, it revealed the faces of fallen souls. 16 cold moon scimitars emanated a gloomy, deathly aura within the pitch-black world. Swish, 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 the terrifying slashing blows spread in all directions, leaving behind the shattered limbs and debris of sea beasts in their wake. Boom, a small sandbar in the distance blocked one of the slashing blows, severing the creature in two. Abyssal Demon, born from the resentment of sailors lost at sea. This sea demon is a master-level unit created by Morgan using the power of the Goody Sea Monster. It possesses the power to travel through the shadow dimension, and its blade, composed of death energy, is powerful enough to sever both real and ethereal forms. Wow, the Mantle King, upon seeing his senior sister struck by the shadow creature's blade, nearly leaped up in excitement. That woman was slashed. Well done, However, before he could finish his words, the Mantle King felt 2 gazes, tinged with murderous intent, pierce the fog and fall upon it. Under the Abyssal Demon's sinister scimitar, his senior sister stood there unfazed. She gently raised her hands and grasped the over 10-meter-long scimitar with her thumb, index, and middle finger. Master-level physical attacks are ineffective. Master-level shadow energy is ineffective. Master-level death energy damage is ineffective. Master-level negative emotions are ineffective. The Mantle King gasped, a breath like a duck's. He was panicking, feeling as if the first ancient red dragon soup in history was on its way. It wasn't me, I know nothing. Decisive and strategic, the Mantle King quacked, acknowledging his silence and knowing nothing. Tisk, senior sister glared at the abyssal fiend. Honestly, I'd rather chop that lizard bastard off than crush you. The Mantle King stomped on the bloody evil shark, one claw gripping the algae-branched sea leaf dragon's neck. Please believe me, I have absolutely no intention of rebellion. Despite his imposing presence, his aura waned. I'm Dragon's Ayahong, the most obedient, sensible, adorable, and cute. Sea leaf dragon, damn cute. Let go of my neck before you say that. Bloody evil shark, so my spine was broken by my cuteness? Shut up, senior sister commanded almost instinctively. If you can't kill them in 3 minutes, I'll kill you. Roar. The Mantle King's will to survive was astonishing, and he immediately unleashed a roaring dragon breath at the two heroic sea monsters. Bai Luo, the abyssal demon spirit, was different from the heroic sea monsters. It wasn't a member of the deep sea, or rather, it had once been a member of the deep sea, but unable to adapt to the sea monster's power, it had completely transformed into a sea demon. It had lost its mind, its personality, and could never regain its human form. Even so, the abyssal demon spirit still retained some common sense from its human days. It sensed senior sister's disdain and insult, and this overwhelmed its control. 16 sharp blades, tearing through the shadows, descended like a storm. Silence. Senior sister drew her holy sword, unseen as she swung it. The abyssal demon spirit felt only countless streams of light flashing around it. In an instant, 16 frost moon scimitars shattered simultaneously. Wu clang. The abyssal demon spirits fled into the shadow dimension. Simultaneously, colossal phantoms, each over 30 meters tall, appeared. Dozens of them, as if teleporting, launched a frenzied attack on senior sister from every angle. Bang, 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 bang. The scabbards of the four-handed king holy swords effortlessly deflected every blow. Yet, throughout, senior sister simply treaded upon a golden film of light, floating in midair, unmoved. Drawing the sword earlier was my fault. I apologize. Senior sister's expression was so casual, as if she had blocked not a mountain-splitting blow, but a mere feather. But you, the scabbard in senior sister's hand suddenly and inexplicably swung to the side. You're not even worthy of me drawing my sword. Crack. Bang. Roar. The abyssal demon spirit howled in agony, and beneath the pitch-black shadows, one of the 16 vengeful spirit cores that symbolized its life shattered. Shut up. Senior sister sheathed her sword, swung repeatedly, left, right, up, and down. Bang, bang, bang. 4 more vengeful spirit cores shattered before the abyssal demon's horrified gaze. Its life force rapidly draining, the abyssal demon immediately retreated, escaping into the shadow dimension. Who told you to leave? Senior sister moved. She took a step forward, and a golden light flashed as the abyssal demon collapsed to the ground. Whoosh! She stepped on the abyssal demon's head, raised her hand, and, ignoring the abyssal demon's terror, fiercely blasted a vengeful spirit core from deep within its skull. Did I let you leave? Whoosh! Snap! Another blow, and a 6th core shattered at its spine. Roar! Bang! The abyssal demon tried to stand, but senior sister stomped down again. She was tiny, like a tiny insect on a person's back. Yet, this tiny creature, wielding a scabbard like an elder wielding a cane, lashed the self-righteous dandy again and again. Watching this scene from afar, Christine was stunned. She found her senior sister terrifying. The abyssal demon, once powerful enough to suffocate her, was now nearly dead from her beating. Where did this madwoman come from? Sea monsters had always been the ones to inflict terror upon others. But who could have imagined that, at this moment, they would feel genuine fear? Your Majesty, Goals wept with joy. After all these years, I've seen you in your splendor again. I feel like crying. The Great Spirit Dragon King, Senior, you seem to be in tears. The Mantle King, cry your ass off. My head is shaking. This is terrifying. Isalam, the Queen's cane, so nostalgic. Goals, oh. You get it. That's right, that's exactly what's most exciting. Mantle King, someone take these two perverts away. Christine trembled, not daring to comment. She was terrified that her senior sister would hear her and then, with her scabbard drawn, would whip her to a bloody pulp. Well, it wasn't always like this, Bai Luo. She's actually very gentle, Christine. Do you have a misunderstanding of the word gentle? What the hell is gentle? Bai Luo commented, in bed, Fi is obedient, soft, adorable, juicy, and incredibly delicious. Don't ask, just wait for the extra chapter. I've been moving all day today, and I'm having drinks with relatives tonight, so I'm adding one more chapter. Starting tomorrow, it'll be 20,000 words, so don't worry. Chapter 144 Bai Luo's Miraculous Body. What happened outside? Helbo and Inya were newcomers. Although they had entered the world of Avalon, they did not know the specific situation of Avalon, let alone the identity of their senior sister. Helbo and Inya probably thought that their senior sister was their queen. But they could never have imagined that their senior sister would actually go into the fog alone to fight those invisible and terrible monsters. In their minds, sea beasts were already a natural disaster. As for sea monsters, almost no one in the sea could survive the claws of sea monsters. If they managed to survive, they could brag about it for the rest of their lives and would be one of the best figures in any fishing village or small port town. Yes, for ordinary mortals, sea monsters are things that only exist in myths and legends. Your Majesty's sword just now is so terrifying. Inya was still stuck on Bai Luo's Dongjian attack. That figure was like a god. Your Majesty is the king who rules the fairyland, so naturally he's powerful. Helbo adored Bai Luo immensely, and Inya nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, Your Majesty is the most powerful. The two children were relatively young, yet Bai Luo's power far exceeded their imagination, overturning their worldview and profoundly shocking their naive hearts. Furthermore, their perspectives had been broadened immensely by this battle. They now felt that their previous selves had been mere frogs in a well, ignorant of the truths of the world. One day, I too will become strong, a formidable warrior, Helbo vowed to himself, and fight for Your Majesty's glory. Fortunately, they were fortunate. They had been granted this opportunity, ushered in by Bai Luo into a new world. Helbo looked at his hands and thought to himself, only with hard work and sweat can I repay Your Majesty's kindness. Woo! Suddenly, a deep, plaintive sob rang out. The sound echoed in Helbo's ears. The boy was confused. He turned to look at Inya and asked, that sound is coming again. Inya, did you hear it? Inya. Helbo was stunned. There was no sign of Inya next to him. What's going on? Helbo turned around quickly. He looked around. The deck of the ship was empty. There was no one in nearby. This, Helbo wanted to shout, but the next moment, he saw a figure. It was a woman, dressed in a thin dress, standing at the bow. The moment he saw her clearly, Helbo's mouth dropped open, eyes filled with surprise. Mother, Helbo, the woman's smile was gentle and kind, just as he remembered her. Come here. Helbo's heart trembled. Instead of moving forward, he took a step back. Who are you? My mother died long ago. I buried her with my own hands. What are you? My body is dead, but my soul still wanders the sea. You can't fool me. Helbo was not one to be easily deceived. He was clear-minded. How could he be fooled by such a few words? Even if it was true, why would his mother's spirit be here? The souls of those who died in the mountain kingdom wander here. Are you kidding me? Are you a sea monster? Helbo asked loudly. How did you get in? I've never been here before. Because A voice came from his ear, and two hands went around Helbo's neck from behind and hugged him. I've always been here. Helbo looked around in surprise. This place was no longer on the sea, but a dilapidated mountain village. At this moment, he no longer looked like a 12-year-old, but a child of only 4 or 5 years old. Being held in the arms of a woman. Mom has always been protecting you. Why do you call Mom a sea monster? Is Helbo's mother a sea monster? The strange voice kept drilling into Helbo's mind. He resisted desperately, but Helbo's strength was too weak and he couldn't stop it. Gradually, Helbo's eyes lost focus and became empty. Now, the woman smiled. Who am I to you? You are. Helbo's eyes were dull, his face serene. Mom, yes, yes, the woman's hand caressed Helbo's face. Her once white, slender fingers were now dry as wood, and her sharp purple nails looked even more ferocious and terrifying. What a good child. Hugging Helbo tightly in her arms, the woman laughed a hoarse and strange laugh. Mom, I really do love you so much. Holy, bang, 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 it hurt so much, every part of her body ached. The girl curled up on the ground, trampled underfoot like trash. You monster, get out of the village, you ugly thing, it's all because of you. The handsome knight was scared away. I could have become a knight's wife, but because of you, why don't you just die? Bastard, go to hell, you mud monster. Ugh, it stinks to death. Since it stinks so much anyway, let her sleep in the pigsty. Ha ha ha. The sharp laughter full of malice was so harsh. Inya wanted to use magic to curse them, but there was no magic in her body. It was as if everything was fake. There was no Atón at all, no world of witches and goblins. This was all her own fantasy, just a dream. No, Inya was very scared. The huge fear made her tremble. The self-confidence that she had built up with the help of magic collapsed in an instant. Despite gaining power, Inya remained the same timid girl, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please, don't hit me. It wasn't just Inya and Hubbo. At this moment, a large number of Adonis, including fairies, were caught up in this strange illusion. Where is this? Opening his eyes, the boy surveyed the familiar room where he had grown up, his home. Ahem, Maya? Ahem, Sister Leia, Abaddon, ahem, where are you? Ahem, Zeustor lay limply on the bed, his face pale, even his lips pale. It hurts so much, Maya, brother Bai Luo, where are you? Sister, don't go, don't leave me. Flames engulfed the village. A woman stood before a burning house, looking at the boy trapped beneath the wooden beams. Mars, Diana stared at the scene in disbelief. This was the Adonis village destroyed over a decade ago. And the boy in peril was her own brother, a man who had died over a decade earlier. Unforgivable, Diana clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into the depths of her body, and blood flowed profusely, yet she felt no pain, only boundless rage. Who is desecrating the dead here? Mars was a pain Diana would never forget. But what happened then was completely different from what happened now. Sister, live. Live. You must live. Diana desperately sought to become a powerful warrior, to find the Earl of Thorns and avenge her brother and her people. Ah, it's fake, then treat it as fake, but do you truly have a clear conscience? The flames vanished, leaving only the ruins of the village. Before Diana, Mars stood unharmed. Sister, shut up, imposter. Diana was not Hubbo, nor Inya or Shuster. Her mind was immensely strong, and she would never be shaken by such a mere illusion. If the lies can't deceive, then I won't. Mars opened his arms. And beneath the scorched earth, countless corpses crawled out from the ground, their faces horrified. Yet, Diana vaguely recognized these people. They were the villagers of her childhood village, descendants of the 7 fallen kings of Atón, just like them. Damn it, Diana clenched her weapon, ready to attack, but looking down, she realized she had lost her Dawnguard uniform. Diana was unarmed, and even her clothing was as flimsy as ever. Miraculous powers won't work here, the fake Mars said with a strange smile. You'll have to face my power in your most vulnerable form. I like women with strong minds, because they taste even more delicious. Mars's mouth cracked into a sinister expression. He wiped his saliva and chuckled, I can't wait to taste you. Don't make such a disgusting expression with my brother's face. Diana regarded Mars as her Achilles heel. Her childhood with him was a treasure she cherished for the rest of her life. Get out of my head, monster. Ho elsewhere, siblings Norse and Phyra of the White Eagle family stood back to back, surrounded by countless souls. Their vision mirrored Diana's. The same scorched earth, the same village in ashes. Brother, what's going on? Those naked women, Norse said. And the strange singing. They must be miracle soldiers capable of affecting our minds. While the Avalon Holy Light Barrier was powerful, it wasn't invincible. Some powers and abilities have a chance of tricking its detection system and slipping through loopholes. Clearly, that unknown sea demon must have used such a tactic. Can you still cast spells? No. Phyra realized she had no magic power left in her body. What kind of sea demon is that could pull off such a feat? Yes. Knowles discovered that the dragon crown and red flame halberd were gone. The other party could even erase the power of a hero, demonstrating its power far surpassing that of a hero. Roar, as the siblings spoke, a swarm of zombie-like monsters rushed towards them. Knowles fought back desperately, but ultimately couldn't defeat them all. Brother, Phyra was weak, utterly weak. This illusion was too bizarre. With the superior physique of the Atón people, it was impossible for them to be so exhausted after just a few movements. The suppression is too severe. Why is this happening? Was this mental magic? If so, with her months of training in mental magic, how could she have been forced to this point? Phyra, run! Knowles was panting with exhaustion. The Battle Saint technique was useless here. Without the treasure of Avalon and the Battle Saint technique, Knowles was nothing more than a mortal. No, Phyra would never abandon Knowles. She surveyed her surroundings, her mind racing. No, none of this is right. This isn't a fantasy. If this were a fantasy, the enemy could simply send their most powerful monsters to crush Phyra and Knowles. No rules were necessary. Dimension. Phyra suddenly realized a possibility. This is a dream dimension. We're trapped in a dream. The unknown sea demon possessed the uncanny ability to pull a person's mind and will into dreams. Because it was a dream, it had to have a real source. This was the place Phyra and Knowles feared most in their lives, the destroyed village, the night of destruction. Damn it, elsewhere, Noel's arm was gripped by a ghoul-like monster. The excruciating pain was all too real. What will happen if we die here? We'll enter a dream within a dream. If we die multiple times, Fira said, we'll never be able to return to reality. Lilith had already begun studying dream magic, which was like a twin sister to the mind, sharing the same roots. I'm not going to die, that's good. Hearing that there was more than one life, Knowles perked up. He toppled the ghoul, then traded wounds, desperately fending off the oncoming monsters. Unfortunately, his efforts were futile, and Knowles was eventually devoured by the monsters. Brother, Fira bit her lip in anxiety, the sounds of ghouls gnawing at her flesh filing her ears. But Knowles was truly one of Arden's most powerful warriors. Even if cut into pieces, he would never utter a word. Brother, she took a deep breath. She wanted to sense the power of the elves, to cast her mind magic, to save her brother. But she couldn't. Fira truly couldn't. Get out. Everyone, get out, Fira screamed, unable to bear it any longer. She rushed toward the horde ahead. Let him go. Let my brother go, snap. A hand suddenly emerged from beneath the horde and grabbed Fira's foot. Ah, Fira screamed, dragging herself into the horde. There, Knowles, with nearly half his face bitten off, smiled eerily. This dream is over. Let's move on to the next one. Fira had indeed had her doubts, but she hadn't imagined that Knowles, so real, could be fake. Roar, Knowles lunged at Fira, joining the other ghouls in feasting on a truly delicious meal. Bang, however, the moment Knowles touched Fira, he was repelled. Knowles wailed in agony, his body emitting a charred cloud of smoke. He smirked at Fira, resistance. Good, very good. I love it when girls resist. Fira quickly looked down, realizing the force that had repelled him was a brand on her chest. It was the bond between her and the silver-winged unicorn, and the channel through which the silver-winged unicorn transformed into nothingness and merged into her body. The more you resist, the tastier your flesh. Knowles noticed Fira's peculiarity, but he wasn't foolish. With a wave of his hand, a horde of ghouls surged forward like a tide. Using them as cannon fodder first, then taking the fight himself, that was the best hunting method. Fira, what's wrong with you? In reality, Knowles looked worriedly at his sister, whose eyes had suddenly glazed over. It wasn't just her, many others were in the same boat. Aside from the tree elves, almost all the people of Atón, including the fairies, were experiencing the same situation. What's going on? Bai Luo had never encountered such a strange situation. He heard the woman singing, but he didn't react at all. And then there were Norse, Jella, Aaliyah, and all the tree elves led by Luanaya. Abaddon, Maya, Schuster. Bai Luo looked at the children around him. He condensed the holy light that could banish all filth, but this power didn't awaken them. Avalon's power is not yet complete, it still has a long way to go. Just like now, a new type of military force suddenly appeared, and Avalon hadn't thought or prepared to deal with it. The awakened ones, Norse and the other four, and the tree elves, Bai Luo thought to himself. The four are strong enough. No matter how strange their miracle abilities are, their power can't shake the passive of a hero-level character. To deal with four people, you can't use fancy skills. Go head on and fight hard. Don't talk nonsense. Tree elves. Bai Luo quickly understood the nature of the other party's abilities. Tree elves don't need to sleep, and they're not animals, so they don't dream, idiot. Bai Luo cast his gaze at Christine, trying to elicit more information. I don't know. Christine subconsciously accepted the nickname idiot. I've never seen a sea demon like this. You must be very powerful, right? You can't sense it, Tisk. In fact, Bai Luo had been on high alert since the naked women appeared. But Bai Luo didn't sense any fluctuations of miracle power. It was like scanning the air, nothing. This showed that this creature was quite powerful. To have been able to evade the locks of both his senior sister and himself, it was likely far superior to the sea monster. Mind, spirit, dream-related abilities, this was a no-brainer. Bai Luo immediately sensed it. However, the question was, what should Bai Luo do? If he opened the gate of Avalon and took the trapped Atón people away, would they recover, or would they continue to suffer? This question made Bai Luo frown. Strange abilities are far more powerful than direct ones, and they're much more troublesome. Morgan sea monsters are truly of all types, Bai Luo said. Having developed lower-level miracles to this level, the Lord of Miracles should not be underestimated. Do you need me to come back? The senior sister, sensing Bai Luo's confusion, asked hurriedly. No, Bai Luo said. I've almost figured out their abilities. The only problem is how to break them. With 3 peak masters here, there's no reason they couldn't break a strange ability. The simplest method, the senior sister said, is to use magical energy to shock their consciousness. We'll definitely be able to forcibly awaken them. Magical energy is a spiritual force. Bai Luo and the senior sister both possessed king-level magical energy, and it was boundless. As the saying goes, one force can break all laws. Absolute magical energy couldn't possibly break the dream power of a mere sea monster. However, doing so would have significant side effects. The most immediate one would be the immense psychological trauma it would cause the children. I'll think of another way. If that doesn't work, I'll release my magical energy. You're so calm. Christine was shocked to see Bai Luo so calm. The Lord of Miracles is truly extraordinary, a legendary king, so different from the lower-class miracle people like us. She guessed that Bai Luo was a Lord of Miracles. For a low-class miracle person like her, with only a few lords in the miracle land, he was naturally unattainable. She didn't even have the right to meet or speak to such a powerful figure. Honestly, Christine felt honored to have the chance to speak to Bai Luo. After all, even the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle didn't know she existed. Bai Luo ignored the fool. The fool wasn't his uncle. He might be fine for a few tricks, but when faced with a real problem, he'd be practically clueless. Wait, uncle, Bai Luo thought of Lilith, who was currently on Aden Island. He checked the time. It would take another 3 minutes for the gates of Avalon to fully open. Bai Luo wasn't sure about the current situation. If the Aden clan were trapped, would the vast distance allow them to automatically recover after Avalon was activated? If so, Bai Luo naturally had nothing to worry about. But if not. In fact, Bai Luo didn't dare to gamble, so they used their magical energy to forcibly awaken them. Did they look dazed and motionless? On Aten Island, Lilith quickly transmitted Bai Luo's words to the uncle through memory magic. Master, is there any other method besides the magical energy shock? Oh, this one, isn't that easy, the old uncle, is this so difficult? Why do I feel like this situation is just a waste of time? Skip the ability and focus on the essence. Don't worry about dreams or mental things. The old uncle didn't pay much attention to the information Bai Luo gave him. He simply said, aren't they just trapped? Trapped? Shit. Bai Luo's eyes lit up. He was also confused. The old uncle was still the old uncle. His words solved Bai Luo's doubts. Surely, Bai Luo jumped onto the horse. He didn't let it transform into Pegasus. He just said to himself, surely, take me there, where was that? Bai Luo didn't know, but he knew where he wanted to go. Shirley's ability was to never lose his way, to be unconstrained, a freedom that no one could restrain. In other words, wherever Bai Luo wanted to go, Shirley would definitely get him there. The prerequisite was that you had touched it. Just like Shirley's first encounter with a storm, leading the Aden across the sea, that was contact. Now, they had come into contact with this new power. The old uncle reminded Bai Luo that with Shirley by their side, the Aten people would never get lost. Whether it was through mountains, rivers, or dreams, leading them to freedom, wasn't this the very embodiment of Shirley's miracle? Therefore, playing with confusion, lost, and bewildered before the Aten people possessing Shirley was simply courting death. Shirley, can you sense it? I sense it, master. Shirley couldn't run around on her own, but with Bai Luo, carrying her master, even her senior sister, Shirley felt confident enough to fight. Wherever you wish to go, I will take you. Crack. Ah. My eyes. Christine felt a stinging pain in her eyes. Shirley's radiant light was even brighter and more dazzling than the Avalon Holy Light Barrier. Roar, from the invisible mist, a heart-wrenching roar of rage echoed through the sky. Mom, Halebo's consciousness was hazy, his eyelids trembling and growing heavier. Suddenly, Halebo's eyes caught a glimmer of light, a pure white figure. Go away, a powerful ray of hope scattered the puppets bullying Inya. Inya, Bai Luo's voice rang out. Are you alright, Inya, your majesty, master? Inya's most helpless and painful moment, she gazed upon the noble and sacred pure white incarnation. Through sobs, she called out, Inya is here, save Inya, past traumas tormented Inya. Don't be afraid. A flood of information flooded into Bai Luo's mind, now merged with Shirley, and his consciousness instantly fragmented. Inya, don't be afraid, Bai Luo said, trying his best to keep his tone gentle. Hold my hand, I'll take you out of this world. Out of this world. Bai Luo didn't realize how much his simple words meant to Inya. Your Majesty, this was Inya's first real, direct contact with Shiro. Holding onto Shiro's hand, though clearly an illusion, Inya felt as if she had grasped the entire world. She didn't want to let go. For the first time in her life, she felt the desire to possess something forever. What is that? Diana, battered and bruised from a fierce battle with the ghouls, leaned breathlessly against a black tree. Damn, that damned bastard, you can't escape. This entire world belongs to me. No matter where you flee, you can't escape my control. Crack. But just as the imposter finished speaking, a crack appeared in the sky above. A blinding light tore through the darkness. Ah! The imposter Mars cried out in agony, his body dissolving in the white light. What is this? This is impossible. No one can enter my world. Boom! Fire was enveloped by a beam of light descending from the sky, and within it, a pure white Pegasus spread its wings of light. Wake up! Bai Luo reached out his hand from the light. Fire, brother Bai Luo. Fire knew Bai Luo would come to save her, definitely. Bai Luo, brother, a dying Zester saw a white figure approaching from the doorway. The shadows dissipated, and the gloomy sky outside the window was completely shattered by the dawnlight. Don't worry, Zester, a familiar voice, familiar words, and the unwavering care and love that had accompanied him for 10 years. I'm right here. A large hand descended, gently brushing the boy's hair. I'm not going anywhere. Slowly, the pain faded. In its place, peace and warmth filled the air. Brother Bai Luo, Zester slowly closed his eyes, his small right hand reaching out from under the quilt to tightly grasp the edge of Bai Luo's clothes. Roar, in reality, Bai Luo soared, piloting surely. His silver white wings, like blades, split the dark sky, even transforming into the sun, illuminating the sea. His Shirley let out a long cry, her silver wings obscuring the sky. Damn it, the painful memories of the Atón people, those familiar scenes, filled Bai Luo with unprecedented rage. Destroy them, surely, yes, crash, like raindrops, silver blades of light pierced the air and fell into the sea. In an instant, the entire ocean was transformed into a silver world. Countless sea beasts, fish monsters, and sea monsters vanished in an instant. Christine's mouth opened wide, her eyes repeatedly glancing at Bai Luo, who was riding a Pegasus in the sea and sky. What is this? What is this horse? A miracle unit? A miracle unit had wiped out tens of thousands of sea beasts with a single strike. Bewildered. Christine's mind was filled with nothing but bewildered. Girl, Nels breathed a sigh of relief when Fira woke up. Seeing the Atón recover, Bai Luo summoned the holy shield of Aboran. I call upon your true name, release. Bai Luo threw the holy shield, Aboran, the immortal king of Utopia. Boom! Countless golden runes covered the entire surface of the holy light barrier. The holy shield of Aboran is the shield wielded by the legendary immortal king Aboran, who once ruled the Utopia. It holds the power to resist and isolate everything. The holy light barrier couldn't defend against this strange sea demon, but with the holy shield of Aboran, the barrier would be truly invincible. The only drawback was that the master-level artifact needed to be released a second time to awaken the residual soul fragments within. Bai Luo could do it, but now he had to deal with that damned sea demon. Unleashing a hero-level artifact would require Bai Luo and his senior sister to consume approximately 5% of their miraculous power. However, even the first stage of the master-level artifact alone required Bai Luo to expend at least 20% of Avalon's power to continuously support this double barrier. He and his senior sister, one the King of Avalon and the other the Queen of Avalon, possessed essentially the same power. His senior sister's unique talent lay in her ability to rapidly develop the world of Avalon, 5 to 10 times faster than Bai Luo could. However, once his senior sister had fully developed the power of Avalon, Bai Luo could reap the benefits. As his senior sister grew in strength, Bai Luo would also gain in return. Just like now, Bai Luo could summon all of his senior sister's unused treasures, and his own power of Avalon was as immense as hers. Roar! At that moment, a strange, twisted creature appeared in the darkness before Bai Luo. Its size was immense, like a wall, spanning the distance between heaven and earth. At least 300 or 400 meters tall, the equivalent of more than 100 buildings. Countless fish heads densely packed onto that massive body resembled the anglerfish Bai Luo had seen in his previous life. From the top of each head, a long line extended, connecting to a naked woman with pale eyes. King, Christine blurted out, this creature is a king-level sea demon. King level means the equivalent of peak Grandmaster power. In other words, a king is a Grandmaster with endurance issues. While not as powerful as a Grandmaster wouldn't be able to destroy a king in a short period of time. Amazing, Sigrian, who had already greatly exaggerated Bai Luo's strength, said, even the deep-sea dream of the ugly devil sent by my father was so easily broken. You know, the ugly devil is a king-level sea demon who can single-handedly launch a miraculous battle, but facing these unknown creatures, even he felt a surge of pressure. Is that you? Bai Luo stared at the sea demon before him. He could sense its power far surpassed that of the abyssal demon spirit that had been bested by his senior sister. While still inferior to him, Bai Luo alone probably wouldn't be able to defeat it in 10 minutes. Fortunately, there was Shirley. Bai Luo, riding a Pegasus, combined the power of Avalon and Pegasus. Even without the absolute authority of the Lord of Miracles, they could still suppress his senior sister. You've truly done something truly remarkable, it witnessed a fear in the hearts of the Athenians. Bai Luo would never allow such a creature to survive. Shirley, is 1 minute enough? I don't know. Shirley didn't answer directly, instead unleashing a breathtaking burst of miraculous power. But Shirley will do her best. Alright, Bai Luo, unfazed by his rage, grasped the reins that emanated from Shirley's body. Then let us test our limits. Roar! The ugly ghostly god looked ahead, seeing Shirley's figure enveloped in pure white light. Miracle self unleashed. I am the beacon that dispels darkness, breaks down obstacles, and never loses my way. Boom! Shirley's size grew ever larger. Soon, a silver-winged unicorn, constructed of pure white energy, towering to the heavens and 10 times larger than the ugly demon god, appeared before everyone's eyes. Thunder flashed, and light pierced the sky, dispersing the dark clouds. A storm descended from the sky, sweeping across the sea. Yet, these countless horrific natural disasters could only prostrate themselves at Shirley's feet, serving her. She was the ruler of the natural disasters. She was the natural disaster. Christine was stunned. So was Sigrian. In Sigrian's perception, a miraculous force of unimaginable magnitude, even more powerful than his current senior sister, descended upon him. Miracle's body partially unleashed. I am the king who conquers ideals and dreams, the true ruler of Avalon, the once pure white incarnation of the god now donned a golden robe, merging the Avalonian fighting Saint Law with the power to conquer natural disasters. This immense power, even if not legendary, was at least near legendary. Atop a towering white horse, Bai Luo transformed into a platinum-colored giant. He wore a crown, wielded a spear powerful enough to pierce the heavens and earth, and his face was crowned with a thick white beard. His features were modeled after Bai Luo, yet he possessed a majestic presence at the peak of his age, a king and ruler who seemed poised to conquer all. This was the first time Bai Luo and Shirley had merged into one, and it was Shirley who bestowed upon him the power. Previously, Bai Luo had been unable to possess such abilities because his physical fitness was insufficient. Shirley's strengthening took time, not an instantaneous process. But now, having replicated his senior sister's abilities, Bai Luo was strong enough to withstand Shirley's power. Roar! The ugly demonic god, realizing Bai Luo's formidable power, began to flee, but the holy light held it back, preventing it from breaking through. You can't get out. This place was nestled between the holy light barrier of Avalon and the sanctuary of Oberon. This double barrier not only blocked the strange sea demon's entry, but also prevented its escape. Roar! The ugly demonic god turned his gaze towards the Athenian, but Bai Luo would not give him such a chance. You rubbish, dare you ignore my lord? Shirley raised her hoof, and the unicorn's ethereal power, the silver-winged Pegasus's brilliant light, and the Pegasus's catastrophic power, three forces instantly surged out, enveloping the ugly demonic god. Lilith, for safety's sake, Bai Luo chose this moment to summon Lilith. There were only about 2 minutes left. That was enough time for Bai Luo and Shirley to work together to defeat the sea demon. The master is calling me. Lilith was about to leave when the old uncle suddenly thought of something and said, Miss Lilith, nothing, just a reminder to you, the old uncle said, don't pay attention to Sigrian's nonsense. Lilith didn't understand what the old uncle meant, but she remembered it. In the old uncle's plan, Lilith's ability is suitable for surprise attacks. Bai Luo summoned her in the final stage to unleash Lilith's shocking power. Master, on the other side, on the deck, Lilith was summoned by Bai Luo, and her mission was to guard Sigrian when Bai Luo, Shirley, and her senior sister were not around. However, It seems that Bai Luo didn't tell the old uncle that they had captured Sigrian before. Old man, Lilith was shocked. You still said that you don't know any predictive magic. Chapter 145 Lilith, get down from here. Boom. Senior sister had already crippled the abyssal demon spirit and would soon slay it completely. Bai Luo, riding Shirley, engaged the ugly ghostly god. Their goal was to destroy it, thereby protecting the privacy and secrets of the Atón people. They attacked with a relentless killing attack. Monster, Christine observed it all. Even the ugly ghostly god was being overpowered by Bai Luo, unable to resist. To be able to defeat the king like this, are they truly capable of destroying a nation? Destroying a nation is the legend of Atón. Impossible. Christine couldn't believe it. She looked at Lilith, the woman who had suddenly appeared. She was tall and graceful in a jet black dress, brimming with allure and mature sensuality. Yet, Christine sensed a sense of holiness and the beauty of nature in her. What is she? So many strange attributes, all simultaneously woven into one person, clearly contradictory and contradictory. However, all of these things were perfectly integrated in Lilith, making people feel that this was the way it should be. Are you Sigrian? Don't even think about resisting, Lilith said in a deep voice. That would make it very difficult for me. Can you speak? Sigrian's mouth was blocked, but he knew how to use special ventriloquism, so he could still speak. Besides, Bai Luo and that woman were not there. Lilith ignored him. Her uncle had reminded her not to listen to Sigrian's nonsense. Don't worry, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to him. Sigrian couldn't see anyone, but he knew that Knowles was standing next to him. Tisk. Knowles turned his back and said to himself, don't listen to him, don't listen to him. Do you know how the Iron Eagle King destroyed the kingdom of Atón? The Atón people destroyed their own country, Sigrian said. Very interesting, isn't it? Knowles still didn't speak, but he had already begun to think about what Sigrian meant by this. What did it mean that the Atón people destroyed their own country? The elders in your family must have told you that you are a descendant of the 7 kings, and you serve the royal family of Atón, right? Ha 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 ha, Sigrian, sorry, I couldn't help it, but you guys are really funny. What are you doing? What do you think the country is? Is the country your country, or the people's country? If the people rebel and overthrow the country, is it the people's fault or the king's fault? The kings of Atón are all tyrants, Sigrian. Compared to them, the Iron Eagle King is the one that the people want and the one that everyone expects. Shut up, Knowles gasped. He suppressed himself, but still pointed the dragon crown red flame halberd at Sigrian's neck. Atón was destroyed long ago, Sigrian. In this world, on this land, no Atonian expects you to return and rule again. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Sigrian sneered at Norse's angry question. You ask what qualifications I have? Don't I have any? If I, an Atonian, don't have the right to deny this country, then who should? You? Norse was stunned. You? What did you say? You said you are. What? I said I am. Bang. What? Norse felt a stench assault him. He instinctively turned around and raised his scarlet dragon crown spear to block it. Bang! A scarlet tentacle-like substance sent Norse flying. Cough cough cough. Norse stood up from the ice, thinking he shouldn't have spoken to Sigrian. But is what he said true? Were the Atonians themselves the ones who overthrew the kingdom of Atón? If so, then why was Atón established? Norse wasn't denying Bai Luo, nor was he denying them. Norse's point was, if this was a new nation, why call it the Principality of Atón? It was theirs. Wouldn't it be better to have a new name? Huh? What's this? What's going on? The sea beasts. The sea beasts' bodies are melting. The sea beasts' bodies transformed into black and red, smelly blood, which formed bridges of water, converging on Sigrian from all directions. Don't touch them. Get out of the way. Knowing the power of the crimson tentacles, Norse quickly put aside his meaningless thoughts and began to maintain order among the Atón people. Crack! The holy ring of Oberon cracked from the blood of thousands, tens of thousands of sea beasts. Crack! Sigrian stood up from his chair, his limbs instantly healed under the gathering of sea beasts' flesh and blood. Finally, my chance has arrived. He removed the holy ring that bound his mouth and smiled at Lilith. He kept you here. It seems he has great confidence in you, lady. Not bad. Lilith's eyes were cold and calm. Just passable, but Lilith didn't betray a single trace of her fairy power, demonstrating the terrifying power she possessed. I thought you were truly foolish, Sigrian said to Christine. I didn't expect you to hide your secrets from me. I guess I misjudged you. Ah, Christine's eyes widened in disbelief. You know a trick like that. Amazing. So powerful. Sigrian's smile froze. Sigrian, I'm a fucking fool, aren't you going to run? Lilith was about to attack, but Sigrian showed no sign of fleeing, leaving her bewildered. However, she still intended to kill him instantly, raising her hand, ready to snap her fingers. Do I need to run? Bang! What's that sound? Lilith didn't turn around. With a double barrier created by her senior sister and Bai Luo, there was no force capable of breaking through. Boom! But the next moment, a massive mushroom cloud slowly rose, and a deafening explosion engulfed everything. Galala! Bang! Galala! The frozen sea shattered, and the 4 ships trembled. The Adonis aboard, without exception, stared in horror at the sight just 500 meters to the south. What? Quick! Block it! Led by the 2 transcendent witches, Fyra and Elsa, all the witches raised their wands, unleashing invisible Fey power, forming a massive Fey barrier. Lori shield guard, shield after shield unfolded, forming a small, silvery white holy light barrier tightly surrounding the Holy Grail's location. Nuclear bomb. Lilith found the word from Bai Luo's memories. Because the scene before him was so similar to Bai Luo's memory of a nuclear bomb. While not as powerful as a nuclear bomb, it was still a small nuclear bomb. Hey, Sigrian, save me, save me. Christine's familiarity nearly made Sigrian vomit blood. I've done my best by not kicking you, the backstab king, to death, and you're still asking for more. That's it, that's your trump card. Lilith didn't turn around, but stared at Sigrian intently. She wouldn't give this guy a chance to escape. Huh? Sigrian looked at Lilith in surprise, and Christine's face also changed suddenly. This woman. What's with her? Her miraculous power, what kind of monstrous miraculous power is this? Christine said decisively, I think being a prisoner is pretty good. Forget what I said before, damn it. Sigrian decided that if he got a chance, he would beat this bitch to death. Hurry up and attack, are you really waiting for me to die? Sigrian shouted, smash this barrier, fortress lizard, bang, crash. From beneath the barrier, a single horn shot up, slamming fiercely into its base. The immense force lifted the entire barrier, along with the sea, ice, and ships, hundreds of meters into the air. And there's a sea demon, the senior sister, who had just dealt with the abyssal demon spirit, ignored the surrounding heroic sea monsters and took a single step forward, charging towards them. What kind of monster is this? It's huge, isn't this too big? The Atón people stared at the creature below in amazement. It was a lizard-like sea demon, a 500-meter radius holy light barrier hovering above it, like a human fist placed on their forehead. At least 4,000 meters long and over 600 meters tall, the behemoth rose from the seabed like a small island, springing to life. Fortress lizard, Morgan's gift to his beloved son, Sigrian, was a powerful sea monster, like the sea mirage crab, the abyss spirit, and the ugly ghostly god. These were powerful sea monsters that would only strike when Sigrian was threatened by a powerful enemy. Big, it is. Unfortunately, it's just a silver spear with a wax tip, all show but no use. Snap! Lilith casually snapped her fingers as Sigrian and Christine stared at her in confusion. Bang! A cloud of smoke exploded beneath the barrier, beneath everyone. Sigrian's smile gradually froze. High in the sky, the fortress lizard vanished, replaced by a sheep restlessly pawing its hoofs. Holy crap! Sigrian's eyes widened, stunned, completely stunned. Even when he was being beaten so hard by Bai Luo and his senior sister, and then unleashed the mighty power of Avalon, Sigrian could understand and accept all of this. But what is this? What kind of power is this? Why did the fortress lizard disappear? A fortress lizard so large, how could it just disappear? She turned the negative island sea demon into a sheep. Christine was completely speechless. She felt that what she had encountered today was more outrageous than anything she had ever encountered in her entire life. What the hell? Sigrian's expression was clearly not as good as Christine's. A sheep? What sheep? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as Sigrian was stunned, Lilith heard a distant roar. Hundreds of nuclear bombs, just like the ones before, were hurtling towards them. Do you need me? Senior sister asked Lilith through the miracle connection. Though you are powerful, the power of miracles is mutually exclusive. You need to resist this move, and Lilith raised her hand and snapped her fingers again. Bang, 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 and then, the nuclear fusion cannon of a mirage red crab, which was charging at an astonishing speed, suddenly exploded mid-flight. Colorful fireworks instantly transformed the sea from a terrifying place into a world of joy and happiness. Sigrian and Christine had never encountered such a bizarre situation in their lives. This ability, how can it be used? You seem very confident, and quite arrogant. Lilith looked at Sigrian. Do you think I can't keep an eye on you, or do you think I don't deserve to be here? Raised her hand. Hey, Sigrian immediately panicked. He didn't know the flaws of transfiguration and only thought it was permanent. If you use this on me, all sea monsters will attack like crazy. To the death. Lilith was stunned for a moment, but Sigrian continued, if you seal me, the same thing happens. Lilith frowned slightly, then Sigrian turned and ran, if you catch up, the same thing happens. After all, Lilith was not Bai Luo. No matter how powerful she was still Bai Luo's miracle, and she had to consult Bai Luo's opinion on everything she did. However, just as Lilith instinctively tried to contact Bai Luo, her uncle's previous instructions echoed in her ears, ignore Sigrian's nonsense. Bullshit, Lilith said, even if I don't use it, don't seal it, and don't chase you, will these sea monsters stop? Lilith was furious, feeling that Sigrian had played her for a fool. Snap, the sound of a finger snap echoed, and Sigrian, fleeing, felt the world suddenly expand. Snap, on the deck, a lush green frog, bewildered, looked at the new world from a new perspective. Quack? Quack, green, frog, as for you, wow, seeing Lilith looking over, Christine was completely terrified. I won't run. I absolutely won't resist. Don't turn me into a frog. Christine was truly terrified. She would rather be killed than become a frog. Then be quiet. Lilith was the fairy godmother of the Atón people, but when facing her enemies, she was the most terrifying queen of terror, cursing all living things. Is it over? Senior sister rushed back. She saw the frogs on the ground and the sheep still struggling in the air, about to crash into the sea. As expected, you're the best person to deal with such an enemy. Senior sister was powerful, but Lilith's abilities were naturally weak against sea monsters. Transfiguration was too strange, and it had a weakness. It couldn't harm the transformed creature. If the creature possessed no miracle power, or very little miracle power, transfiguration would literally transform the target into another life form. However, for miracle soldiers, especially the most powerful ones, transfiguration was more of a temporary seal. Even the slightest damage would instantly return them to their original form. Similarly, any damage sustained by miracle soldiers while transformed would have no effect on their true form once they returned. Furthermore, to maintain the transformation, Lilith had to constantly channel her fairy power, which meant she couldn't be too far away from the target. So transfiguration wasn't an invincible power, but it was indeed extremely powerful, as it involved certain laws. That giant down there has too much miraculous power within it. I can't control it for 20 seconds, and the other one, it fired a nuclear bomb, Lilith said disdainfully, even if you throw 10,000, I won't even consider it. Energy out of the body is like rootless duckweed. Lilith only needs to cast the spell once, even without sustaining it. It's a product of miraculous power itself, so using miraculous power to neutralize it is a matter of a split second, without any after effects. What about him? Hero level, too much resistance, Lilith told her senior sister via telepathy. But since this is his first time, he's never encountered fairy power before. If I provide him with a constant supply of energy, he can probably hold out for half an hour. With a wave of her hand, the Sigri frog, leaping on the deck, was instantly enveloped by a golden cage. Then, a black curtain descended, and Sigri frog's world was completely dark. Hero level has adaptability. This spell is easy to cast, but in the future, the effect on the same target will be much less. Lilith's current miraculous power is about the power of a casual attack, infinite number of times. It was roughly equivalent to a combined, all-out attack from over 20 heroes. If you'd been here before, senior sister said, I wouldn't have had to fight. I arrived early, and they transformed back early. Lilith said, polymorph can't be used twice on the same target in a short period of time. This is my spell's biggest flaw right now. Is it resolved? The enormous demonic god remained, and Bai Luo realized that 1 minute wasn't enough to finish it off. Lilith, how long can you control this thing? Its miraculous power is too immense, even greater than that of the giant lizard below. You can only hold it for 5 seconds, that's enough. Bai Luo gave up. He didn't intend to finish the demonic god off here, but to take it back. Fiaya, open the door. Okay, senior sister summoned the Holy Grail and simultaneously drew the four-handed King's Holy Sword, Gate of Avalon, Triumph, Boom roar woo golden holy light expanded outward from the Holy Grail, and golden runes covered the air. This was where the Atón people were. Everyone, it's time to go home. The senior sister activated the teleportation and swung her sword. The air split open, and the scenery of Avalon appeared before the Atón and Christine. Roar! At the same time, Shirley's massive figure slammed into the ugly ghost god, forcing it towards the gate of Avalon. Swish! The gate of Avalon activated, and in an instant, the entire ocean was clear of any trace of the Atón. Chapter 146, Duke of the Fairy Eagle. What the hell happened here? The closest to the Sea of Sig's battle were undoubtedly Christine's eagle strikers and cavalry captains. Roar, unable to locate Sigrian's presence, sea beasts, fish monsters, and sea monsters, carrying out his final command, began wreaking havoc on the sea. Fortunately, the sea monsters possessed a basic level of intelligence. Though defeated, they maintained a certain level of rationality and refrained from reckless action. A few heroic sea monsters perished, but most survived thanks to their formidable vitality. Mikami-san just died like that. The algae-branched sea leaf dragon metamorphosed in the seawater, transforming into a woman clad in green. She was called Sea Leaf Woman, a member of the deep sea under Sigrian's command. In addition, there was the Neon Touch King, the green-eyed slug-thin pirate, the shucking giant frog pirate, the fishy evil shark, the sweetheart high Zizzy, the Mie sea monk, the slow-rotting bone cattail, and the eight-headed sandworm. It must be said that while the monster-type miracle unit's abilities and mobility are average, their vitality and sheer destructive power are truly astonishing. Of course, this was also due to the pressing timeline. Hero level versus hero level, even peak level versus novice, isn't always easy to defeat. Miracle units have their own vitality, much like a tree sprite. Even if you cut one in half, unless you've depleted its vitality, you won't kill it. At most, you'll temporarily disable it. Besides Mikami-Ima and the silver-lined filer fish, everyone else here, standing on the surface, they watched the sea crimson, the sea beast frenzy and the battlefield transforming it into a living hell, and lamented the terrifying nature of the enemy. The boss has been captured. Where on earth did they come from and how can they be so powerful? So which side are they from? The three Dukes of Azure? Oxel? Or the brilliant duchy? It can't be thorns and birches, right? King Neon Touch transformed into a deep-sea tribe, a steady and mature middle-aged man. He thought for a long time, but he couldn't guess the origins of the Atón people. Boss 2, if you don't leave any useful information, how can we tell the old man? In that situation, it's good enough if you can provide us with the coordinates, the Sea Leaf Woman said. The main reason is that we underestimated the enemy. If we had been fully prepared from the beginning, maybe we would have had some chances. A miracle battle, how can we prepare? We know nothing about them. That woman just threw a few weapons and called out a bunch of helpers as strong as monsters. The fishy and evil shark who was pressed to the ground and beaten was speechless. After all, I, old shark, have participated in the 100 Years' War, but I have never seen anything like this. Yeah, it's too weird. What kind of miracle is it? And that last, oversized white horse? It was able to fight the ugly demonic god like that. That's the ugly demonic god, the Sea Demon King, king level, who single-handedly launched a miracle war and annihilated thousands of miracle legions. What happened here? Just as the Morgan Deep Sea clan were at a loss as to what to do, a figure descended. It was none other than Christine's lieutenant, Coral. Coral's strength was only in the transcendent realm, not at the hero level. But she represented the Grand Duke of the Fairy Eagle, so even though she lacked strength, the Deep Sea clan dared not underestimate her. You started the miracle war, we were invaded, King Netra quickly explained. We are the victims. Did they deploy forces above the 5th level? My deputy captain, Coral, was worried about Christine's safety. They were as close as sisters, their bond deep and profound. I saw that, the Sea Leaf girl said. She was captured by those people. Captured? Coral's worst fear had finally come true. How could this happen? Why did they capture her? Wasn't she here to mediate? Capturing someone trying to mediate? Are they crazy? The Atón people didn't understand the current international situation, but Coral and the Deep Sea clan knew it all too well. Overall peace, localized conflict. It was like Bai Luo's previous life. You could fire cannons and shoot guns, but you couldn't send an aircraft carrier over. Even if you did, it would only be a deterrent. If war broke out, it would be universal condemnation. Thanks to the Sacred Covenant, Almost all miracle lords were in a stable stage of development, biding their time, striving to elevate their miracles to the next level as quickly as possible. No one would engage in a costly miracle war at this moment. Miracle wars inevitably involve casualties, and these deaths are of no benefit to the development of the miracle itself. Where are the benefits? Are there any? No, not at all. Miracle development lies in research and exploration, not in leveling up and gaining experience. The result of war is that decades, even centuries of accumulated military strength will be wiped out in an instant. This will not only severely damage the development of the miracle itself, but will also bring endless sorrow and pain to the miracle master. If war has no benefits, why would anyone fight it? Please notify King Morgan immediately. I will do my best to pass on the news to the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle. In reality, there was no need to spread the word. Such a commotion would surely be noticed by anyone with eyes and ears. To exaggerate, within half a day, news of the miracle war erupting in the southeastern sea would have spread to the far north. Even the ancient Golden Kingdom and the Eastern Empire would know that Sigrian had been captured. Those people must give an explanation. If the Deep Sea clan's weight wasn't enough, then Morgan or the other miracle lords would negotiate with him. A miracle war has broken out in the Southeast Sea. Who's talking to whom? This was a remarkably beautiful palace, with flowing fountains, the sounds of flowers and birds, and white veils fluttering in the wind. High up in the palace, a blonde woman, barely clad in anything but a thin gauze dress, lazily sprawled on a bed. Surrounded by several beautiful, fairy-like maids, they meticulously applied honey oil and massaged her. This woman was none other than Grand Duchess Fairy Eagle, Missia, one of the 3 miracle lords of Azure and the immediate superior of Christine and Coral. I don't know, Below, the sage of the rising sun, draped in a rainbow-colored gown, knelt. She lowered her head, not daring to raise it even a fraction, fearful of catching a glimpse of the spring light beneath the snow-white gauze curtains swaying in the breeze. I'll leave this matter to you, Avril, please command. Avril was a legendary warrior under the command of Grand Duke Fairy Eagle. Such combat power was rare, even among Messia's subordinates. Sending her out showed how much Messia valued Atón. If it's a new miracle master, you must do your best to recruit him, Messia said. Azure needs fresh blood. We must not let him turn to brilliance at any cost. Yes, your servant understands. Since it was a recruitment, the attitude must not be too forceful. Avril said. Also, Christine has been captured. Christine? Messia asked with a hint of confusion. Who is that? A Sky Knight who just broke through to the heroic level. So, just a Sky Knight. Grand Duke Fairy Eagle Messia had been in possession of miracles for over 400 years. Such a long time had long since she lost interest in miracle tropes. In her eyes, only masters and legends were worthy of sharing the table with her. As for heroic Sky Knights, Messia commanded hundreds. Even if half died, she wouldn't be sad. Reaching the master level takes 40 to 50 years, depending on talent. A legendary takes 100 years to cultivate. The Grand Duke of the Fairy Eagle has fewer than 5 legendaries under his command, so they are extremely cherished. But at the hero level, those with better aptitude can break through in 10 years. And 10 years is nothing to an immortal miracle master, it's practically the equivalent of a human year. Christine survived, she was lucky. Had she died, the Grand Duke of the Fairy Eagle wouldn't blame Atón. They weren't close anyway. If anything happens to this Christine, Messia said, just pretend we didn't see it. She's not worth antagonizing a miracle master. Yes, Avril lamented Christine's misfortune, but she couldn't defy her master's will. Elsewhere, on Atón Island, within the world of Avalon, several warships were anchored in the Golden Lake, deserted. Bai Luo and his senior sister had surrounded and annihilated all the sea monsters that had been teleported there. The world of Avalon itself is isolated from the outside world, its laws governed by senior sister. Entering or leaving requires senior sister's permission. Without her permission, even the space cannot be opened. Indeed, to outsiders, Avalon is a non-existent place. Undetectable, let alone its coordinates. This is a world of miracles. Just as no one can use the first moment holy pouch without its master's permission, it's untouchable. Alright, Your Majesty, senior sister imprisoned Sigrian and Christine separately in the cells beneath the castle. They were extremely important customers of Atón and required proper treatment. Let's go. Bai Luo and senior sister returned to the upper floors of Avalon Castle. They both lived in Avalon, along with Shirley, Lilith, and a large number of Atón clan members. The tree elves lived around the gates of Avalon, freely entering and exiting, effectively becoming residents of Avalon. Consequently, almost all of Attón's strongest forces were concentrated in this area, making it the safest place in the entire Principality of Atón. Such heavy security ensured that Sigrian and Christine had absolutely no chance of escape. "How was it?" the old uncle hurried to greet and inquire upon their return. "A great victory," Bai Luo said. "Although there were many mishaps along the way, the outcome was smooth sailing, much as planned." "That's good," the old uncle said. "With Sigrian in our hands, we now have the capital to negotiate with Morgan, and we can begin the next phase." The exposure of Atón Island was inevitable. Even if Bai Luo didn't act today, within 2 weeks at most, Sigrian would discover Saudi Arabia's disappearance and follow the clues to find him. By then, the Principality of Atón would be in a very passive position. Unlike now, where they held the initiative, Atón had a significant advantage. "What do you think of Sigrian, Your Majesty?" "Very cunning, and very good at playing tricks." Bai Luo, after dealing with Sig, found him to be truly remarkable. "His methods are very frequent, and he's very cunning. He's a talent." Bai Luo didn't want to let such a man go, as he could become a threat in the future. In this battle, Bai Luo and his senior sister crushed him from start to finish, but even against such a difficult odds, Sigrian still found a way out. Such a person would surely be no weakling in the future. "I know, Your Majesty, you find him dangerous," the old uncle said, "but precisely because he's dangerous, we can't kill him." "Why?" "Once we sign the miracle contract with Morgan, we're restricted by the power of miracles. We won't have any major conflict with Morgan for at least 10 years, so, no matter how much potential Sigrian has, he can't threaten us." "I see," Bai Luo understood. "You mean, let Sigrian become a thorn in the eyes of others?" "Exactly," the old uncle said. "Morgan has 6 adopted sons and daughters, all of whom are capable. Sigrian is the weakest, but his strength isn't strength, but his ingenuity and intelligence. Of the 6, Sigrian is the most adept at scheming and intrigue, and such a person is exactly what Morgan needs." According to the old uncle, Morgan is actually similar to the Iron Eagle King, both miracle lords with mediocre abilities. But Morgan also had good fortune. He met 2 exceptional men, the eldest son, the Deep Sea King, and the second daughter, the Sea Dragon Princess. With their help, Morgan quickly rose to prominence and established a foothold. But over the years, with the general peace of the world, said the old uncle, Morgan has become somewhat complacent. That's why the Western Pirate King, Oxel, began to threaten Morgan's territory, causing great humiliation to Morgan's 6 sons. "Cider must have been very arrogant after being captured by you." "That's strange to me, too," Bai Luo said. "He's not arrogant, he's too arrogant. I had a sword at his neck, and he dared to gamble his life with me." Sigrian was confident that Bai Luo wouldn't kill him, but was he truly so confident? "After listening to what you said, Uncle, I think I understand." Bai Luo, Sigrian's threats against Fia and me weren't a test at all. Sigrian was begging for death. "Right," the old uncle suddenly remembered something and asked, "Xiao Luo, have you imprisoned Sig?" "Of course," Bai Luo replied instinctively. The numerous sealing techniques have almost turned him into an ordinary person. "Ordinary?" Bai Luo's face changed slightly, and like his uncle, he exclaimed, "Oh no, Your Majesty, something's happened." The prison guard was Inya. Her wisdom was no less than Bai Luo and his senior sisters, and her state of mind was far superior to that of ordinary people. Even the old uncle praised her highly. Bai Luo was reassured that she would never be bewitched by Sigrian. But this time, they had indeed made a mistake. "Your Majesty," Cat Lingling appeared teleporting. "Big Sister Inya has sent word that Sigrian is in prison and has committed suicide by hitting his head against the wall. This is the first update today, and there will be more to come. Also, please vote for me, please." Chapter 147 Uncle's Past. Holy crap, Bai Luo hadn't expected Sigrian to be so resolute. Your Majesty," the old uncle quickly grabbed Bai Luo and said, don't worry. I anticipated this." "Expected? You expected that, too?" "I can't say expected, but I did have people prepare ahead of time," the old uncle said. "I had Madame Lilith renovate that cell after you left. A collision won't kill you, at most it'll leave you with a bloody head." That scared me. Bai Luo had assumed Sigrian was a coward, but he had never imagined he could be so fierce. "Let's go." The senior sister opened the Avalon gate and led the 2 of them directly to the lower level of the cell. Here, the tree elves were immediately present, using their life force to revive the unconscious Sigrian. That was serious stuff. Looking at the blood on the floor and the bloodstains on the wall, Bai Luo could imagine the sheer force of that collision. Sigrian's limbs were chained, but his neck was still movable. He couldn't charge forward, but he could tilt his head back and let the back of his head collide with the iron wall. But because the amplitude was not large, the strength was limited. It would take at least more than 10 consecutive hits to cause such injuries. The old uncle saw through Sigrian's suicide method at a glance, and Bai Luo was a little shocked when he heard it. Hit the same place more than 10 times, endure the pain. Bai Luo shook his head repeatedly. Why did he do this? Is it necessary for me and Morgan to have a grudge? Sigrian is Morgan's miracle child. Logically speaking, he would not do anything to disobey or harm Morgan. Sig died at Bai Luo's hands, and Morgan and Bai Luo would inevitably become mortal enemies. This is provoking a war and making an enemy for his own miracle master. It doesn't seem like something a miracle child would do. Morgan has been stagnant for too long, the uncle said. If Sig dies, Morgan, driven by hatred, will become our enemy. Win or lose, Morgan will strive for strength, not stand still. Besides, the uncle actually knew Sigrian. He said, Sigrian will not willingly be captured. It would be the greatest humiliation. Sigrian would rather die in a car accident or commit suicide than become a commodity to be sold by Bai Luo. So now that he's been captured, he might as well take his own life and still be loyal to Morgan. In fact, Sigrian had already considered this idea long before. When he was captured by Bai Luo and his senior sister, he planned to sacrifice himself to goad Morgan. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Bai Luo understood the uncle's meaning. Are there many such talents under the Lord of Miracles? Many. Then can they be subdued? As a member of the Atón clan, Bai Luo grew up listening to stories of heroes and had a deep admiration and respect for those great warriors. Sigrian was a pirate, but you had to admit he was both brave and resourceful. Aside from being too volatile, Sig was no different from any other hero who roamed the sea. Your Majesty, the old uncle said, do you think anyone could bribe Inya and the others? How could that be possible? Same logic, the old uncle said, we can't subdue them either, but, the old uncle changed the subject, although we can't subdue them, we can trade them. What? Bai Luo said, what do you mean by trade? People can be traded, of course, the old uncle said. I've told you before that the people of miracles can't betray the Lord of Miracles, but the Lord of Miracles can betray the people of miracles. For example, if I take away their miracle power. Yes, the old uncle nodded. The people of miracles will fight for you, but if the Lord of Miracles takes away their power and casts them down to earth, while not all will betray them, it will certainly be heartbreaking, just like, if Bai Luo took away Abaddon's power, Abaddon wouldn't hate Bai Luo. He would wait for Bai Luo to summon him again and grant him the power again. But the problem is, this would give the enemy an opportunity to exploit the gap. Therefore, the uncle advised Bai Luo that no matter what happened in the future, he should not take away the miracle powers of his people, but instead resort to other punitive measures. After all, no matter what, they were loyal to Bai Luo, and they sincerely wished for his rise to power. Just look at Sigrian. With his death, Morgan hated Bai Luo. But, bound by the sacred covenant, Morgan would not attack Bai Luo, so Morgan suffered no loss. On the contrary, it would prompt Morgan to strive and rise. 10 years from now, 100 years from now, Morgan would become increasingly powerful. Sacrificing one's life in exchange for the king's vigilance, isn't that enough loyalty? We can't subjugate these talented people directly, the uncle said, but through diplomacy and the threat of war, we can force the miracle lords to release them. Once they were released in Arden's territory, Bai Luo would only need to exert his power. If 1 year didn't work, 2 years would. If 2 years didn't work, 3 years would be enough. Sooner or later, they would be moved by Bai Luo and sincerely submit. As for whether this sincerity was genuine, their acceptance of Bai Luo's miracle powers would be the best proof. Then whoever I choose in the future, don't worry, the uncle said, I'll help you find a solution. The uncle and nephew exchanged glances, both revealing a look of you understand, Your Majesty. Inya stepped forward and knelt on one knee. I'm deeply sorry. It was my fault for the guarding, it's none of your business. No one could have imagined. Bai Luo didn't finish his words, as he caught sight of his uncle and quickly corrected himself. No one could have imagined such a thing. Bai Luo helped Inya to her feet and instructed her to continue guarding Sigrian. As for Christine, she was just an idiot. Let the Atón rat clan keep an eye on her. Of course, the necessary guards were necessary. But unlike Sigrian, an idiot's value is too small. The uncle was almost certain that the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle wouldn't waver in his relationship with Atón because of her. By the way, I've seen Morgan's miraculous power, Bai Luo. What about the three Dukes of Azure, the Abyss Goo Flute, the Sea Monster, and the Sea Demon? One had to admit, Morgan had developed this lower-level miraculous item very well. After 200 years of cultivating so many miracle bearers, even Bai Luo, a fellow miracle lord, considered Morgan impressive. The three Azure Dukes are Grand Duke Yangbo, Grand Duke Divine Cauldron, and Grand Duke Celestial Eagle. Titles in the miracle world are meaningless. They are calculated purely based on military strength and combat power. Once you reach a certain level of combat power, you become a Marquess, a Duke, or even a King. Of course, this isn't true everywhere. For example, Earl of Thorn is a relatively low-key person, unconcerned even by being called a peasant. Everything is like a passing cloud to me, he said, referring to Earl of Thorn. What do these three mean? Bai Luo said. Divine Cauldron and Celestial Eagle sound like miracle bearers and miracle bearers. Could they be referring to the miracle bearers themselves? But that was impossible. Every miracle lord kept their miracle bearers' identities strictly secret. Even Bai Luo, despite revealing much before, insisted that it was a miracle. Who could prove he was lying? No one could. Morgan asked Sig, what kind of miracle bearer power does he have? How could Sig respond? He could only reply, frost, thunder, storms, warriors adorned with elaborate armor, treasures that could summon monsters, girls flying on broomsticks, strange powers that could transform people into animals. He spouted a flurry of words. But Morgan was left bewildered. So, what's this miracle on the other side? Miracles are a deterrent. Revealing part, concealing part, half concealing, that's how miracles are properly used. But what about Yangbo? What's that word, Yangbo? Let's row our oars, the boat pushes through the waves. Bai Luo felt he could sing it. Grand Duke Yangbo is the most powerful within the Azure 3 kilometers, the old uncle said. He's been obtaining miracles for over 800 years. Long before my ancestor, Atón, arrived at the land of miracles, he had already carved out a territory on the sea. But don't worry about them, the old uncle said. The three Dukes of Azure have been at sea for many years. They have their own habits. If someone has been consistent for hundreds of years, it's unlikely they'll suddenly change their ways. This is credibility, and it's also the magnanimity of a nation. Atón needed this. It was the foundation for establishing diplomatic ties and conducting trade with other nations. But we don't seem to have much credibility right now, do we? I've managed to accumulate some, but true credibility still needs to be built slowly and steadily, the uncle said. If my estimate is correct, Azure will send someone to contact us soon, perhaps even faster than Morgan. Can they find our location? Don't underestimate them, the uncle said. We were hiding here stealthily before, so no one noticed, but now, the ocean is so small, even if we investigate every detail, it's only a matter of time, not to mention we've left a loophole, mustache, with slaves being shipped to Arden several times in a row. How could the three lords of Azure not notice such obvious traces? Before, there was no target, so no one would notice a small slave trader. But with a truly targeted investigation, that would be too simple. Don't worry, with the world of Avalon, Arden can escape unscathed, just go for it, the uncle reassured Bai Luo. Since they had a way out, Bai Luo could give it his all. It was the only thing the uncle could do. He wasn't Bai Luo, much less the king of Atón. The old uncle had a clear vision for himself. He would clear obstacles for Bai Luo, but he wouldn't help him tread those paths. Bai Luo had to choose his own path. Whatever you choose, the old uncle lit a cigarette, held it between his fingers, and began to puff. We'll support you, yeah, Bai Luo. By the way, how about cigarettes? Hey. You're right, this stuff is really addictive, the old uncle said, as a heavy smoker. I guarantee you this will absolutely replace the tobacco market in Miracle Land. The Lords of Miracles naturally covet pleasure. The Miracle Pocket can provide a wealth of delicious food, even growing tobacco for cigarettes. As for cigarette production, with Lilith and the witches around, it's a piece of cake. That's good. Atón's first step toward international expansion is to establish a market, one that can satisfy the needs of a vast number of Lords of Miracles. As long as there's demand, Atón won't be underestimated. There might be threats, such as demands for quality food seeds or tobacco, but Atón can provide all of these, no problem. We have an infinite supply of these resources, and we can trade these infinite things for what we don't have, said the uncle. Why not? That's right, Bai Luo asked. Then what should we trade? We can discuss that later, Your Majesty. At that moment, Mao Yi came running over. Sigur is awake, let's go check. Bai Luo and his uncle entered the cell where Sigurian was being held. Inside, Sigurian lay unharmed, strapped to a chair. He couldn't move, not even his head. As for suicide, the tree elves were there, ready to respond at the slightest sign of trouble. Whether Sigur bit his tongue or suffocated himself, it was useless. In the face of the life force, you couldn't die even if you wanted to. Let's talk for a minute, Bai Luo said, and the tree elves immediately used their life magic to conjure 2 chairs for Bai Luo and his uncle to sit on. Sigurian was no longer blocked from sight and hearing, and he could speak. Bai Luo, Sigurian had met him before. But Sigurian was puzzled by the white-haired old man who came in with him. You? Sigurian thought his uncle looked familiar. He studied him closely, and after a long moment, his expression shifted from confusion to surprise. Saros? You are Saros. Bai Luo knew his uncle had met Sigurian before, but the fact that they knew each other was somewhat unbelievable. After all, his uncle had never possessed any miraculous power. He was merely a mortal, always had been. And to a mortal, a heroic child of miracles was a major figure among major figures. Ha, I was wondering who it was. Sigurian's gaze passed Bai Luo and landed on his uncle. It's you, Saros. I was wondering, who in the world could have predicted I'd go out drunk? It's you. Sigurian was genuinely bewildered. He was drunk and had suddenly decided to go out for some fresh air, yet Bai Luo had managed to lure him out instantly, as if he had foreseen the future. He truly suspected Bai Luo possessed the miraculous power to foresee the future. But now, seeing his uncle Saros, Sigurian's doubts vanished. It's you? Then it's not surprising. It's not surprising. If it was his uncle, who could have calculated this far? Sigurian felt that it was understandable and acceptable. Do you know each other? We've met once. You only met once, Sigurian. I've been captured twice in my life. The first time was you. The second time, still you. Do you have a grudge against me? Bai Luo looked at his uncle in surprise. The latter raised his hand. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. I haven't obtained the power of miracles before, but I have led troops in battle, said his uncle. Just some miracle troops, but it's no big deal, the god of war of the miracle land. It's no big deal, Sigurian complained, if you call it just leading some troops. Then what am I, uncle? Stop bragging, stop bragging. It's really no big deal. Wow, Bai Luo, so, old man, all those stories you told me back then were true. Bai Luo had listened to his uncle recount heroic legends since childhood, his voice so eloquent it felt as if he had witnessed them firsthand. So, Bai Luo had always suspected that his uncle's adventures back then were more than just simple affairs. They must have had a basis, meaning something similar had actually happened. Who would have thought his uncle even had the title of Miracles Earth God of War? I heard Grandpa Shanwang tell me about your love life, and I thought that was fascinating enough. Bai Luo, I didn't expect there was more, uncle. That bastard Sham Lao Bu Si, how dare he tarnish the image of wisdom and might that Xiao Luo had in mind? Damn it, oh, it's no big deal, uncle, I was just casually fighting, ha. Sigurian didn't even want to complain. A man who had even predicted his own outing. God of War. Truly a god of war. Uncle, I really didn't predict that. You were just acting like that. Defeat at your hands is not unfair. Sigurian had originally wished for death, but seeing his uncle, his mind changed. Morgan couldn't fight Atón, he couldn't. Others might not know the power of Saros, but Sigurian certainly didn't. Sigurian still revered the military treatise written by his uncle as a sacred text, reading a passage almost every night to deepen his memory. It wasn't just him, nearly every general with a keen eye for military leadership had a copy. Especially the formidable men defeated by his uncle, each of them felt a mixture of love and hate. Love for his talent, hatred for their defeat at his hands. But aren't you with the Marquis of Kenquin? Sigurian said. I heard you went home to visit your family and then disappeared. Now the entire Iron Eagle Kingdom is looking for you, rumor has it you're dead. Sigurian smiled. I knew it. How could a man like you die at the hands of some minor miracle soldier? That was a profound humiliation. Not only an insult to his uncle, but also to those who had once been defeated by him. This naturally included Sigurian. Alright, Let's not talk about what happened back then, it's all in the past. The old uncle had a past relationship with the Marquis of Qingquan. Bai Luo had asked about this before, but the old uncle always glossed over the details whenever he mentioned her. So, Bai Luo asked Grandpa Shanwen. It would have been fine if he hadn't asked, but once he did, it was like a legendary story. In his youth, the old uncle was just like Bai Luo is now, young and promising, handsome, suave, and talented. In short, a lot like Bai Luo. Decades ago, the young uncle and a group of friends embarked on adventures in the land of miracles. They traveled to many places, seeing all sorts of miracle kingdoms. The old uncle's talent was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. Consequently, countless miracle lords offered him olive branches, offering various conditions and urging him to take on important positions. Everyone knew that once the old uncle became a miracle citizen, his future would be limitless. However, the old uncle was unable to receive their gifts. He was a king. Even without finding a miracle, he harbored the ambition and fortitude to become king. How could such a man willingly accept being inferior to others? Of course, if old uncle were merely like this, he wouldn't have earned the love-hate relationship he so evoked. Old uncle's excellence lay in his ability to discern the strengths and weaknesses of others, then prescribe the right remedies to help them quickly achieve breakthroughs. It's safe to say that countless children of miracles and masters of miracles have benefited from old uncle's guidance and grace throughout the land of miracles. Back then, the land of miracles wasn't as peaceful as it is today. Wars of all sizes still raged, even wars that annihilated nations. The fall of a nation didn't mean the death of the master of miracles. Of course, their fate would be dire, at the very least, house arrest for life. The Qingquan kingdom suffered from years of war. Despite its 4,000 years of foundation, it was completely eroded by the endless wars. Don't assume that a legend emerges every century, or that there are indeed 40 legends in 4,000 years. That's not how it works. People die, and legends too. Master, hero, transcendent, and extraordinary levels, every war brings a colossal loss. And recovery takes 10, even 100, 1,000 times longer than the battle itself. The miracle of the Qingquan kingdom is the fountain of youth. It's a miracle unrelated to the power of miracles, granting anyone immortality and eternal youth. While the people of miracles enjoy longevity, they still have a lifespan. Therefore, the fountain of youth has become a highly sought-after treasure. Perhaps miracle lords like Morgan and the Iron Eagle King, whose kingdoms have only existed for a few hundred years, may not care, but for those millennia-old kingdoms, the power of immortality is invaluable. Back then, the Qingquan kingdom was invaded by another nation and nearly failed. It was this man before me. Sigrian recounted his uncle's story, as if singing the praises of a hero, an idol he admired. He saved her. Saros's own combat prowess was average, but his ability to lead troops in battle was truly exceptional. He arrived in Qingquan country, where he was appointed general to lead the nation's military and civilians. He successfully led them to defeat powerful enemies time and time again. Bai Luo looked at his uncle in shock. He had never heard this story from Grandpa Shanwang. The old man had only spoken of his uncle's love life, but this was the first time Bai Luo had heard of such a remarkable life. Oh, okay, the uncle said sheepishly. I told you to be low-key, really, stop praising him. He was almost embarrassed by it. So I really want to know why you abandoned Marquis Qingquan, Sigrian. I heard she's one of the most beautiful women in the land of miracles. I didn't know you were such a gossip, Sigrian, the old uncle interrupted. Don't you consider your own situation? I was planning to, now, I give up. Sigrian was also single. I know I have no chance against you. I'm sure you've already anticipated the strategies and tactics I'm thinking of now, so, Sigrian gave up. He knew he was no match for the old uncle, so he decided to obey his orders. More importantly, being captured by the old uncle. This wasn't shameful. This really wasn't shameful. Even if word got out and spread throughout the land of miracles that Sigrian had been defeated by Saros and captured, was this humiliation? This was honor, wasn't it? I won't lie to you, the uncle looked at Bai Luo, who nodded. As king, he said, our country is called Atón, haha. Sigrian laughed. Hey, Saros, you really are doing this? Is it necessary? This is the country you founded, right? Are you still thinking about the Atón people? Speaking of this, Bai Luo admitted that the uncle had indeed never told him directly. But for many years, the uncle had hinted to Bai Luo, both overtly and covertly, about the truth of the past. So when he finally heard this secret, Bai Luo was not surprised. Our Atón isn't the Atón of the Atón people, nor is it the Atón of the Atón kingdom. Bai Luo explained the reason for naming the country Atón, but didn't say why. As for why it's called Atón, I don't need to explain it to a captive. So, of the two of you, who is the Lord of Miracles? Me, Bai Luo finished. Seeing Sigrian's surprise, the old uncle added, I'm his uncle. Ahem. Sigrian was about to ask, you've refused allegiance to anyone for decades, so why are you following a little brat today? But as soon as the reason came out, Sigrian suddenly understood. Uncle and Bai Luo, this isn't really loyalty. When a parent protects their child, is that loyalty? That's not loyalty. While it's not, this love is more indestructible than loyalty. In the past, the old uncle couldn't accept the miraculous power of others because he didn't want to be inferior to an outsider. But his acceptance of Bai Luo's miraculous power wasn't just because of his family, but also because of his legacy. When children are young, they naturally listen to their parents. But when adults grow old and lose touch with the times, they must do the opposite and listen to their children. With this love and recognition, Uncle finally gained the power of miracles for the first time in his life. It was also the first time he had a monarch to whom he could devote his talents without hesitation, giving his all. What do you want? Peace. The purpose of war is peace. Then how can you guarantee you won't attack us again? Sigrian was Morgan's man, and his only criterion for thinking was to benefit Morgan. Those 3 words, Saros, aren't they enough? Ha 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 ha, Sigrian laughed. Enough, enough, indeed, Uncle never went back on his word, especially on matters of right and wrong. Back then, those 3 words, Saros, were the guarantee of his credibility. He never gave up on a mission given to him by any nation, let alone failed. For this reason, Uncle was a truly extraordinary figure in the eyes of the miracle kings, especially those of the Holy Empire. Chapter 148 Wang Wei. Have you finished discussing this? The senior sister inquired upon seeing Bai Luo and his uncle emerge. The basic issues have been resolved, Bai Luo declared, thanking his uncle for this opportunity. His fame in the land of miracles would indeed be a great starting point for Atón. Father never told me these things. After hearing Bai Luo's account, Isifio looked at his uncle with a hint of reproach, but his uncle replied, Girl, you're so focused on improving your strength, how could you possibly listen to my stories? In other words, Bai Luo, with nothing better to do, simply loved these anecdotes? Of course, it was also because Bai Luo, having traveled to the New World, was single-mindedly pursuing fighting spirit and magic. For the past 20 years, Bai Luo had never given up on any opportunity. But this is a good thing. Sigrian's attitude will be of considerable help to us. With Sigrian's acquittal, the senior sister felt Bai Luo could breathe a sigh of relief. So, shall we sign the contract with Morgan next? As long as Atón didn't go back on his word or act recklessly, Bai Luo's relationship with Morgan would likely remain stable. After all, they still have a miracle contract, binding them on each other. What is a miracle contract? Simply put, it's like the hostages of the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Of course, it's not a literal hostage, but rather a miracle's potential as a hostage, held hostage to the contract. If anyone violates the contract first, the miracle's potential will plummet. For example, if Bai Luo were to hostage Shirley, then if he violates the contract, Shirley would instantly weaken, her bones would break, and her body would suffer immense pain. In more serious cases, she might even lose a few awakenings, returning to her state at the time of her first sleep. Potential can be restored over time, but it won't take overnight. In severe cases, it could take years. Therefore, this miracle contract ensures a certain level of trust and tacit understanding between the two miracle masters. Neither would risk the destruction of their miracle and the decline of their potential by taking any unwarranted action. With the cost of betrayal so high, it's natural to approach it with caution. So, what should we use as a proton for this miracle contract? Senior sister said, how about my Avalon world? Even if I lose some royal prestige, it won't matter. Royal prestige, or the miracle instrument, is a bit like the coin miracle masters use when signing contracts. Miracles of different ranks and at different stages of awakening possess different royal prestige. Generally speaking, if the lowest ranked miracle is 100 points of royal prestige, then the royal prestige doubles with each rank increase. Similarly, the royal prestige doubles with each rank increase. Wang Wei chart, simplified as possible, The lowest tier is 100 for the first awakening, 200 for the second, 400 for the third, and 800 for the fourth. Lower tier: 200, 400, 800, 1600. Middle tier: 400, 800, 1600, 3200. Upper tier: 800, 1600, 3200, 6400. Simply put, it's a 4x4 grid, based on the 100th digit, multiplied by multiples of 2. Bai Luo wasn't sure the rationale behind this Wang Wei scale, but it was how the miracle contract had been signed since ancient times in Miracle Land, so Bai Luo accepted it. Then, Avalon was a higher tier miracle. As a higher tier miracle, Avalon itself was 100x 2 times 3, or 800. With a second awakening, that doubled again, to 1600. Morgan was a lower tier miracle, and even with the third awakening, it was only 800. Only half of what her senior sister had. Therefore, if Bai Luo really wanted to play hardball with Morgan, he could even directly sign a 100-year contract with him. Whoever regrets first will have all 800 Wang Wei deducted at once. Senior sister's Avalon world may be in turmoil, with numerous cracks appearing. But Morgan's Abisco flute was even worse off, shattering directly and then degenerating back to the second stage, second awakening. In addition, Wang Wei cannot be evenly distributed, but after one piece is exhausted, another piece can be added. In other words, 800 can be divided into 200, 200, 400, and so on. How could Bai Luo bear to let senior sister endure such pain? Choose me, after all, I am the queen of Atón. Senior sister did not call herself the queen. After all, this was said to outsiders. In front of Bai Luo, she was just the queen, his queen. Pocket's second awakening only has 200, Shirley's lower rank is 400, Lilith's mid-rank is 800, and the lower rank Tree Elf's first awakening is 200. As a miracle person, senior sister could naturally sense Bai Luo's full power. I can't feel the mystic dragon's royal power, so I might not be able to use it. The same goes for Xiao Bei. She doesn't seem to have the credibility to sign a contract. In that case, I'm the best choice. Not only is it a responsibility, but senior sister now possesses 1,600 copies of royal power. With such a heavy responsibility, it must belong to Isifia. Then let's make the decision for now. Senior sister, you will handle it. Bai Luo knew that senior sister was a responsible woman, and she also cared deeply for the people of Atón. Given her strength, she would definitely want him to bear this pressure. You two, stop arguing, the old man said. You're talking like Morgan can come up with 800 Wang Wei. How could a mere armistice and peace agreement possibly require that much Wang Wei? The old man said. You're lucky to be able to come up with a few. Wang Wei is so valuable, the Lord of Miracles even calculates it down to 2 or 3 decimal places, so, 100.86, Bai Luo, is that even possible? Of course, the old man said. Don't underestimate our abundance of miracles, other Lords of Miracles don't have that many. Bai Luo was a wealthy man, with more than he could use. But they were eager to split each one into 2. And Wang Wei couldn't be used up here and then used there. In other words, if you've already used 50 of your 100 to lie with one person, you'll only have 50 left to lie with the next person. This is what a hostage is. How can one person be held hostage in 2 countries? Father thinks, at most 50, uncle knew the answer without sister asking. Morgan has signed peace treaties with the 3 lords of the surrounding waters, the eastern and western pirate kings, and the 4 great brilliant ones, so I estimate he has no more than 400 Wang Wei available right now. It didn't matter if Wang Wei ran out, it was just a contract, and it wouldn't affect the development of the miracle. But such a contract could strengthen the alliance and bring greater trust between the two. Uncle had Bai Luo capture Sigrium because, firstly, Morgan was reluctant to let him go, and secondly, the miracle contract, once signed, Atón would be safe. So what about Brilliant, Azure, and the other pirate kings? Yes, Uncle said. We must sign everything we can, but it depends on the situation, Uncle said. Those who pose a greater threat to us will receive more, those who pose a smaller threat will receive less. This was also why Uncle had Atón reveal 3 miracles. If Bai Luo only had 1 low-ranking item, yet could afford to use thousands of Wang Wei for a contract, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? 3, on the other hand, would be just right. Lilith, a mid-level figure, claims her miracle power is witch. Pocket is the lowest, possessing various crops. The next senior sister claims to possess a mid-level miracle building, the Holy City. Wow, so I think you're kidding, uncle. Don't they have evidence to prove us? The uncle was quite brazen. We even claim that you, Lilith, and I are the three miracle masters. Admittedly, this move by the uncle was quite shameless. But they truly had no proof. For Atón these days, as long as the Avalon miracle world remains undisclosed, there's essentially no problem. In reality, Bai Luo's trump card is probably the Black Book, a miracle that can search for miracles. Beyond that, everything else is a temporary secret. Truly speaking, the only thing we'll reveal is actually one thing, the uncle said, pocket. Exposing means completely revealing one's abilities to the other side, for everyone to see. In contrast, Pegasus, fairies, tree elves, Xiao Bei, the mysterious dragon, and Avalon all reveal some of their secrets, leaving most of them obscure, sometimes completely unknown. The pocket is the foundation of the Atón. The Principality of Atón needs to trade with other nations and demonstrate its value. Therefore, the power of the pocket cannot be hidden. Is that prisoner over there also one of yours? The old uncle had previously focused on Sigrian, but now he noticed Christine. He saw the fool munching on the Atón delicacies brought by Cat Lingling and the others. He didn't look like he was in prison at all, and he was incredibly happy. Delicious. This is delicious too. What is this? How can it be so delicious? Christine looked completely clueless. She held a fork with a small piece of cut watermelon dangling from it, and in her bowl were cantaloupe and dragon fruit. That's right, a fruit salad. The old uncle frowned slightly at Christine. What's wrong? She looks familiar to me. You even know her. No way, this guy is a complete idiot. Bai Luo, did you fight her back then? What the hell? The uncle was a mature womanist, not interested in such a young girl. I recognized the wrong person. Wrong person? Ah, the uncle. At first glance, I thought it was someone I knew, but after a closer look, I realized it wasn't. Do you remember your Aunt Nana? Bai Luo was puzzled, not because he didn't remember, but because he heard a hint from the uncle's words. Wait a minute. Bai Luo walked over and leaned over the one-way glass. The glass was a barrier, blocking vision. Only those outside could see in, not from the inside. You're right, it does look a bit like Aunt Nana. Bai Luo looked Christine up and down. He hadn't noticed before, but now, looking closely, the look in her face really did resemble someone he once knew. Nana was a fellow villager from Bai Luo's childhood, a gentle and kind older sister. She was Bai Luo's neighbor, and Bai Luo often spent time with his older sister as a child, enjoying her care. Nana was particularly beautiful. Unfortunately, at the age of 18, she married a blacksmith from the same village. Bai Luo thought, it's sad to see flowers stuck in cow dung. That's not right. Aunt Nana passed away many years ago, Bai Luo said, looking at Christine in astonishment. She can't be the long-lost sister Aunt Nana mentioned. Nana's already confusing, and now there's another sister. The senior sister expressed bewilderment. The uncle said, Fiaya, you've been traveling with Xiaosei and me since you were little, so it's normal that you don't know about the situation in Yatta village. Over a decade ago, the Yatan clan was isolated from the outside world. They lived in a mountain village that felt like a paradise, rooted there for generations, for 200 years. Bai Luo's parents, as well as the parents of Knowles and others, grew up there. The Atón once lived a carefree life, hiding their identities. But when Bai Luo was 8 years old, a group of deserters from outside the village unexpectedly arrived, posing as bandits and plundering Atón village. Some might wonder, how could the Atón, so strong, be annihilated? Could they be some kind of miracle soldier? In reality, the Atón are formidable. That's the product of over a decade of intensive training and refinement by the old uncle. Before the uncle's time, the Atón possessed only a slight advantage in strength and physique, but little in the way of combat effectiveness. Furthermore, after 200 years, their inherent valor had long since worn away. How could such an Atón tribe possibly stand up against a group of bloodthirsty veterans? Fortunately, the old uncle happened to be visiting his family at the time and single-handedly slew 300 of the enemy, preserving a portion of the bloodline of the Atón kings. But what does this have to do with us? Bai Luo, if she is Nana, or Aunt Nana's daughter, it makes sense, but now, even if they are biological sisters, they have been separated for so many years. How different are they from outsiders? Even though they are both descendants of the Seven Kings, Christine is the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle. Bai Luo treats outsiders with extraordinary indifference. Uncle, do you have a plan? You can try, the uncle said. Didn't you ask how to subdue outsiders before? It just so happens that there's a good experimental subject here. Haha, Bai Luo, are you kidding me? I asked this idiot from the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle. Be careful not to hurt yourself. With the idiots like you, he might be fooled by others in minutes, and then expose Aton's national secrets. I've never heard of a miracle child betraying their master. The old uncle gestured for invitation. How about we make a bet? Hearing the old uncle mention the bet, Bai Luo hesitated. His senior sister whispered in his ear, don't bet. We've never won. Old uncle is trying to cheat again. I won't bet with him. Seeing that the two of them didn't want to bet, the old uncle said, whatever, how about we give it a try? Okay, Bai Luo said, pushing the door open. Let's give it a try. What is this? You can't reveal this? I'm not trying to gather information. I'm just curious. Christine was fascinated by watermelon and cantaloupe. Just as she was about to ask about the origin and yield of these two fruits, she saw Bai Luo push the door open. Wow, the idiot wasn't restrained, and the cell was quite pleasant. So, suddenly seeing Bai Luo, she was frightened and quickly hid in the corner. Staying in such a nice hotel suite, eating such delicious food, being treated like this, and you still look like you've seen a ghost, Bai Luo didn't know what else to complain. Should I let you go and put you in the presidential suite? You, what are you going to do? I'm telling you, I'm very powerful. I'm super powerful in Fairy Eagle, and my status is extremely high. Dagwood began to bluff. If you dare to touch me, the Grand Duke will definitely send troops to attack you. Tisk, Bai Luo held his forehead. He seemed to remember that he had exposed her earlier on the deck. You don't have a high status in Fairy Eagle, do you? How do you know? Lying is fine, and struggling is fine, Bai Luo, but please, can you please stop blushing? Across from Bai Luo, Dagwood huddled in a corner, looking at Bai Luo with a blushing face. Christine was an upright person, but now, to survive, she was lying. How shameful. I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying. Okay, your face is red like blood is dripping. I really didn't. Shut up, Bai Luo, come and sit down. Yes, the fool was startled, but quickly came over and sat down. I can spare you, really, I'm not finished yet. Oh, Bai Luo found this fool inexplicably irritating. I can let you go, really, can you please listen to me first? Bang, behind Bai Luo, the senior sister calmly drew out the holy sword slightly. Okay, no problem. The threat and murderous intent from the senior sister made Christine tremble, and she dared not answer again. I want to ask you about the Grand Duke of the Fairy Eagle. Suddenly, the foolish fool put down the fruit salad in his hands and pulled out some bread, a head of corn, and a roasted sweet potato from his pocket, placing them on the bed beside him. Cat Lingling was stunned. When did you hide so many things? Meow. You'd better kill me. Christine's face was very calm. Even though she felt the murderous intent of her senior sister, she just closed her eyes quietly, waiting for Bai Luo's judgment. Oh, Bai Luo always thought that Christine was a traitor. After all, without waiting for Bai Luo to ask, she revealed all the information about Morgan and Sigrian. Those who know everything and say everything are just like idiots. However, Bai Luo got one thing wrong. Christine is a miracle-loving citizen of the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle, not Morgan. She can betray Morgan without any worries, but she will never betray her master. Are you sure? Bai Luo thought of Christine's fear before, so he put on a face. Do you believe it or not, I will make you a frog for the rest of your life. Christine was obviously very afraid of being turned into a frog. Dagwood didn't know the truth, but she truly believed it. Based on this, Dagwood's attitude was firm. Even if you turn me into a frog, I won't tell. Not only did he say that, he also kicked over the delicious food in front of him. Okay, you're so arrogant. Bai Luo wasn't just testing Christine, he was also interrogating her. He said to his senior sister, next, I'll leave it to you, Fiaya. What's the level? Level 5. The Atonians have a level of interrogation, with 10 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. Level 5 is a watershed, meaning that the interrogation can be conducted without violating the person's dignity. After level 5, each level becomes infinitely more horrifying. If it reaches level 8 or 9, it's complete torture, not just interrogation. At that level, it almost completely destroys a person's personality, dignity, and self-esteem. Cats, start. The senior sister passed Bai Luo and began to take charge of Christine's punishment. After all, she was a woman, so the people who punished her were all women. You What are you doing? Ahoha. No. Help. Hahoha. Inside the room, the senior sister restrained Christine. Mao Yi and Mao Lingling took off Daigua's boots, took out feathers, and began to teach her an inhumane lesson. Chapter 149, Aton's Envoy. Is it necessary? The old uncle and Bai Luo walked out of the castle prison. Didn't you tell me to give it a try? Then let's give it a try. Bai Luo would not be too nice to the fool. A prisoner is a prisoner. One day he doesn't join Atón, he is an outsider. But Bai Luo did not go too far, and would not really leave any psychological trauma on the other party. Bai Luo still has this sense of propriety. Aleya, thank you for your hard work. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, take care. Aleya has endured darkness all her life, so a mere prison is no problem for her. What's more, Aton's cell is more luxurious than a hotel. After all, Sigrian and Christine are both people of status. Bai Luo can't go too far, otherwise if his people are captured in the future, Bai Luo will eventually suffer the consequences. This is the unspoken rule. You are humane, and I am humane too. If you play dirty, don't blame me for being sorry. What's next? You need a secretary, too, don't you? I'm an old man, and I need a secretary, the old uncle said. Besides, I have things to do too. I can't always be by your side, Gonia. She's in charge of external trade now. Then let's go with Boya. He needs to study, and he's a boy. What's wrong with a boy? Bai Luo was furious. When will the boys of Atón stand up? Okay, forget about a boy, Bai Luo said. Then what do you think of Maya and Shira? If that doesn't work, Inya will be fine too. Inya, that one from outside. The old uncle wanted to say she wasn't of the Atón clan, but changed his mind. I heard from Lilith that this Inya adores you, almost to the point of obsession and fanaticism. Inya prayed to Bai Luo almost every day, hoping to be by his side. Although she wasn't of the Atón clan, the Atón principality wasn't solely populated by the Atón clan. The tree elves and fairies were all Bai Luo's trusted confidants. Inya's loyalty to Bai Luo is evident in the favor the miracle power shows her. Inya is a complete Atonite. Even if Bai Luo told her to die, she wouldn't hesitate, she'd kill herself. How could someone like that not be considered one of his own? If Bai Luo didn't treat her well, who would he treat well? That's certainly feasible, said the uncle. Atón needs fresh blood. She and Helbo are both good choices, but, said the uncle, Sheila and Maya's talent isn't inferior to hers, is it? While the uncle didn't discriminate against outsiders, he valued his existing tribe. If there were no choice, it wouldn't matter. But if there was, say, a situation where their talents were comparable, the uncle would still favor the Atonites. Similarly, Bai Luo was similar. It couldn't be helped, Maya and Bai Luo were one of his own. 10 years of friendship, and having grown up together before Bai Luo's eyes, could anyone compare? Then let's go with Sheila. Bai Luo thought of Sheila's aura, cool and quiet, indeed, well suited to the role of secretary. The main reason was that Sheila was a natural beauty. As the old saying goes, if there's work, the secretary does it. If there's nothing to do, then just do nothing. Speaking of Helbo, has your majesty made a decision? Bai Luo said helplessly, that kid wants to be a general. His uncle wanted Helbo to serve as an envoy to various nations. He had a quick wit and was a gifted speaker. With a little time to teach him well, he'd surely become the talent Atón so desperately needed. More importantly, Bai Luo didn't have a deep bond with Helbo. While Bai Luo would be reluctant to let anyone else go, he could accept Helbo. It was a bit hurtful, but it was the truth. How do you know? His uncle said no more, sighing. Hasn't he thought about it? I'll take my leave now. Your Majesty, you can summon the kid and ask his opinion. Okay, Bai Luo nodded. They're going to battle alongside the Atonians. It's time I gave them a proper place. Soon, led by the goblins, Helbo, Inya, and Silly Tiger trembled as they entered the Great Hall of Avalon Castle to meet Bai Luo. Your Majesty, Helbo knelt first, followed by Inya, who gracefully knelt on the ground. Silly Tiger thumped down on both knees. Bai Luo was helpless, so he let him go. I summoned you three here because of the naval battle. Here it comes. Helbo guessed Bai Luo's intention, but his expression remained unchanged, as he waited patiently. You three have performed very well, so from this moment on, you are citizens of Atón, Bai Luo said. You may freely travel throughout the world of Avalon, and if you can master the power of the Fighting Saint Law, you may study it at will. Of course, the Fighting Saint Law has a level limit. If you haven't reached extraordinary, transcendent, or hero, you can't advance to the next level. There are rules, so it's not something you can just casually learn. Thank you, Your Majesty. Helbo led the way in obeisance, and Inya and Silly Tiger immediately followed suit. It must be said that Helbo truly has the demeanor of a leader. Such talent is truly something to look forward to, no matter what they do. And the old uncle also affirmed Helbo's military talent. This boy excels in every aspect. Hey Helbo, you stay for a while. Bai Luo, Inya and Silly Tiger, go back first. Oh, then I'll go back to eat, Your Majesty. Okay. Bai Luo was at a loss for words. Eat and drink well, Hey, Silly Tiger chuckled and turned away nonchalantly. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Goodbye, little Inya. Hearing Bai Luo's greeting, Inya's cheeks flushed slightly and she quickly lowered her head. I wish I could stay here too. Inya looked at Helbo with some envy. But this man was Helbo, and Inya had genuine admiration and respect for his talent and character. Inya, I still have to work hard. Sooner or later, I'll be like Brother Helbo and let my lord stay, Your Majesty. The boy remained kneeling, his movements perfectly executed, revealing a meticulous attention to detail. Bai Luo noticed this. Did you know I would come to you? Don't be shy, just tell me the truth, Bai Luo said. Don't forget, you are my miracle child. There's no bad blood between us. Yes, Helbo thought back to the previous illusion. In his most confused moment, it was Bai Luo's figure that saved him. Now, looking at him in person, Helbo's admiration reached its peak. I did guess a little, that's why I learned the etiquette, when, on the day of your wedding to Her Majesty the Queen, just 2 weeks ago, the child had guessed that Atón lacked certain talents. Helbo had met 2 eloquent people during his voyage. One was Gonya, whom he knew was very capable. The other was none other than Boya. However, these 2 were not suitable as envoys, because Bai Luo cared too much about them. I am the only one who possesses both eloquence and quick wit, and who, Your Majesty. Helbo said this, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But still speaking out, I am not that familiar with Your Majesty. Sorry. Helbo looked at Bai Luo in shock. You don't have to be like this. How can you apologize to someone as humble as me? Helbo was flattered, but even more so, he felt self-blame and guilt. As a subject, he only needed to bravely charge forward and sacrifice. How could he say such things? I'm serious. And what's the word humble? Bai Luo disliked Helbo calling him that. Don't belittle yourself in the future. You are my people. Who dares to call life so glorious and humble? Bai Luo considered Helbo one of his own, but he didn't want to be too serious. Facing this child, Bai Luo treated it like a younger brother still in 4th or 5th grade. But as you said, Atón lacks a suitable diplomat, and you're the perfect fit, but you know, that's not what I want to hear. What I want to hear, Bai Luo said, is your true thoughts. I know you want to be a general, a naval admiral who roams the seas. Atón isn't the fairyland you're talking about, but it's no different from one. Helbo was well aware of this, and he didn't consider Atón a fairyland. But fairyland was indeed the best description of Atón, and this place was also a fairyland, a new fairyland, a fairyland belonging to Helbo. I apologize to you because our ideas are depriving a child, no, a man, of his dream. Diplomats are certainly important, but how can they be compared to generals? I'm willing to go. Let's go back and think about it. No need to think about it, Helbo said firmly. I want to go. I really do. Bai Luo felt Helbo was being impulsive and wanted to refuse, but Helbo said, but, I dare you, Your Majesty, to make a promise. Honestly, since becoming the Lord of Miracles, Bai Luo hadn't heard anyone ask for favors in a long time. Bai Luo cared deeply for his people. Whenever someone had a request, as long as it was reasonable and not excessive, he would do his best to fulfill it. I want to make a promise with Your Majesty. If one day, I successfully make 100 diplomatic missions for Atón, Helbo said, Your Majesty, please allow me to become a marine and join the navy to fulfill my dream. Bai Luo felt an inexplicable pang of distress at Helbo's words. This was a good boy. But Bai Luo was forcing him to do something he didn't like. Helbo guessed Bai Luo's thoughts, knowing that he was a wise ruler who cared about his people. But it was precisely because of this that Helbo didn't dare to overstep his bounds. The reason why he said promise was actually to divert Bai Luo's attention. My mother told me stories about great heroes when I was very young. There are powerful swordsmen, powerful knights, all kinds of people, even thieves can become kings. Helbo smiled. However, There are no diplomats. Why? Are diplomats not worthy of being called heroes? If I become a general, I am just becoming and imitating another person. That person already existed, and I will never be able to surpass him in my entire life. But, Your Majesty, you have given me a new choice, Helbo said. I want to become a diplomat, an envoy to various countries, not only to repay Your Majesty's kindness, but also to protect this country and the people of Atón. If you ask me why, Helbo, because I like her, I like this place, I like everything about Atón. Duang. Helbo prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed heavily. I have been thinking about today's matter for a full half-month, so it is not a whim, let alone an impulse. I was hesitant, but now, I want to understand. Please make me a messenger, Duang. Herbo kowtowed again. Herbo can do it. Hebo will never let you down and shame Atón. If there was no diplomat in the past that became a hero, then I will do it. I'll be the first one. Herbo raised his head, blood flowed out of his forehead. I will let my name resound throughout the world. Let Atón's glory shine in all directions. If the word envoy is not great enough, then add the 3 words Shanghai Herbo. Herbo smashed his head down again, and court Herbo. Please ask Your Majesty to let me go to the nations. Bai Luo got off the throne, walked straight to the boy, and helped him up in person. Bai Luo didn't say anything encouraged, he just grabbed the boy's hand. Atón, I'll leave it to you, Herbo. Yes, no, I won't embarrass you. Herbo's head was dizzy and shaking, but tears flowed down his face. He was just a lowly slave, a piece of trash who couldn't even get enough to eat, a waste no one wanted. Even a meal would have been enough for Helbo to repay. But Bai Luo had given him food, clothes, a roof over his head, knowledge, everything he needed to be human. I can never repay this kindness in this lifetime. I will use this frail body, Helbo said, to be loyal to you forever. Finally, Helbo said, Your Majesty, please promise me one more thing. You say, if one day, I'm unlucky, Helbo trailed off. Please pass on my achievements to Inya and Silly Tiger. Time and again, the boy always considered others, which made Bai Luo feel deeply distressed. Okay, Bai Luo said. In my Atón, diplomacy is as important as warfare. Besides, I promise you this, Bai Luo said. Do it boldly, say it boldly. Anyone who dares to touch you will be an enemy of Atón. If he damages a hair of yours, I will massacre his entire city. If he breaks a finger of yours, I will destroy his entire nation. Even if I can't do it today, Bai Luo vowed. I will do it, until I die. Leaving the castle, Helbo touched his forehead, the wound that had long been healed by Bai Luo. He recalled the feeling of Bai Luo's hand on his forehead, steady, warm, and reassuring. Helbo wondered if he had a father, it would be someone like Bai Luo. Brother Helbo. Outside the castle, Helbo heard Ina's voice. He looked and saw the girl waving at him. Inya didn't have many friends. She was naturally insecure. Although she had met Maya, Shira, and others, she got along well with him. Yet, he still got along better with Silly Tiger, Helbo, and Janano. Your Majesty, what do you want to do? Haha, of course I've been entrusted with an important mission. Helbo said he wasn't afraid, but that was a lie. He still used laughter to dispel his anxiety and fear. I got a promotion. At 13, I'm a diplomat, and the only one. Isn't that impressive? The Principality of Atón is currently in a population shortage, so embassies are truly extravagant. Therefore, Helbo's outfit is really quite modest. It can't be helped, Atón, it's really difficult. Really, so impressive? Inya was both envious and happy for Helbo. Keep going, Brother Helbo. If it were you, you'd definitely do better than anyone else. Inya seemed oblivious to the dangers of the diplomatic mission. No, she truly didn't care. If Inya didn't truly lack diplomatic talent, if Bai Luo had asked her to go on a diplomatic mission, the girl would have gone without a second thought. She wouldn't mind getting hacked. Inya was not afraid of anything, except that Bai Luo would not need her. But Brother Helbo, don't you want to be an admiral? Inya thought about this, and compared to the life and death crisis, she felt that this was the most difficult. Thinking carefully, if Bai Luo gave Inya a mission that would prevent Inya from seeing him for the rest of her life, Inya would be very conflicted. On the one hand, he had to be loyal to Bai Luo, and on the other hand, he had to restrain his own desires. Hey Herbo, did he actually make such a difficult choice? Are you okay? What could happen? Don't worry. Hey Herbo smiled like the sun. I am the best of this class. His Majesty said so himself. Huh? Inya was stunned. But she couldn't say anything to refute it. Because it was a fact, Herbo was the best of this class, much better than her. Convinced? Not convinced, no way. Oh, right, Herbo said, I'm going to the Grand Duke of Xianying next. Are there any specialties you want me to bring? A diplomatic mission is a diplomatic mission, but it doesn't mean you can be away all the time. Herbo is an envoy, someone who expands territory and diplomacy. The diplomats stationed at the embassy are latecomers, have little to do with Herbo, and the difficulty is far from comparable. Just bring yourself back, haha, is it such an unlucky thing to say right at the beginning? I'm saying poisonous milk, Inya laughed. Do you understand what poisonous milk means? Okay, Herbo laughed. Well, I'll borrow your good words. The two have a good relationship. Herbo has always longed to have a sister and a brother, and a family. Silly tiger, brother. Inya, sister. Every time he completes a mission, he accumulates a credit for them. Even if something happens to him, they can live better in Atón because of him. Is there anything else that is not satisfied? Herbo stood on the stairs, looking at the dreamy sea of flowers and the starry sky in the distance. Mother, just watch, I will definitely become the greatest hero of this fairyland. Apostrophe. Chapter 150, Morgan is not doing his best, so just blame him. This is so sudden. It was a luminous crystal palace, nestled beneath the sea, yet not the pitch-black depths, but a shimmering, breathtakingly beautiful underwater kingdom. Yanshisa, Grand Duke Yangbo's underwater kingdom was the most beautiful of the three Azure Dukes. Mortals were forbidden to approach, let alone enjoy such a visual feast. Sudden? Not so sudden. Grand Duke Messiah of the Fairy Eagle raised a finger. We've been looking forward to this moment, haven't we? A beautiful fish twirled between her fingers, its eyes gleaming with hearts as it greedily kissed Messiah's finger. Oh, this fish is adorable. How about giving it to me? It's one of my family's miracle derivatives, no big deal. Messiah placed her hand on the table, a blue, rippled surface, resting her chin on it. She said softly, why don't you just take back the miracle power? Okay, whatever you say. Grand Duke Yangbo had no way of dealing with Messiah, and a mere fish was nothing. I like this table, too. Why don't you just move my entire crystal palace? Can you, Messiah? Thank you. Get lost. Grand Duke Yangbo couldn't stand it any longer and chose not to speak to Messiah. You're just rambling mid-sentence. Do you have so much free time? But I really do, Messiah. To her subordinates and outsiders, always acted like a queen, aloof and indolent. But here, facing two friends who were older and more experienced than her, she rarely showed her girlish playfulness. It's the truth, but could you please not say it? Grand Duke Shenyang, also known as Grand Duke Shenfu, was a stout, rather chubby man. Aren't we talking about that new Lord of Miracles? That's getting off topic, right? There's nothing to discuss, Misha, it's the same old story. Indeed, we've discussed this for years. Although Grand Duke Yangbo controlled a mid-level miracle, he understood the importance of allies. Therefore, he did his utmost to win over Misha and Shenyang, maintaining the relationship between the three of them. The same was true for Misha and Shenyang. The three had been friends for centuries, never once clashing. Even when problems arose, they would each compromise and resolve them. This was the foundation of Wei Lan, and it was also the attitude needed for survival in troubled times. The sacred has long been accumulating power, even though the Far North Empire has been constantly drawing its fire, Grand Duke Yangbo said, but besides the sacred, none of the remaining kings in the east are easy to deal with. Between the four Radiant and the pirate kings of the sea, who is weaker than them? Even Morgan, if he went crazy and started a sea monster brawl, the coastal areas of Azure, Radiant, Mountains, Starry Night, Iron Eagle, and all the other nations would suffer. Then what else is there to say, Misha? Who'll send an envoy and tell him to join us and join forces to fight against the powers on the continent? We are willing, but is he willing? Grand Duke Yangbo, he attacked Morgan right away and captured Sigrian. If you don't know, you would think he was going to declare war. By the way, Grand Duke Shenyang looked at Misha. What's the situation over there? What is a miracle, and what kind of person is the Lord of Miracles? Not very clear, Misha said. It seems to be a man and a woman, but it is hard to tell who is the Lord of Miracles. According to the sea monsters under Sigrian, Misha, their strength is at least king. Second awakening. That's not necessarily true, Grand Duke Yangbo said. If we take action and fight those small sea monsters and sea demons, we don't need the third awakening. So Morgan is still not up to the standard. Yes, Morgan is not up to the standard. It's not just 1 or 2 days that he has been not up to the standard. Morgan's not up to the standard, it seems, is something that everyone on the continent knows. Morgan, a salted fish soaked in the sea. So what about his abilities? What are his miraculous powers like? Missia said, glittering gold, a huge white horse, a woman riding a broom, cute little animals that run, jump, and talk, and soldiers who look like fairyland warriors. Oh, and that woman who can summon guardian spirits through treasures. The two Grand Dukes were confused. What the hell is going on? What kind of miracle is this? Is it so weird? As for the abundance of abilities, that wasn't a big deal. They also had a wide variety of miraculous troops. So, Grand Duke Shenyang said, we don't even know what kind of miracle he possesses, right? Missia and Grand Duke Yangbo were silent for a moment. Morgan's disappointing. Yeah, Morgan's disappointing. Regardless, it was right to blame Morgan. It was politically correct. But this is a very good opportunity for us, Missia said. The newcomer and Morgan have already fought. If the fight continues, we can intervene immediate. Maybe we can weaken Morgan and bring him into our alliance while doing so. By then, we can add 2 more, the Azure Kingdom, Missia said, noticing the 2 men staring at her. She asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Of the 3 miracle lords, Missia was the youngest, having been a miracle lord for only 400 or 500 years. The oldest, Grand Duke Shenyang, had been a miracle lord for 2,000 years. Grand Duke Yangbo had over 1,200 years under his belt. So, to these 2, Missia was a younger sister, weak and mischievous. So what do you 2 mean? Nothing. Me neither. What do you mean by nothing? Missia, speak up. Stop hemming and hawing. If the newcomer chooses to kill Sigrian, that would mean war with Morgan. As neighbors, we all live in the same place, so we must intervene. Then, we'll use him, and he'll use us. Together, we'll weaken Morgan, both overtly and covertly. Then, like you said, we'll form an alliance. Grand Duke Yangbo, even if we can't match the Iron Eagle Mountains, we can at least stand up to the brilliant. The reason the surrounding pirate kings aren't afraid of us is because the 3 pirate kings, East, West, and South, are so strong. Do they dare challenge us if they join forces? 4 miracle lords are different from 3 miracle lords, and there are many more options for maneuver. And with Morgan weakened, how dare the other 2 pirate kings dare to act rashly? But now, the newcomer has chosen to capture Sigrian, clearly intending to negotiate with Morgan. Grand Duke Yangbo said, if they form an alliance, a century-long pact, I'm afraid a new pirate king will emerge on this sea. Then what should we do? War was a definite no-go. Azure's ability to establish itself on the seas and enjoy such a vast maritime territory stemmed from its status as a permanently neutral trading nation. If it were to strike first, before it eliminated Atón, it would likely become a thorn in the eyes of other nations. So Azure would be in a difficult position, treading on thin ice. This was also why she desperately wanted to become a kingdom. Only with that status would Azure have the confidence to challenge other nations, assert sovereignty, and make this sea hers. Do you notice something a little strange? Grand Duke Shenyang might be fat, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Having survived on the land of miracles for 2,000 years, he was definitely not a worthless person. Indeed, Grand Duke Yangbo noticed, and finally Misha, who also found it strange. Now that you mention it, I've noticed too. This newcomer seems to know us very well. No, not quite, but too well. That's not right, Misha said. If the newcomer had found a miracle themselves and had just become the master of miracles, then there's no reason why a newbie wouldn't be so familiar with the rules of Miracle Land, right? Even they had made many mistakes and stumbled before finally finding their footing. Youth is a waste of youth. Suddenly gifted with power, Misha had once thought herself invincible. But this part of her past was a dark chapter, one she now dreaded being brought up. It was truly humiliating. It's not just familiarity with the rules of Miracle Land, this person is also incredibly familiar with us, Grand Duke Shenyang said. It's almost as if they've dealt with us before. While it wasn't obvious, it was a real possibility. Could it be that this newcomer is backed by a Lord of Miracles? There's a certain possibility, Grand Duke Shenyang, or perhaps there's someone close to him who's very familiar with miracles, but that doesn't make sense, Missia. Anyone familiar with miracles must be a miracle citizen. Is there someone in this world who's familiar with miracles but doesn't belong to any particular faction? After saying this, Missia herself was stunned. Missia found that someone had indeed popped up in her mind, and it was someone very familiar. You had a good relationship with him back then, right? Indeed, I received a favor from him, Misha said. Several legends under my command broke through thanks to his guidance, but how could it be him, Misha? When the Holy One invited him, he refused, but he fits the bill, doesn't he? And I've heard of that rumor. Grand Duke Yangbo, the Iron Eagle King, has been looking for him, and even put him on a wanted list in the country. Misha, he's wanted before he's even sure if he's in the Iron Eagle. No one else can do that, that's why I told him not to go back to the mainland. Isn't it better for him to stay with me? I have so many beauties under my command, Misha. If it really doesn't work, she can do it too. Stop making trouble, Grand Duke Yangbo. She is in love with the Marquis of Kenquin. How could he like you? What do you mean? What do you mean? Am I not beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You are the most beautiful, but this is in the eyes of outsiders, but in front of Yangbo and Shenyang, she is a crazy woman. He was truly fierce, not gentle at all. In short, Saros's choice back then was the right one. As expected of that man, he had foresight. Grand Duke Yangbo, if Saros is truly behind the newcomer, then according to his custom, he would definitely send envoys, too, Grand Duke Yangbo said. Regardless of which side the envoys arrive, they must be treated with courtesy. Saros didn't possess miraculous powers, but his talent was extraordinary. Sometimes, it was even as great as a miracle. If the Azure Sea could receive Saros's advice, they would definitely be able to escape their current predicament. Boom, a giant turtle, carrying an island on its back, slowly moved across the ocean. On its back, a massive city, Morgan's capital. Sig, still alive. This news was Morgan's only cause for celebration. That's good, that's good. Morgan was not an old man. On the contrary, judging purely by his appearance, he looked like a dignified man in his 30s. Yet, his melancholy eyes seemed to see through the vicissitudes and sorrows of life. Only a man who had experienced pain and loss could possess such eyes. Father, Morgan said. A charming woman twisted herself and stepped forward. Since Brother Sig is alive, what should we do? Should we attack? Don't make a scene, Morgan said. We don't know the situation. If we act rashly, Sig will be in danger, and since they've only captured Sig, that means they want to make a deal with me, Morgan said. Over 200 years, I've made all sorts of deals. Compromise, then compromise. As long as they were safe, that's all that matters. Morgan knew that not all of his children were close. Take, for example, the woman before him, the Serpent Queen Katarina, and another child, the Blood Demon Brad. The Deep Sea King, the Sea Dragon Princess, the Conch Princess, the Blood Demon, the Serpent Queen, and Sigrian. These were Morgan's 6 adopted sons and daughters. However, the Deep Sea King was too old to fit in with the others. Sea Dragon Princess and Princess Bai Luo were close friends with Sigrian, while the Blood Demons were in the same faction as the Femme Scorpion Queen. While there were some internal conflicts, they were mostly minor. But was Sigrian's affairs something to joke about or risk? I'm sorry, Father. I was wrong. The Femme Scorpion Queen bowed her head. Her loyalty to Morgan was pure, but she wasn't dazzling enough to be Morgan's favorite. So, to earn Morgan's love, she would do anything. Leave this matter to your sister, Sea Dragon Princess. Using miraculous powers, Morgan began spreading the message, daughter, search that sea area. Whether you find it or not, do not act rashly. As long as you bring little Sigrian back, I'll offer you territory, wealth, and resources. Just as her uncle had predicted, Morgan cared about her family. Capturing Sigrian was like holding his weak spot, a handle. As long as Morgan wasn't pushed too far and pushed too hard, he wouldn't dare act rashly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.